Mission on mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. Trying a mission, a mission. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission. On a mission. On a mission.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I want to do a quick video today. And we're gonna discuss one character in African spirituality that gets misconceived. We're gonna talk about Oshun. So, I was shown a video earlier today where it's an older video about Stunna for Vegas. He was an artist under the baby, and he practices E5, and he's talking about how. That Oshun is something that also Beyonce represents, and he got into that. And I want to also show that the misconception, because we're going to see a Christian individual that does not know about the religion give his take on this, because a lot of times when they talk about the ancestors, they talk about the Orisha, they will also synonymously say that these are demons, they're evil, and this, that, the other. And I think there's like a huge misconception of the understanding of what the Orisha are. And I think that there needs to be more tolerance and understanding about like different religions in the Christian church, in the Hebrew Israelite, in like that aspect, is because I'm like, okay, if you're supposed to be worshiping a God that believes in love and this, that, the other, I don't understand how people can like just call everything demonic off rip when you don't have any understanding of it. So I would like to use this platform today to create a better understanding about the Orisha, because it's one thing to speak about something and you don't know what it is and you label it something based on a limited understanding. Me being a priest of Ifa, I wanted to clarify. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go through this video, him going through the whole thing and what he said. So let's go into that real quick. Okay, let's go.
Man, E5 don't make no mistake, bro. What's E5?
So first thing he said was E5 don't make no mistake. Now, anyone that understands what E5 is E5 is the oracle that the Babalawos use when they do divination, when you actually get the cowrie shells or not the opwele red. The practitioner of Babalawo, when he actually does divination for you, he is actually going through Ifa, which is like the oracle, which is the record, the Akashic record. So when he says Ifa, don't make no mistake, that's what he meant by that. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to let the whole video play. But I wanted to clarify when he said Ifa doesn't make any mistake, that's what he meant by that. But I'm not going to pause it all the way through it. I'm just going to like let it play. Let's go.
Because I heard of it. Yeah. A lot of people practice it like Santeria or somebody. Beyonce. Some people do. Beyonce practice E5. She a child of Oshun. She a child of Oshun. She got songs. She got songs like talking about her ancestor. Every time she dressed up like her ancestor. When she was pregnant, she dressed up as Oshun.
Oh wow. So have you ever spoken with the dead?
Yeah, I feed them.
What do you mean?
I feed them all the time. I take care of them for them to take care of me every day.
This is a religion that originated in Africa.
Yeah. It's the religion that they say all African Americans are supposed to practice.
Because like I've seen movies and I've seen stuff online. There are
It ain't
certain
no
practices
movie. It
at
ain't no
Sharia,
movie.
they'll have the altar and the
It ain't no
ancestors.
movie. Hey, bro, I'm trying to tell you right now, you brainwashed. The way you talk, you can talk to Ifa about anything. Once you find out who you a child of.
All right, so he goes into that. I wish I could see. I wish I could find the whole video, but that's all I could get. But I want to get into this take on it. So this guy played that same video, and then he got into his take on it as a Christian, and it got kind of interesting. So let's go.
Vegas, an artist that the baby signed back in the day, talking about the Yoruba religion and Beyonce. Once again, somebody else is talking about Beyonce being a witch. At the end of the interview, he goes on to call the interviewer brainwashed. Yet he's the one feeding dead people. Guys, pay attention to who you're listening to and the songs you're singing. Because a lot of different times you're singing to an ancestor or a different god you have no idea you're singing to. Why? Because you're choosing to listen to these witches and these warlocks. This is why I always say be careful what goes into your eyes and your ears, because these are your portals. These are your gates. You need to hold firm at your gates and keep your gates closed and locked, because once you open them to the wrong spiritual things, that's when you come into agreement with demonic activity. And believe it or not, you listening to Beyonce, you're coming into agreement with demonic activity. Why? Because just like she said in her song, she's giving off that Oshun energy. You think she out here dressing like Oshun for no reason? No, this is a whole ritual. This is her showing her allegiance. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not to Christ. Beyonce may have used to been a Christian. However, she got with Jay-Z. She started being around the wrong people. Now she's completely into spirituality, African ancestry. That has nothing to do with the one true living God. That has nothing to do with Yahweh. She's completely lost, completely clouded. Her judgment is completely crowded. She's completely in darkness. She's with Jay-Z, somebody who said that Jesus can't save you. Then in his other song, he said that I told my wife the spiritual stuff really work. What spiritual stuff do you think he's talking about? This. May the Lord bring light. Hallelujah. May Beyonce even come out of that darkness.
Now, I'm going to say this. Now, I get it that people might be Christian, they have their belief. However, I think that some tolerance and understanding needs to be had here. Calling someone a witch. I mean, there was a whole Salem witch trials that happened. We don't have witches in our. There's no witch. You know what I'm saying? Oshun priest is not a witch. When you get initiated into a specific orisha, you're not considered a witch. You are a priest. And I want to play a video that even further goes into and explains what the orisha are, because I think that people, they just throw the word witch around like it's just oh well, it's witchcraft. This is something, that people were burnt at the stake for this type of words, at some point. When you just throw around the word witch and you call people a witch, that's a very dangerous thing to do. And I don't think it's right, and I want to get into it. So let's go into the Orisha Oshun. Shouts out to brother Joseph Baba Ifa and our Roots podcast. And he's going to go into the Orisha Oshun. Let's go.
With countless experiences within Orisha initiation and time within this culture, Miss Erica Oshun Poroye. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be talking about mom.
Oh man, mom, there's nothing like being part of the yellow team. And if you've guessed it, this episode today is going to be on Oshun, right? Probably and possibly the most popular Orisha within the Yoruba pantheon worldwide, right? In Cuba, there was an old saying that all the men wanted to be sons of Shango and all the women wanted to be daughters of Oshun, because she was the example of femininity. But today we're going to get into who is this woman, who was she, beyond all the superficial aspects, right? A couple different qualities about her. She was a queen. When we talk about African culture, especially Yoruba culture, it's very royal based or royally emphasized, right? Where everybody has the opportunity to be royalty, where it's not something that's selective. It's something that we aspire to regardless of a crown or not. But in actuality, this woman was royalty, right? And her following within Nigeria is focused and based on a land known.
And let me just say this is like, you know what, when you hear Nick Fuentes will be like, "We was kings." This is a joke that they say in the white supremacist movement, where they're like, "We was kings." We was queens and kings. They make fun of us by saying this, right? But this is actual African spirituality, where we talk about the king. You get crowned when you get initiated. You get crowned, as a queen or a king or whatever not even deity Orisha is. And I'm going to break down Orisha, owner of one's head, just like people would say, well, I have I'm crowned. So this is not just something when you get initiated. You're not a witch. You are a priest of that Orisha, and you have marching orders and everything as a person. You get told what's going to happen in your life. You get told what your stake in life is, what your purpose is. So this is not just just some witchcraft who the stuff that people are just doing just for the sake of it. Initiation. Baptism is initiation in Christianity church. In Orisha, there's an entire initiation that you go to. Sometimes go through. Sometimes it takes a week, 2 weeks to be initiated as a priest. Sometimes in the Santeria, or I would say the Santeria is like almost like I would say almost like a nickname that people gave it, but really it was called Lukumi, which is also an offshoot of Isheshe. So bottom line is, or Ifa, but bottom line is that when you get into calling people witches and things like that, there's a whole different connotation. Priests trump witches, by the way. The work that we do as a priest is to heal. Witches, that's a whole other thing. Anyone can become a witch. You have to be initiated to be a priest. Okay, that's the difference. It's about ceremony and all the different things. These were the people in the community at one time that were the healers. When you didn't have hospitals, you had priests. So let's go into it.
Is Oshogbo, right? So that was one of her characteristics. So says quite a bit about her character. She likes luxurious things. She likes opulent things. And you're going to see a lot of these characteristics within her children as well. Even though it can be somewhat of a contradicting factor, because even with all of that, present, she was also very humble. And we're going to get into a couple of those stories that really show the diversity and complexity within this Orisha. Another characteristic of who was Oshun, she was the Apete B of Orumila, right? Orumila being the Orisha of divination, he who manipulated the Fa oracle to perfection. Oshun was his wife, not only physically, socially, but also spiritually, where she occupied the role of Apetebi, where she's recognized as the woman that most knew Ifa, being that without Oshun, Orumila was unable to perform all of his tasks. The same way that the Babalawo, without his Apetebi, which I have mine to my left, nothing is possible. So once again, huge role within this spirituality. Apart from that, she is also the leader of a group known as the Iami Oshoronga, right? The Iami, um, you know, are kind of grotesquely referred to as the witches, right? But usually in a more formal and polite context, we refer to them as the elders of the night, right? And they are these feminine ancestral energies that, when not appeased, can wreak havoc on the life of, not only the spiritual practitioners of Ifa, but human beings in general, right? So another huge role that this woman occupied. And then to kind of round it out, amongst other things that we're going to talk about, she is also known as the Iyalode. And the Iyalode, most commonly, referred to as Iyalode, which is a name used for her, is a position of title within Nigerian Ifa culture, right? Where Iya means mother and Lode means of the town or of the space, where she was recognized as an elder. So this is all the things that are recognized. But being an initiate myself of this Orisha within the Lukumi context, we're going to kind of get into what Oshun represents to each of us. So what I'm going to start off with, Boroye, is who is Oshun to you?
Oshun to me is well, she's my guardian angel first and foremost. Um she looks out for me. She has, given me so much, so many blessings and protection. And she has taught me so much as a stern mother that she is,
Oh yeah.
how to progress, how to character build. And, she is everything to me. I adore Oshun. I appreciate her every day, and I respect her very much so.
Well said. Oshun to me, um, she is she's very complex, right? Because even though she is seen as the Orisha of love, money, honey, and happiness, she can also represent all of the contrary. And I think it kind of goes back to a concept of where in Ifa you represent one thing, you can also represent its duality. So the same way Oshun could be the Orisha of love, she can also be the one to manifest hatred, right? Most importantly within ourselves, because being in a lack of frequency, or being not aligned with this deity, can put you in positions where you're not going to like yourself very much, just based on the conditions that are going to be a result of not being in tune with her. When we talk about love, everyone goes to Oshun for love, right? The man I want to be with, the woman I want to be with, the person I want to be with. She can make all that happen, but at the same time she can make you very unhappy when we don't, or are unable to accomplish or achieve that goal of being with that person, or even loving ourselves, right? Because she went through all these things while she was alive and present, and ultimately that leads to happiness. A lot of people on the channel of Joseph Baba Ifa and Botani Got Candles and More ask, what are the characteristics of the child of Oshun? In personal experience,
Before I get into this, so now we're going to get into an archetype. This is personality. So the bottom line is that these Orisha, owners of one's head, it is an archetype. If you don't know what an archetype is, let's go into what an archetype is. Archetype. An archetype is an original model or perfect example of something like a person, character, or a situation. Okay, so that means that as human beings, there's different archetypes for different personalities. So everyone has different personality types. In astrology, we'll say, well, I'm a Gemini, and so you could say, oh, well, I was born on this month and born on this day, so therefore I'm a Gemini. And then that Gemini represents a certain type of archetype of a human being. And there's a characteristic of a Gemini, there's a characteristic of it, and it's the same thing with the Orisha. So each Orisha that owns one's head, just like in astrology, that astrological sign might own your head, or your archetype. They have different characteristics. So that's pretty much what he's speaking of. So he's going to get into the archetype of Oshun. So there are certain people who are more Oshun-like in their character. So that's all it is. It's like it's meant to explain an archetype. Now, all these Orisha, owner of Orisha, owner of one's head, also represent different colors, different aspects of nature, also different parts of the body. So the Oshun, I think, is more of like your hold on, what part of the body? I think Oshun is like, she represents the river. I think I'm not sure if she's blood. I think Ogun is the blood. That's like your actual blood. Oshun, I gotta find out what the actual part of the body that Oshun represents. But this is an archetypal character. So when you talk about Beyonce, she has a specific archetype in her behavior and how she is, right? So she represents, she sings, there's a certain beauty about when she performs. All that representation of that archetype is the Oshun archetype, right? So when we talk about this and we say, well, it's witches and this, that, the witchcraft and this, that, the other, any archetype has a good side and a bad side, any person, right? So you have this side that's love and whatever on one side, but just like any human being, you got the bad side too. Just like you say, well, I'm a Gemini, or I'm a Leo, or I'm a this, or I'm a Cancer, right? There's an archetype of Cancer that can be positive. There's an archetype of Cancer that can be negative. So just like anything, human beings are dual in nature. And just in general, like everything on this earth, everything in nature is dual. So that's when they talk about the negative part of it and the positive part. Now, a lot of times, like even in Christianity, we talk about that God is love. But then at the same point in Christianity, God can destroy as well. God can be jealous. God can be this. So that's an archetype of an actual being, of a deity that shows duality. So a lot of times when we think about things and we see that there's a negative aspect of it, we'll think, well, it's evil. Well, no, everything on earth has a positive and negative side. So let's go into the archetype of Oshun, and he's going to go into the positives and negatives. Let's go.
Very intelligent people, very analytical people. They might not fit the stereotype that may be portrayed right now of being bubbly and being a little bit superficial. I would say our brothers might be some of the most humble when they're aligned, because when you're a child of this Orisha, you understand all of the hardship that you go through and how you can have very much one day and very little the next. And one of the themes we're going to go over today is when Oshun was going through poverty and she had to humble herself in front of nature, where she lost everything, whether it was her partner, whether it was her children, whether it was her economic status. The children of Oshun as well are very ambitious. The hustle, as I like to call it, because when you go through experiences like that in a past life, as well as looking towards a future, you never want to be in that position again. So it causes them to be very ambitious and very much go getters. They're kind of people that when they say they're going to do something, they're going to get it done before they probably even say it. They're very action based, right? And before I pass it to Poroye to kind of go over what she sees in the Oshun priesthood or within her children. Love, very loving people, very open people, very happy people, very funny people. If I don't say so myself, they're people you want to be around. On when you're on good terms. But the old Olorisha would say, the same way the children of Oshun are honey, they're also vinegar, right? So you definitely want to. Not that it's a matter of fear; it's just a matter of consideration. Where you definitely don't want to hurt these people, because the response could be very uncomfortable, right? So I have to ask you, Poroye, what are some of the characteristics that you've noticed within the children of Oshun?
I think that first and foremost, the I think male and female energy is a little different for me
Oh
as
yes.
far as the children of Oshun. The men, what I've noticed, just from what I've seen, very charismatic people. They kind of they're attention getters, not necessarily seekers. You're gonna find like the male children of Oshun, like in some kind of maybe entertainment, or in the public eye or things like that, because they're very charismatic in that way. Um, I think they're friendlier that have found, as far as their demeanor, a little nicer, but bad temper, just like mom, just like Oshun. But the I think the female children of Oshun, that female energy is a little more complex. What I notice is that even we have to work on our character a lot, because we have very strong characters. We can be borderline confrontational. Um, so these are things that throughout life we need to work on as the children of Oshun, where I think the female energy comes across dominant, um, ambitious as well. Um, I think charismatic as well for the female energy. But one of the things I noticed, I think the female children of Oshun, we kind of hit people wrong. I've gotten this so much where people say, "Man, when I first saw you, I hated you,
I
but
couldn't have
then I
been more
got to
wrong.
know you, and you're so sweet. But when I first saw you, you seemed like a horrible person." So I guess we have this kind of this wall up maybe, or I really don't know what it is, but I know I've always said the people that I've gotten along least with, I'm sorry to say, is the children of Oshun, because we just difficult personalities. I have a strong personality, you have a strong personality, um, and so it's hard to get along with. Of course, I'm not referring to you,
Do you
honey.
remember when we
I'm talking
first
about the
met?
female.
Yo, do you remember when we
Check, check.
first met? It was real crazy. I remember I walked into the botanica, not this botanica, and I remember we kind of looked at each other, and I remember that interaction, and I was like, man, she's beautiful, but man, she's so standoffish. How can she shake my hand so weak? Like, oh my god. And when we actually got together, and you told me how you felt about me, I'm like, man, it's crazy that we got to this place, because even within each other, and I tell you, some of the best interactions with people come when that first interaction is a little not confrontational, but there's like distance, there's a little bit of standoffishness, because you're really analyzing each other, you're finding
Yeah.
something interesting in each other, and other characteristics I would say, um, really good spiritists. Within the practice of Ifan or Orisha, especially in the Lukumi aspect, you hear a lot of grandeur about the children of Yemaya. And they're really fabulous. To all the brothers and sisters out there on the blue team, you guys really naturally have quite a gift when it comes to the muerto. But I will say, spending a large portion of my apprenticeship there and really seeing multiple misas and mediums, the children of Oshun are very gifted. I remember my godfather would tell me stories about his godmother, Estrella Ocantomi, who lived in La Habana Vieja, who she was an excellent card thrower. In your experience, have you, I mean, obviously besides yourself, I mean, overall, have you seen that the children of Oshun have an aptitude for that?
Yes, I have. I think that I've seen in practice the children of Oshun are amazing. They're amazing mediums. A lot of them just have very natural abilities. A lot of the Oshuns that I've worked with, the children of Oshun, they have the ability to come into trance as well. It's very common. And I guess I would attribute it to, being the mother, having Oshun being the mother of the river, right? Of that water, that fluidity, right, is something that we kind of carry within us. So I have seen and noticed that, yes, the children of Oshun have proven to be very good natural mediums.
Absolutely. And I think that really goes to, very emotional people and not in a bad way, but people that are very in touch with their spirituality and are trying to delve deeper, just like into the river water. They're definitely perfectionists where the son of Oshun or daughter of Oshun has to accept that perfection is the enemy of progress, right? Sometimes we just have to accept, hey, this is how things came out. And we need to just move on because, we have so much to do and accomplish, whether it's within a spiritual context or professionally. We have to understand that things come out satisfactory. Not everything's going to be epic or perfect. We just have to move forward, right? Very honest people. um Sometimes, usually honesty is ugly, and a lie is beautiful, but we definitely don't delve into that. The children of Oshun, I've noticed, are very honest, very political, but honest nonetheless. And we like to sleep. I notice we really like to rest.
I definitely like to sleep.
Very opulent people in that regard. We really don't like to move a lot. And I think another thing to tap into is really the character of the vulture. And you speak of that duality with Oshun between the vulture and the peacock, how one really led to the other. When the peacock in the Odu Yobe saw that the world was going to end and they needed help, she said, and she put it upon herself, I'm going to save the world, where the children of Oshun have to be very careful trying to save. And she said, I'm going to go to heaven no matter what it takes. But by way of her flying to heaven and getting closer to the sun, or Olorun, her feathers started to turn black and burn, etc. And when she got to heaven, she was half dead, where Olodumare told her, please give this creature some water. Where Oshun, in her manifestation of Ikole, which is both of our paths, said, I'm here because Earth needs water. And Olodumare said, they're not going to appreciate you for what you've done. And you still want to save them, because he had punished them with a drought because they weren't practicing Ifa, or they weren't, really taking things seriously. And Oshun said, I just want them to be well regardless. With time, they'll understand my sacrifice. And he sent the rains, and that's why you see that duality within the personality of her children, whether either you're the peacock, you're very open, you're very jovial, you're very, accepting. And then you have the other aspect of things, which is the vulture. The vulture is actually not a violent animal. It doesn't eat anything that can, really, it can harm. It's already transitioned. So you just have to get to know it. You have to pet it. You have to make it feel comfortable. If you notice the vulture is kind of, sketchy, he'll jump away from things and he'll get scared very easily. And that's kind of reminiscent of that behavior. Have you seen that phenomenon as well, where you kind of see that distance? We just said it right now. Even when we met each other, we were kind of gauging each other. So do you feel that's accurate?
Definitely. I can definitely associate that story with what I've seen in real life.
So once again, we're talking about an archetype of a person, the duality that exists within human beings. So when we talk about Orisha, a lot of times people like to muddy it up and make it into this spooky thing, right? You know, oh, this is witchcraft. This is, this, that, the other. But really, it's just discussing archetypes. Let me go into another, because I'm going to come back to this, but I want to break down what orishas are when it comes to healing, okay? Because it's one thing we talk about just personality traits and things like this, but we need to understand what orisha are when it comes to in our world of healing. So, how are orisha involved in healing?
How are orishas involved in healing practices? Have you ever wondered how ancient traditions blend spirituality with health? In the Yoruba religious beliefs and practices, orishas play a vital role in healing. These spiritual forces govern various aspects of health, the body, and overall well-being. Each orisha is linked to specific parts of the body, natural elements, or life forces, influencing physical, emotional, and spiritual health. When illness strikes, it disrupts the balance between the body, spirit, and environment, which healing seeks to restore. The healing journey often starts with divination. A babalao, or priest, uses the Ifa system to consult Orunmila, the orisha of wisdom and divination. This process helps diagnose the root cause of the illness. The diagnosis then guides the selection of personalized treatments. These treatments may include herbal remedies, spiritual cleansing, and rituals tailored to the individual's condition. Orishas are symbolically represented in the body's anatomy and functions. For instance, Elegua represents the feet and earth, symbolizing movement and destiny. Yemaya is associated with the womb and water in the body, influencing fertility and nurturing. Ocean corresponds to blood and rivers, relating to vitality and flow. Oya governs the respiratory system and breath, connecting life force and soul. Obatala is linked to the head and mental clarity, while Shango influences the tongue and sexual energy. Ogun embodies strength and resilience. Healing rituals often include spiritual cleansing baths made with specific herbs. These herbs are chosen through divination, along with prayers and invocations to particular orishas. These baths are typically taken in significant locations, such as crossroads or riverbanks, to remove spiritual impurities and restore health. Additionally, protective amulets are empowered through prayers and offerings to orishas, guarding against harmful spiritual influences. Herbal medicine is deeply intertwined with orisha worship. Many plants are considered sacred and connected to specific orishas. Traditional healers combine their knowledge of plants with spiritual practices to treat illnesses holistically. This approach addresses both physical symptoms and spiritual imbalances. Orishas are involved in healing by guiding diagnosis, empowering treatments through their spiritual presence, and maintaining the balance necessary for health. Healing in this context is a practice that unites the physical, spiritual, and environmental dimensions of a person's life. This reflects the Yoruba worldview of interconnectedness and harmony, showcasing how ancient traditions continue to influence modern healing practices.
Okay, so as we got into it, yes. See, the Orisha are not just these archetypes of human character and behavior. They also connect to a body type, a body function. And when a certain sign comes up, then this thing, okay, well you might have an issue in this part of your body. So if say you do a divination and Oshun comes up, that means you might need to pay attention to your circulation and the blood flow. If Shango comes up, maybe your words, maybe how you're talking. If Ilegwa, okay, maybe how your things that you're doing. So all these things. Oh yeah, maybe your lungs might be need to be taken care of. So here's the thing: is that it's a very complex system of understanding, and when you have people that are not practitioners discuss it, they are discussing it at a very surface level, and the way that they go about it from a Christian standpoint, what they'll say is, "Oh, this is demonic." But at some point, this was the actual. They didn't have MRI machines. Okay, they didn't have CAT scans. What they had was a priest. Okay, and in Judaism, it was called a Levitical priest that would cast the Urim and Thummim. So all this stuff is really connected in a lot of ways, but a lot of times people want to demonize certain things and don't understand the full context of it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Let's go a little further.
And it just goes to show, the children of Oshun, what I see is that we love hard. We love hard, and
Yes.
we love others above ourselves sometimes, and it's something we need to work on as far as character building. But it just goes to show that it's not what it seems on the outside, where Oshun is seen to be, this, just beautiful, being, and, just sensual and all these things that's great. But, when you really, really, really delve into who she was and who she is, then you see all the sacrifices and all of the pain that she actually went through.
Very well put. And when you're the Odisha of love, everybody's very interested in, what was Ochun's love life like? And you can't really mention that whole epic without mentioning a gentleman named Shango, right? Who is Shango? Shango is the epitome of masculinity and virility, right? He's charismatic. He was a drummer. He was a dancer. He was a man's man. Everybody wanted to be just like him. And Oshun was actually the epitome of what women wanted to be, beautiful, sensual, well dressed, perfume, all of those archetypes. But ironically, these two people couldn't have been less compatible. When we look at the mythology of Ifa, at least from a relationship standpoint, Oshun and Shango had a very up and down relationship, right? And one that ultimately didn't last. When we look at the Odu of Obara Obe, it speaks of when Oshun was a queen, right? One of the things we mentioned. And she had everything any woman could ask for, but the one thing she didn't have was love. So there was a gentleman that lived in the village whose name was Shango. And Shango here, at least in this Odu, he wasn't a king yet. He came from, a family of, I guess, some prestige, but he himself really wasn't anybody to consider. He hadn't done anything. But Oshun, having all of these characteristics, said, I'm really interested in that man. I want to give him a shot. So she got close to him. They started fraternizing and courting each other. And she says, I want to make you a king. I'll give you the crown. I'll give you legitimacy. You'll have everything you want and need. And Shango said, sure. She made it very easy for him, and she wasn't ugly. So how could he say no? But the issue is Shango, once he had all this luxury and all this capability, he started getting distracted. What were Shango's distractions? He had an alcohol habit. He was in all the drummings. He was a little bit of a philanderer. And Oshun's patience, little by little, started growing thin, right? Until one night, Shango came through the door in one of his, drunken rages. And Oshun said, I'm getting really tired of this conduct. I can't live like this. I've given you everything and you've given me less than half. And Shango, in his stupor, raised his hands to her, right? Where at that moment, Oshun was so taken off guard. She decided to, basically at that moment, evict him from the house. And there was a thunder and lightning storm and a rainstorm going on outside. When Olodumare saw that Shango had struck his daughter, who was Oshun, being that she is recognized as one of his legitimate daughters, he actually sent a lightning bolt and it killed Shango. And when Shango died, his crown fell on the ground. And Elegua, who's always watching everything, picked up the crown and went running back to Oshun's palace where she was crying on the floor, and he gave her back Shango's crown, where Elegua said, this always belonged to you. Oshun, from that point forward, not the most beautiful tale, kind of lived in misery and solitude because the man she loved the most wasn't ready for all of that pressure. So, Poroye, hearing that Pataki, is it safe to say that, from time to time we can see the parallels between that story and kind of the transcendency, from a romantic standpoint of the daughters of Oshun, or, in general, all that women can gain from that literature.
I think yes, definitely. One of the things that is important for anyone to understand is that sometimes we want what we want at all costs, and even if that may not be the best thing for us. In the story, Oshun gave Chango everything, but what was he bringing to the table? That's really the question, right? That
Exactly.
Oshun unfortunately had to learn, had to experience a lifetime of sorrow and sadness, learning that really there was nothing that she could do to change his character, to change what he was going to do, the decisions that he was going to make. And I think that just relationships in general, it's important to learn from a story like that and learn from Oshun's history, in that if we want to have a good love and we want to have good relationships, there has to be a balance, and there has to be a give or take, and we can't give all of ourselves if we're not getting in return. And I think that's what we need to learn from that story and that misery that Oshun went through, ultimately, so that we can learn from it.
Yeah,
So just I just wanted to like play that little bit to like give you guys an idea because there's so many misconceptions. Beyonce is a witch. Oh, she's a daughter of Oshun. Oh, that's witch. She's doing witchcraft. No, in Ifa is a way of life. It is not witchcraft. And I want to differentiate between what Ifa is and what is witchcraft. So let's go into it.
It's a traditional spiritual system of the Yoruba people of Nigeria.
Ifa is an African traditional way of life. Some may call it a spirituality, some may call it a religion, but it is a way of harmonizing ourselves with the world around us, the universe around us, so that we can flow through this life.
Ifa is the study or the observation of life. When you study and observe life, you begin to recognize things about yourself, others, your community. It's countless revelations. Ifa is a way that we focus that intent, focus that observation.
Ifa is a way of life. And through that, we study a way of life through the deities of nature that are explained through nature. And in Ifa, we believe in one God, and but we believe those aspects of God are carried out or explained through forces of nature. So those are just extensions of God, rather than we don't pray to the rain, or we don't pray to the rocks. We pray to that force of life that is through God, through those things that are living. But the practice and the traditions is just a way of life. It's just how we communicate with the Creator and our surroundings and our ancestors.
Our ancestors then are our link to divinity. They are our link to divinity. That's the best way to explain it, that we are praising our ancestors because also what they provide for us is a divine record of consciousness of our family. They are the divine internet. If we are trying to draw on our own personal files within the memory of our own computer, then our access to information is limited. If we take that same computer and connect to the internet, a whole different thing happens. It's the same computer, but now it's connected to the internet. The analogy is that we are the computer. That if we try to rely on our own brain to come up with all the answers that we are dealing with on a daily basis, especially in a world of oppression like this, in a world of unfairness like this, in a world of injustice like this, in a world where we see things being destroyed that we care about, then we are indeed lost because all we have is our one lifetime. When we draw upon the lifetimes of our ancestors, it's like our computer is now connected to the divine internet. And once we connect to that internet, then we have answers that extend across lifetimes. We begin to see patterns in our family. We begin to understand patterns of our resistance in the family. We begin to understand the things that the ancestors did and why.
We honor our ancestors. First and foremost, ancestors are the foundation. And an Egun Joko is a ceremony that helps us to communicate and honor and give thanks to the ancestors. Egun is the Yoruba word for ancestor. And Joko means to come sit.
To come sit, okay.
Yes. So Egun Joko, come sit. We invite the ancestors to come sit with us. We make offerings, we say prayers, we make requests, and then the ancestors give us the messages, and the messages that we get, we know are from them because we have appealed to them to come.
Ori, O means he, she, or it. Re means to see. When we look at our head, we can see that our head is a site of all of our senses. We hear from our head, we see from our head, we smell from our head, we taste from our head. We touch, we think of touch being here. But all too often, we can actually pick up something that's not hot enough to burn our hands, but yet we can burn our mouth with it. So I say, touch is most sensitive here as well. You see what I'm saying? So that puts all 5 of our senses as having their strongest locations within our head. Ori is the convergence because of that sensory region, but also the sensory apparatus. It allows the energy of the spirit to enter. It allows the energy of the heart to enter. It allows the energy of the body, of the mind to be a part of the process, so that all of that is taking place inside of physically or metaphysically the head. So that's what we call the Ori, that place where the mind, spirit, and heart meets. Ori Sha. Yeah, Ori again means the head. Sha means to own.
Sha means to own.
Yeah, so the owner of the head. Each elemental force within the universe, and there's 7 primary that we kind of lean to in the New World. Yes. Those forces are capable at the child's birth of connecting to that child because they understand that child's path. And they, in principle, are connecting to that child. The principle is connecting to a personality. So it can manifest itself down on this plane to make the will of God be known and happen here on this plane. Those Orisha are selecting that child. And because that child is choosing his destiny, in a sense, it's also selecting that Orisha. So that Orisha is a selected head. That child is a head that's been selected. So there's a selected head relationship that goes on between those two.
Orishas are, like I said, the forces of nature. In Voodoo, they're called the Loa. In the Kemetic system, they are the Netters. They are functions of God. They are the messengers. They are the forces of nature.
Eshu Ogun, and Ochosi, which in simpler terms are called the warriors of Ifa. Why that? They open up the way for you. Okay, those are the ones that when your life, they go to bat for you to make your life better.
I don't know if you are familiar with the revolution in Haiti, the story of Toussaint Louverture. And it's reputed that he first went to Ogun to help the fight to overthrow the French, and Ogun refused. So he went to Gede, which is Ilegba, and Ilegba agreed to help, and they made the right sacrifice. But the switch is that they gained their independence, but the French, they were so mad that they kept them impoverished. So maybe someone didn't do the full sacrifice. I don't know.
Because that was the same thing we had done in New Orleans, was to create this syncretism, you know, because what had happened was that we could not openly and overtly practice African religion. When we began to understand Christianity, that's one of the things I think people don't give us credit for. We did not hear the stories of all the miracles that we heard from Christianity for the first time. The raising of the dead is nothing new in Africa. You know, the divine or miraculous birth is nothing new in Africa. You know, so with that, when these things were brought to us in Portuguese, in English, in French, in Spanish for the first time, we were not hearing them for the first time. We were hearing them in those colonial languages and under those auspices. Understand. And so it's easy for us to become very good Christians in that sense, because now we needed it for our survival. So outwardly, as we would say in New Orleans, we're 90% Catholic and 110% voodoo. Music is very important in Ifa for the simple reason that we know music is vibrations, that vibrations are wavelengths. Wavelengths are capable of changing human consciousness. We already know that when we measure a person's brain waves, we can determine alpha, beta, and all the different signatures of brain waves is oscillations. When we look at a rhythm, we actually know that too is an oscillation. When we look at the colors of the Orisha, assigned to the Orisha, each color is a wavelength. Each wavelength of color carries its own oscillation. So what we're doing in music is actually creating sonic colors. We're actually creating sonic colors that affect the 7 energy centers of the human body. When we affect those 7 energy centers, we're able of moving that energy around, so an instant level or instantaneous level of super consciousness can find itself an open door in that person. And we find what's sometimes called possession. And in that person is capable of doing things that they do not do. To hold a knife and put it against your hand and not cut yourself. To hold fire and not burn yourself. To heal a person because you've touched them. These are things that a human being is not normally capable of doing, rather than when there's a super consciousness that has replaced that personality with a greater personality, because this door has been opened, this gateway through which this energy has flowed, because music has opened the doorway to create that sonic vibration for that energy to ride down on, because music creates a semi-solid mass. You understand? It's like this stuff is ethereal around us all the time, but music creates a semi-solid mass that becomes kind of a or not even a kind of, it is a wormhole into other dimensions, into those places, into those into the divinosphere, into the levels of life that we're not aware of around us, for it to be pulled through. When it pulls through, miracles happen.
So let me just say this, all right? Because when we talk about a religion that's been practiced from ancient times, that comes from that same area of the Nile Valley, of Kemet, of where the Hebrew, of that whole area, it's interesting how people can make assumptions when they don't know what they're even talking about. So I just wanted to really break it down. You know, let me go into the conversation that we had with Baba Yasha Bayer, where he really got into Ifa. And may he rest in peace. And I'm so grateful that I was able to just sit with the elder. And he is now an ancestor. And much love to him. And I'm going to continue to give reverence to him because he sat down, he took his time out. 79 years now. Well, actually, he was 80 when he passed, but he was 80 years old. And he sat down when he was 79 and worked with me until he was 80. He passed on. May he rest in peace. But let's go into some of the things he said and where he broke down Ifa, principles of Ifa. You know, the experts do this.
I don't know about that.
So all right, let's go. All right,
What I would
principles of
like,
Ifa.
Modupe, sister, I would like for us to tell people to get pencil and paper, take off their emotions, and let's go to class and study, and let's don't wait till we get through before you want to jump in with a lot of questions. Then we'll do a question and answer for them when we get through some of this foundations because we got a lot to lay out here. And I want to thank my colleague Agun Bamey from the Agun Metaphysical Temple there in Dallas, Texas. I operate the Rumula Metaphysical Temple here in Tallulah, Louisiana. So we operate from an esoteric metaphysical level. So we may be a little bit different. I also want to let people know I am an ascending master. It's a Baba, but I was elevated spiritually to what they call an ascending master. Now, there is no certain initiation to get to be an ascending master. It's something that you, through the years of study, you acquire and you reach a certain level and a certain dimension. And I've been, through my roots reading, they declared and found out that I was one of the ancient ones and I am an ascending master. If my sister would like to, she can pull up for the benefit of those that do not know what an ascended master is. I'd like you to let's clarify what I mean. I go with Baba, but I am an ascending master. So let them know what an ascending master, if you don't mind, give them the definition of what an ascending master. We're gonna use some definitions. What does it mean of an ascending master, Sister Monica? Would you read it for them, please?
All right, ascended masters are spiritually enlightened beings in theosophical and related spiritual traditions, believed to achieve higher state of being after a series of spiritual transformations. They are often seen as teachers and guides for humanity, helping individuals on their path to enlightenment.
In my reading, they said I had been to the planet 13 times, and this is my 13th visit. So, and I some things that I say and do, people just seem to cannot cope with it. But I am an ascending master, and I think my brother had hit that same level as well because of things we look at. We don't look at it like everybody look at it. So, what I want to do now, first and foremost, the question is, what is Ifa? I want to do with the what is, and we're gonna do some historical foundation. You're gonna be surprised. What is Ifa? Ifa is a binary, esoteric, metaphysical, mathematical algorithm of divination system that was used by our ancestors for many millennia. It is considered a master database of indigenous knowledge encompassing their divination system. As a binary system, Ifa has been known in Africa on many variations, which all have their cultural applications that are based on local and ethnicity. Ifa is a living tradition that can grow and thrive under many different ethnic groups and locations. Its ability to thrive is based on its universal ability to African diaspora as a connection point between the ancestral legacy and the African forefather and mother. It is oftentimes continuing the legacy of generation to generation. Ifa appeals to nature and spiritual support of our lives by establishing a variable and desirable path for growing enlightenment. And I want that to be said too because people have taken this out of context. They've taken it out of context. And what I want to do is, Sister Monica, there's a book called Ifaism, The Complete Work of a Rumula. And Brother Bob O'Bang.
I don't have it, Bob. I don't have it right now. I don't have it right now.
Sister Monica, I sent you the open page on it. I so hope you had it, but the open page on it. So I want the other one I want to go to. It's called The Introduction. It's the other one, sister. We haven't got that. Oh, there it is. There it is. And I'm going. I want you to work with it because my helpmate is gone to do a little what you call it, home health care. Would you please read the complete work of Arumala, Divinity of Wisdom? Would you please read the highlighted part?
Ifa philosophy is one of the different forms of knowledge revealed.
One of the oldest.
Unfortunately, the revelations of Oromila since the beginning of time has been shrouded in utter secrecy, and those who could afford the time and leisure to acquire it had no means of leaving any records behind them. Whatever we know of Ifa today has been handed down from generation to generation. A lot of what people know about Ifa is also revealed, even to this day, by Oromila himself, he because he constantly appears to his adherers in dreams to teach them what they ought to know about him and his works. Knowledge of Ifa has many survived by oral tradition, mainly survived by oral tradition, from one Ifa priest to another. No conscious effort has been made to record the complete works of Oromila for public consumption. Even the priests themselves are often reluctant to part with their knowledge for fear that if the knowledge becomes public property, the mythical facade behind which they operate will be destroyed. This is not entirely their fault because it takes at least 21 years of indentured servitude to produce a proficient Ifa priest.
Okay, and if you notice it, but later on, they began to our European brothers got nosy, and they want to go over and find. So there was a guy by the name of William Bascom, and he went out and wrote a book and published a book. Now I'm going back with him since I think it's 1962. Now this is the book. If you can get a look, it says Ifa divination, communication between God and man in Western African civilization. It was this talk not about a bunch of folks getting together creating Igbe. It was about how to elevate the individual to come in balance and harmony with your celestial side and terrestrial. Not about going out and building a bunch like building churches. It's Ifa is a binary system that is designed to elevate and raise us from a celestial side to terrestrial to bring them down, because we left, and note this word, we left the Dianosphere coming to the world, and when we arrived here from the celestial to terrestrial, we had to find a way to keep the balance. A lot of people went out because we were in such an identity. They grabbed a lot of things and ran around with it, put this on, put that. That is not Ifa. Ifa is not fortune telling. Ifa is not spookism. Ifa is not superstition. Ifa is a communication system divine by the divine creator Olodumare, and the system that we can communicate with the Dianosphere. It was first Dianosphere, then it was the Biosphere, Technosphere. Now we're in a thing called Matrix, the last one they came up with. But the main thing is we got to be able to communicate between our Ori, which is celestial, and our heart, which is terrestrial. And the balance is all about building you up as a character to fulfill your divine purpose and to be able to reach your assignment. In Ifa, when we left before we left the Dionysus, according to Ifa, it said that we came before the Grand Council of the Orishas and Elders, and we asked to come here to help make the world a better place. In this assignment, we took all the tools we need to come to the world to do the job, but somewhere along the line, we got distracted. I want that to soak in. And in the process, we wind up getting out there, getting intellectually drunk, and we come up with a whole lot of stuff that is not Ifa, as we read earlier. So I want to go back now, and I want to dispel one of the things that the Yoruba people, though we give much respect and honor to them, they are not the originators of Ifa in the terrestrial world. I want that to go in. even though we give them a lot of credit, but they are not the original owners of the Odus or the process. Now, if you notice, if this white guy went in there and created a book, and the book was first written because before it was not allowed to be written. William Bascom, in the year under the Indiana Press, he went in, and that was in 1969, and created a book for the communication between man and God. And these are some of the things that he wrote in his book about the various Odus and where he got his information from. There was another guy came along. I'm giving you the history behind him. These are white people. There was no really brother doing any writing at first. Here's another guy. His name is, he's called Sacred Ephah Oracles, Ped J, and the guy's name is Philip Newmark. Philip Newmark is down in Florida. He's the one that initiated Anna Van Zandt. Okay, and so why am I saying it? Because many of the brothers who came out with
so it was a white guy who initiated Ayana Van Zandt?
Yes, his name is Philip Newmark. He's the one that initiated her down in Florida in the Grove. Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
So wait, was she already did she go straight to be a Yanifa, or did he initiate her first into Orisha and then she went into
I don't know the process. All I know that she was one of the ones that he initiated once he set up back in the day down in Florida. And see, a lot of folks didn't know that she was a priestess that went through that particular system under Philip Newmark. She's in a book called Jambalaya. They were written. Her name is in it. And see, so we've got a lot of people, even in the entertainment world, that have been initiated into the religion. I didn't say spirituality. I said the religion, because Ifa is a science. It is a binary mathematical science. Is used to communicate. So a lot of these things we're doing for these initiations to get these different levels, this is something they tapped on. That is culture. That is not Ifa. Ifa is a binary system. Ifa, and we got that video we'll get around to. Ifa is designed for you to learn how to communicate with the celestial world you came from, and while you're in this terrestrial world, we're celestial beings in a terrestrial world, having a celestial experience in a terrestrial world, and that's where the imbalance come in. And we were trying to find a ways how to reconnect to our ancient past, which is not our ancient past. We're talking about in the celestial realm, and we miss it because in a quest for identity, we took on a whole lot of different jackets and stuff. Everybody claimed to be it, but I have the document to go back and show you that the word Ifa, that was a group of people called Ifa. There's a group called the North. I think I sent you a copy of that. Because we got to, history is the best reward for those for their research. So let's go to the history and show people, because even Ifa is older than Egyptology. Here we go. You can put it up. Go back up. I got it highlighted. Ifa civilization. You see it says Ifa civilization. Would you please read that? Now this comes from the University of Ifa of Ifa knowledge. Will you read?
All right, Ife is important. Okay, Ife.
What was called Ife? We call it Ifa. We call it Ife. Go ahead.
Ife is important because it's terracotta and bronze heads. Objects such as stools and figures were carved on hard stones called quartz. White animal figure and animal and human figure were carved from granite and decorated with iron nails. An example is Opa Oramayan in Ile Ife. Most of the bronze and terracotta heads were said to be a life-size, decorated with facial marks, natural hair. Some of the bronze heads were said to be portraits of some of the rulers. Uni. Art historians believe that Ife art originated from the Nok civilization because of the similarities to the two, especially beaded neck, wrists, and ankles. They also believe that it was from the Ife that Benin probably learned bronze sculpture.
And the North people lived 43,000 years ago. Now I can go back 200.
I'm sorry. Is this Jasmine? Did you mean to come up here?
Yes. Ivan sent me the link.
Okay.
Well, I'd like them to hold on until we get to lay the foundation. So the North people goes back 43,000 years ago. There was nobody called Yoruba 43,000 years ago. And we'll get into the journey of Oremia, the last son of Oduduwa. That goes into this. A lot of folks don't know that the North civilization, they call it the Bronze Age, like they go back 43,000 years. Egypt was probably around 10,000. But here's a people that goes back beyond that, and I could go back into the big number. I'm gonna play around kindergarten cosmology, 200,000 years. There's another group that was practicing this same science called the Sand People. They go back 150 to 200,000 years. This science has permeated a whole lot of other cultures. So no one can claim to be it unless you go back 200,000 years. A lot of people never heard of the North, but they never know there was such a thing as an E5 civilization, and that's where to look at how did all this came to be, and why it took on so much antidote and so much weight that almost people don't even want to do it because you got so many do's and don'ts. That is not what E5 is. That's culture and essence, what you can and cannot do. You can't eat this, you can't do that. E5 is strictly a communication device for you to be able to communicate with your celestial self and your terrestrial. Every so-called religion has a divination system that they use. E5 is not tarot card. It ain't fortune telling. It ain't none of that stuff. And a lot of folks will take E5 and make it into a weapon. I'm around to do it so I can kill a chicken and I can control your life and you can do all this. That is not what E5 is about. E5 is about building you up, your character, that you can fulfill and complete your journey. It's all about you. Self-individual, independence, bored of all the hang-up because you came with a single purpose and only you can fulfill that purpose. And E5 helps keeps you on track. I want that to settle in. Okay, do you want to add anything to that before I proceed on?
No, Baba, you're doing an excellent job.
So, and what we got caught up in, as time went along, sister, a lot of brothers began to find out the ability to make money and take people who don't know nothing and tell them a whole lot of unnecessary stuff based on their line when it came in. If you know, I asked you earlier, and I love it. I said, well, when did E5 come to this particular diaspora? You said, well, in New York, so and so, so and so. Well, when it came to the Dallas area, it came from Ajifumi II when he came back from being anointed king over in Abeokuta. But now William Bascom got his thing out of Oremo. So he was initiated in a whole nother part of the country. So he got things a little different. And most everybody came up, had a different place they got initiated. Some got initiated in Abeokuta, and quite less you're gonna get that. Some got initiated over in Cameroon, some got initiated over in Igbo and so forth. So as the priest would teach them certain things, but the nuts and bolts of the algorithm and the binary code comes from E5. Other day I had you look at a thing, it's called African fractal. Do you remember that? African fractal.
Yes.
Could you pull that up also? Because there's another part of this thing. And what happened when I say that, because that was a guy who got a Fulbright scholarship to go over there to learn this system. This system that he found, that's the one that the world runs on there, that runs the world's computers. Been doing it since the military got hold to it on the O's and ones. It runs the computers of the world. And the guy tells you that in the video. We'll get to that. He says this is what runs. So E5 system was run our computer. What we right now we got going, it came out of E5. Pull up African fractal. Most probably never heard of it.
So, okay, we have a person that has come. Welcome to the panel on Pan-African mulattoism.
Pan-mulattoism and peace, sis. How you doing?
Listen, I'm playing, post-mortem video of Baba Yashabaya. And this kind of came when I saw a video, someone sent it to me of a person talking about like Beyonce and how she's a witch and then she's a daughter of Oshun and that this is all witchcraft and this, that, the other. And so I'm just trying to clear up the misconception of the understanding of E5. What exactly did you want to bring to the table?
Well, once again, I want to say rest in paradise to the elder. I had a dialogue with him. Matter of fact, I think I might have had more than one dialogue with him on your panel, actually. So I got to at least salute you for that. Rest in peace to the elder. Peace and power to the elder. Much condolences and strength to his family, really. Now, as far as the EFA, debacle, I'll say this. Now, I see both sides of, why Black Americans, or many Black Americans at least, can be oppositional to EFI. I get it. I understand it. A lot of it is due to the assessment of, listen, we know that we have African ancestry. We also know that we were betrayed by many Africans during the transatlantic chattel enslavement that our ancestors went through. So I see both sides of it. Me, I come from the the hoodoo tradition, which puts the focal point on our U.S. freedmen ancestors specifically. So there is that. I do acknowledge that, we do have ancestral ties to Ifa, but I also understand why many Black Americans, many so-called Black Americans, can be oppositional against Ifa. I would be a liar if I pretended that I did not understand. Really, I at least have to, say that. Additionally, and when I say this, I'm not trying to switch gears. It's actually pertinent to the discussion that's being had on your panel right now. I think really the root of what we are seeing is that descendants of U.S. chattel slaves are standing on our own square as our own ethnicity. So when foreign ideologies and foreign customs and foreign religions are placed in front of us, we are naturally having a knee-jerk reaction, which is to reject it. And I think that this rejection will only increase over time. Even with Pan-Africanism, once again, I see both sides of it. I understand a Black American going to Africa, creating businesses in Africa, buying real estate in Africa. Not only do I understand it, I encourage it. I got real estate in Cameroon myself. So I would never act like I don't understand it. Additionally, I also understand a Black American distinguishing himself or herself from the continental African. Why do I understand it? Because when we go to Africa, the continental Africans make a distinction between themselves and us, whether it's for better or for worse, whether they have an aversion to us or they are loving of us, they are still able to distinguish themselves from us. So a lot of it is a yin and a yang, and I hate to use a Chinese a Chinese concept, but it's a yin and a yang. I see the the positivity and the negativity. I see both sides of, a lot of the things that we're discussing right now. But my question to you is, and when I say this, we've had a lot of debates on your panel, but I'm asking this for genuine understanding. You being a descendant of U.S. chattel slaves, why are you unable to, and maybe I'm using the wrong word when I say unable to, but why do you refuse to identify yourself? Even if you don't like the term foundational Black American, why are you unable to identify with members of your own ethnicity that use this terminology?
Well, Black and American, really the only reason why I identify myself as an African American is because that's the only decision or checkbox that's there when I have to like identify myself on my job description. I don't consider myself as a American, a Black, African, any of that. I think I am a supreme being. So therefore, I don't even acknowledge any of that type of thing. And so therefore, that's why I say that we shouldn't be beholden to any slab of land that we're on because at the end of the day, like, yeah, we're here in America, but I'm not gang anything. I'm gang uh the spirit. And I think that I'm just a spirit here experiencing life as a human being, and the label of this and that and black and all these other things are just human concepts that we come up to just describe what's going on. Even the understanding of um certain aspects of chattel slaves and all these things are just human ways of that we've came up with to describe a time period in which we were put into bondage. So I don't consider myself a slave. So I don't even identify with any slave mentality or discussion when it comes to that. So a lot of this stuff is really slave mentality. And so I no, I refuse to consider myself as a black, which is a color, American. Now I might be foundational, but hell, I think that if you are from any lineage beyond just human understand, we are foundational human beings. I don't really ascribe to any limitation on my ability as a human being to exist. So I don't even look at life from a landmass mindset. That's why when I talk about business, I'm like global. I'm a human being on earth. So I
Well,
don't
can I ask you this?
okay, yeah, so I don't necessarily like I'm here in America. I was born in America, but am I only an American? No, I'm a human. I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. So let's go. Go
All
ahead.
right, and I want to simplify the question because I acknowledge that the question I asked it left a lot of wiggle room. My question is, do you acknowledge that ethnicity exists genetically, and if so, what is your ethnicity?
Well, ethnicity. Based on the DNA test I took, I mean, I'm various ethnicities. I have a little bit of Asian, I have a little bit of Caucasian, I have a little bit of African. I got all type of different ethnicities of people that are within me, and that even makes the argument for that I'm just a global. I'm a human having an experience. There's so many different people from that just that came together to make up who I am now. So I don't subscribe to the ethnicities argument. I
And
think
I'm
that
glad you brought up. I'm
we're
glad you
human
brought up.
beings having a we are spirits having a human experience. We are supreme beings. Once
And
we
I'm
get
glad.
past
Oh, go
that,
ahead.
we can get past like the chains that bind us.
And I'm glad you brought up the particular mix that you are the product of. That particular mixture, I'm asking, who else has that specific mixture on Earth?
I think it's all individual based on your DNA. I don't think that there's like if I like look at your DNA sample,
Uh huh.
if I look at my own sister and I see her DNA, it's gonna differ from my own children. Their DNA mix is gonna be because when God put us on this earth, we're all individuals, and very, very unique individuals.
No,
And so
but DJ Genesis, I'm
my
asking a.
understanding of a creator, no, there's no individual that's gonna have my exact DNA
No, no,
mix.
I didn't ask you that. I said that specific mix, it occurred in a particular place. Could we at least agree on that?
I don't know. I don't have everybody's DNA to like
No,
make
no,
that.
I'm talking about your particular mix. It occurred in a particular place, right?
For me, yes, I was
Exactly.
in America, and yes,
Exactly. Now,
DNA
don't
came.
you realize there are literally approximately 44 million other people who have a similar genetic composition that occurred in the same place as you?
I don't know. I haven't looked at everybody's DNA.
Well, don't you realize that we don't have to speculate?
Show
The
me your,
ancestry.
show me your DNA, and then show me mine. Tell me how it's gonna. Do you have your
Exactly.
DNA?
I'm glad you asked that. With AncestryDNA.com, when you take the DNA test, and full disclosure, may I ask what DNA test you took?
I took both.
Exactly. So you know, and I know, when you take the AncestryDNA.com ancestry test, it shows you if you come from what they label as Southern African Americans. You know this, right?
Mine said Chesapeake Bay. Yeah, I guess that's what you was.
Exactly. Those are a particular group of people, right? That's a particular ethnicity genetically. So we don't have to, and when I say this, I'm not accusing you of anything. I don't want to trigger you, but we don't have to pretend that we don't come from a particular ethnicity. So back to my,
I'm
go
saying
ahead, go ahead.
it's different. It doesn't matter. Like all this stuff
No,
that
no,
we.
I didn't ask you if I didn't ask you if it matters.
No, because
Respectfully,
you're trying
go ahead.
to narrow me down to a ethnicity,
No,
and
no,
I'm
actually, I'm not.
way more than that. I'm way more than a
And
Chesapeake Bay descendant from Barbados or whatever they said.
and DJ Genesis, you
Came
don't
over
have to.
from Africa, Nigeria, that had all this mixture, and then also the Nordic and the Scottish.
Uh huh.
More than that.
So just so I'm clear, you will deny.
Human, I
Go
can.
ahead.
No, I'm not denying anything. I'm saying,
Exactly. So you acknowledge you come from a particular ethnicity, right?
okay, so what is the point? That's not
So
what
the
my
point, and I'm glad you asked it, is back to the initial question I
here's
asked.
the question. Here's the question. Did you read the title
Go ahead.
before you
Yeah,
came in?
I'm responding to the actual title.
Okay, what is the title? The
Yeah,
misunderstanding of African spirituality.
exactly. And I was trying to address that, and I'm
So
showing you the correlation.
what you're talking about have to do with
Yes.
African
And
spirituality?
and let me say this: I like seeing you on panels when you don't have the ability to mute,
I
because
didn't
I know it's coming.
mute you. I just talked over you.
I know
I,
it's coming.
have I muted you yet? No, I haven't.
But it's coming. You know it is, because I'm not even being disrespectful. I'm not being contentious.
No, it's not coming. Go ahead.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
who want to
Because
derail the conversation
no, no,
from
it's in direct relation. It's in direct relation.
you are so hell bent on FBA. You're not going to change. A man
No,
convinced.
it's in
Have
reference
you
to the
ever
title.
read? Have you ever read How to Win Friends and Influence People? Have you ever read that by Neil? I think it's Dale Carnegie.
All right, that's a deflection.
No, it's not.
Respectfully.
A
All right.
man convinced. You can listen. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. And let me tell you this: here lies the tomb of so and so Gray, who died protecting his right of way. He was right as he sped along, but he's just as dead as if he was wrong. Here's the thing: I'm going to keep my opinion no matter what you say. So, as much as you want to come here and try to make the argument for FBA, which that's not the subject, the subject is the misunderstanding of African spirituality, in which I'm a priest of. You can try to divert and derail the conversation to make it an FBA conversation and try to tell me about my lineage when I'm like, I don't listen. I have FBA lineage. I'm an FBA. Okay, if that
I
makes you
respect
happy,
you for that. I respect you for that.
FBA.
Admitting is the first step.
But do I believe in FBA as according to the word FBA, right? I don't believe in a label of FBA that someone just came up with a couple days ago.
But you
I
acknowledge that you are FBA, and I respect you for that.
Okay, if
Respect.
that's what it took, is that what the point was for me to acknowledge that? Okay, yes,
That's the first step. Now just get in unison with your family. That's all I'm saying.
there's no more. Listen, I is what as far as a lineage is concerned. My family comes from America.
Yes. Much love to you, sis.
Okay,
Really.
and I've always said that. I've never negated that.
Now, and much love to you. And look, I got a phone call, but I'm glad you admitted to being FBA. Much
Okay,
love to you.
at no
All right.
point did I ever say that I was not a Black American that came
Yes,
from,
ma'am.
or African American, or whatever they want to call
I
it.
love you for that. Let's end on a good note, because I just got a phone call. Please, I have to go.
American tomorrow. Today is tomorrow's FBA.
Exactly. Much
Tomorrow
love.
somebody else will come up a charismatic leader that's going to call it something else. I don't
All right.
really like. I'm a supreme being.
I'm glad you acknowledge your lineage and ethnicity. I have to go. I just got a phone call, but much love to you. All right.
All
Peace.
right, peace. All right. Let me get back to what the subject is because I think that that's what he wanted to. And the point is, and it still doesn't matter because this is not the discussion that we're having. The discussion we're having is the misconception of African spirituality. That's the subject. So if that makes him feel better because through a line of questioning, but even when I was on the panel earlier, on Freeze's panel, I said yes, I have. They said that on my DNA that my people came from Africa into Barbados and up into the Chesapeake Bay. And they call us the Chesapeake Bay Black American, whatever, African Americans. That's what Chesapeake Bay African American. I can show you my DNA. What does that have to do with African spirituality, which is what we're trying to make understood the misconception of? What difference does it make? You know what happens that when we die? Whatever this skin is, that's black or whatever, it sheds and we're a spirit. So all this stuff is it's medial. It doesn't mean anything. Right now, I am in a body of a black woman from America with Nordic and Irish and a Barbado and whatever the heck, from Chesapeake Bay, African American. My great grandparents and all this other stuff. But the point is that I was a Christian and I learned about Egyptology, I learned about the Judaism, and I learned about Islam, and I chose African spirituality. Out of all the different things that I've learned in my time, I've been learned about Buddhism, I learned about Taoism, Hinduism. I studied all these different things. I got into the Pan-Africanist movement. I learned from Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan. I went down the whole realm of different schools of thought, and I chose this one. So what is the point? I'm a supreme being. I'm more than the body that I came in here with. And once we get outside of that, this whole way of identifying ourselves based on our shell, we'll go a lot further when we understand that we are supreme beings and we control everything that's around us, and that life is really a matrix. Let's go back into the real discussion we was having here. I don't know what the point. Maybe that makes him feel good that I said. I don't know what that point was. Okay, and I don't really get it. Go ahead, take your call, sir. Let's go.
Can I take my time? Permission to take my time. My beloved sister, because you're the host.
I'm trying to find the one African fractals. The one, okay.
Yeah. Don't you have a copy of the video of my video? I did 2.5 B.
Named George Cantor. And Cantor decided he was going to take a line and erase the middle third of the line, and then take those two resulting lines and bring them back into the same process, a recursive process. So he starts out with one line, and then two, and then four, and then 16, and so on. And if he does this an infinite number of times, which you can do in mathematics, he ends up with an infinite number of lines, each of which has an infinite number of points.
Monica.
So he realized he had to set this number of
elements. If you don't mind, I want to show you something. That's Chinese I Ching, people. That's how the Chinese I Ching look, which came out of Ifa. Proceed. Go ahead.
So just to be clear, this African fractal, this is going into the Cantor set. The Cantor set was a way that they actually came up with the modern computing. So what he's going to do is draw the parallel between the I Ching, Ifa, and modern computing, which is what the Cantor set had. Ifa being a divination system, I Ching being a divination system, and then finally the Cantor set, which is actually what was used in modern computing. Why is Cantor important? Cantor actually went to Africa to learn the divination systems to come up with the binary code of modern computing. But here's the thing: is that they don't teach this in school. Ismail Martinez wants to come up. Let's welcome Ismail. What do you want to say?
Hello. What's going on? Peace to the Most High. First and foremost, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Am I intruding or am I being intrusive?
No, that's fine. What did you want to say, or did you want to listen to more, or did you where did you want to
Oh
go?
no, I was just listening for a second. I mean, the panel is about what's the purpose of life, right?
No, the panel is about the misunderstanding of African spirituality.
All right, yeah, I guess I'm in the wrong room. God bless you, Queen.
All right, God bless you. Okay, so let's go back to it. So here we go into this Cantor set. So what he's going to do is break down the Cantor set, which is the basis of modern computing, which is where if you're on a computer or a mobile phone or anything like this, the basics of that is binary code. And that same binary code is the same thing used in I Ching, which is a divination system from Asia, and E5 being the original version of that divination system. And then if you go into ancient Hebrew, you have the Levitical priest that had the Urim and the Thummim. So all this stuff, when we think is separated, is really like the people are just doing the same thing in different time frames and different groups and different areas of time, and they're doing the same dang on thing. Separation is the illusion, guys. Let's go.
lines, each of which has an infinite number of points in it. So he realized he had a set whose number of elements was larger than infinity. And this blew his mind, literally. He checked in the sanitarium. And when he came out of the sanitarium, he was convinced that he had been put on Earth, found transfinite set theory, because the largest set of infinity would be God himself. He was a very religious man. He's a mathematician on a mission. And other mathematicians did the same sort of thing. Swedish mathematician von Koch decided that instead of subtracting lines, he would add them. And so he came up with this beautiful curve. And there's no particular reason why we have to start with this seed shape. We can use any seed shape we like. And I'll rearrange this, and I'll stick this somewhere down there. Okay. And now upon iteration, that seed shape sort of unfolds into a very different looking structure. These all have the property of self-similarity. The part looks like the pole, same pattern at many different scales. Now, mathematicians thought this was very strange because as you shrink a ruler down, you measure a longer and longer length. And since they went through the iterations an infinite number of times, as the ruler shrinks down to infinity, the length goes to infinity.
What we want to pause.
This made no sense at all. So they consign these curves to the back of the math books. They said these are pathological curves.
Slide on a little bit, and I'll tell you where to stop. When it gets to the initiation, keep on. Yeah, right. Keep going. Right. A little bit further. Right. Right there. Go back. Go back. Right there. Lock it in. And bring
it was
in.
Actually not in geometry. It was in a symbolic code. And this was Bamana sand divination. And the same divination system is found all over Africa. You can find
y'all recognize that the marking in the right corner, sister. You see them when you say it's binary code, because and you see that right there in the corner, 1 2 1 2. What Odu is that?
O'Shea.
Okay, come on, people, right there. When you get to all them lines turning, this is what he wound up with. And they only gave him one hand, and they were able to create a mathematically that created the computer that we run today based off of this work. And the man goes on to say that he got a Fulbright grant or a scholarship to go over there and study our math because there was nothing like it. And we read, Ifa is the oldest philosophy that known to mankind. So they don't know little Johnny come later, even though it's been abused and misused, because our people lack the understanding of what they were doing, because they had a very powerful tool in their hand that could predict the past, the present, and the future, because it's your roadmap from where you came from to where you're going.
I go.
You may, Baba.
Baba, could you elaborate on why is it the people in Benin feel, well, I'm not going to say the people in Benin. I would say most people feel as though the people from Benin, the Yoruba people, are the originators of Ifa.
Because the fact of it, when you go back and look at the story, how it came to be, in the Ifa universal principle of knowledge, it tells you that the when they left out of the area. Matter of fact, let's do this. There's and people don't realize there's a place, because when the French and British went into West Africa, there was a place called Niger. I say nigger, they say Niger. It was the largest there. So when they divided the land, like the British said, we're gonna call our part Nigeria. The French, we're gonna call our part Niger. Okay, pull up that system of Monica, so people don't think I'm lying. Pull it up. It is the largest piece of land over there. But we don't use the word nigger and all that. But there's a place where you just went. When you pull up that map, Niger, and it's landlocked. The French had Niger, and the British had named theirs Nigeria. So this is what the North people was and thing they called Niger. Here we go. There it is. There it is. Niger, right? Now, I'm going to go somewhere with this, and I wasn't going to go there this quick, but this is there. Do you not know, to the Christian people, Jesus did not carry his cross according to the Bible narrative. It was a young man from Niger, a nigger, carried the cross for Jesus. He was a diviner. What? Yeah, according to the Bible, there was a man named Simon of Syria, from Niger, was the one that carried the cross. How is this significant? If you go to Acts, the 13th chapter, when you go to Acts 13th chapter, verse 1, and you're going to see this word. Indeed, with the priest out of Antioch. Right there it is. Introduce the, yeah, right there. Simon, his name was Simon of Syria. He's the one that carried the cross for Jesus. So, get this, once you get away where they can look at it. Now that was in the church, and what's the thing is church back then? It actually was a synagogue. That was at Antioch. Certain prophets and teachers as Barnabas, Simon, they called Niger, and Lorenius, and which had been brought up with Herod the Tolerant. This man was the one that carried the cross for Jesus in the story. And they was from where? Niger. That's a land. That's a place. This guy was a diviner. That's when they want to find out what to do about the robe of Jesus. He said, well, you just cast lots. They cast lots. Not only that, it was those men that first called the so-called white man or the man from Crete. We named them Christians. Acts 11 and 20, and they were first called Christians at Antioch. Who the hell you think named them that? It was the prophets and teachers out of Niger that named these folks from the land of Crete, who they said was called Cretan, that was slow-bed and evil people. We named them, I had to name them that. It's not nothing to be glorified. No, Jesus was not, he was already gone. Am I going too fast? I guess I am, because I'm getting a strange look at that. But see, so here we got all these connections. So you got a pleasantness. What? Yeah. In your book, I showed you that there's a place that exists to this day called Niger. I call it nigger, N-I-G-E-R. You call it Niger, then with like however you want to name it. Apples, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, no difference. But the land is there. Now, my brother asked, well, see, it was that when the people who migrated from sub-Sahara at that time, and it was not called Yorubas, was migrating across the country, they encountered a group called the Phoenicians. And matter of fact, I've got one of the brothers, I just had him a while ago, he said, I wrote it called Ifa, than we call Yoruba. Wait a minute. We're not attacking, we're just bringing some stuff to the forefront. This is no attack, this is fact.
And I wanted to show earlier, we talked about those carved stones that were carved out of different things. Just an example of those carved stones with the
Yeah. We're gonna work this. We're gonna work this. Who are the Yorubas and where did they come from? And this brother here said that he would rather be called Ifa. He says the Yorubas are descendant of so-called Ham, who was the son of Noah. They are direct answer of course the son. I'm trying to get to that part. He said he would, because the name may be what he said was maybe derogatory. He chooses to use the word Ifa as the name rather than Yoruba. What did he say? Yeah, he said this group of different kind of states with common ancestors was collectively known as Yoruba. And the fact of the matter, the word is Yoruba has no meaning in our language or any other language I know of. No one has been able to tell us the meaning of the word. Yoruba indeed was from where it came from. It's really is very strange and indeed deep and unsettling for our ancestors. The word might be an insult. That is why I choose to be called Ifa rather than Yoruba.
I go.
You go.
Okay, so the people out of Niger is originally where Ifa
come from?
Well, the North people are the ones that originally started the whole.
And that's where they is.
Okay,
In
they're
that
in.
part. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, why is it, I guess, that over here it is a number of people seem to believe that the Yoruba people have started the culture of Orishas and Ifa?
Because that's who a lot of us ran into and met, and quite naturally, ain't nobody there to tell me I'm lying. I claim to be the man that whipped the lion's ass last week.
I see.
It depends on who telling the story.
Indeed, Bob.
You ain't talk to the lion, though, did you?
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying? Now with the lion, but you ain't talk to the lion, right?
Indeed.
And that's the danger, because a lot of the people came on the scene, and us being like little Chi-Chi, because we was trying to find our identity back during that time. We had everything from colored folks, Negroes, Afro-Americans, you name it. Because we were trying to get a place to establish a root so that we were prevalent in society. When we didn't need to, all we do is just look at the fact that we are the oldest, and I say we, the indigenous. We're we're the most indigenous people on the planet. But what does Ifa teach? Ifa teaches that when we left the Dianosphere, that each Orisha brought 200 devotees with them, and they landed all over the planet. That's in Ifa.
That's in Ifa. Yes.
That means most times you ask them, who is the Orisha over your family, your household? Well, you know, Ogun or Oya, Shango. And Shango was a live individual. He had 5 wives. 3 of them was Oba, or what is Oshun? What was Oshun? And whatever.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was deified by the people they call the Shango people. Then you got a thing called the Shango bone, which was around 25,000 BC, which is still older than Egypt. I don't know why in the hell we stop in Egypt when we got so much more history that is more valid and documented than Egypt.
Indeed.
Because our scholars taught us that Egypt was the cradle of knowledge. Bullshit. But we're too lazy to read, research, and review, so we take it at face value. I believe to believe anything is to believe it without absolute proof. Where is your documentation? I'm bringing documents, and I'm not through yet. And so in that art, we get a lot of people, because everybody's putting stuff in the pot. So now we got a stew instead of a salad. and then a stew, the strongest thing in there is going to be them damn potatoes, because everything else going to fade. But because everything have laws. But when you talk to people, well, I don't do that, because it depends where the scholar came from and how much it means to him to get that credit, because they found out, because we didn't know nothing, we were food for the beast, a game for the con artists. This is no attack. So what I do, well, man, you get that, you got to bring me 35,000. You got to bring me 60. No, you get Ocha to get this Isheshe. We didn't know about no Isheshe back in the 70s and 80s, man. They were knowing about getting initiative, Goon. I'm telling you, I'm talking about what's in Dallas. And then when Chief Ayomi came back, he came back in a lockbar. So that in order to get initiated, you had to have a lockbar, which means Undertaker, to initiate you into a Goon. But according to Sister Monica, can you put up the 16 truths of Ifa? Can you put up and post them up so we can see? Because this is the fundamental foundation that Ifa operates on. And the sad thing is, a lot of people get into Ifa with the wrong intent. I'm gonna get in so I can control somebody. I can put a spell on somebody. That is not Ifa. You want to practice Badu, then you go to Beni. Ifa ain't got nothing to do with that. Now you can use the system to ask questions. Well, I don't like this. I'm gonna put about 4 dozen black cats, 37 roaches, 3,000 hen eggs. So I'm gonna piss in the soup so I can control it. That is not Ifa.
Oh,
there is. Look at there is a benevolent universe. Oh, okay. No. Slow it down. 16. That the 16 go back. 16.
That's 16. That's the 16.
Yeah. It says the rule who created the well-balanced earth cannot be broken. Just keep going. And then it tells you there is no devil. So if anybody got to die and save you. You know, those are the principal things of Ifa. And they broke down and said, it is, go back up. You say, it is your birthright to be joyful having this. In this sacred Odu, Ifa, Iji Ogbe says, he who, and that's how it's broke down. It says, and you cannot bring harm to anyone of the earth which you are part of. Where's that at? That's in there. Heaven, yeah, you know. So people are operating under wrong pretenses about what Ifa is. You are part of it, yeah. This Odu is what whatever you read there, may draw, and they say that the ancestors live in us, as well as the Orishas. Well, I got to go out and get me 37 rams, 14 guinea hens, 37 tails, couple of catfish. I got to get a snake because I got to do this, that, and other. A lot of that stuff, a big snake.
So I'm reading them off. Okay, so 9, supremacy is evil. Okay, character determines outcome. You are a part of the universe in literal, not a figurative way.
Go through it.
You must never initiate harm to another human being. You must never harm.
That was the thing is human sacrifice when it comes to Ifa. They be lying. Well, you know what they got? Well, that's in war. That's when you're at war. Ain't got nothing to do with your connection. Keep going.
You must never harm the universe in which you are a part. There can be no discrimination. Diversity is a hallmark of Olodumari's God creation. You select your destiny and guardian Orisha.
Stop right there. When you are in the Dianosphere, according to the Ifa complete book of Aruma, and everybody, you need to get that. He's written by our brother. He tells you that from when you was at the Great Council of Elders and the Orishas, you chose to come here, and you came here to make the world a better place. What else does it say, sister?
It says divination provides the roadmap to your destiny.
Right. So in order to know where you're going, in every society of so-called religion, they have a divination system. They have a divination system. And I'll get to that in a minute.
It says Ifa says whenever you wake up, we should be teaching each other wisdom. We should not wake at the crack of dawn and lay a foundation of foolishness. Whatever we deliberate upon that cannot be resolved, there needs to be a consult. I can't Ifa.
16 says what?
Balance and growth and wisdom are your goals.
That's shame.
And the main thing is that some people do this in different order.
Yeah,
this is a benevolent universe. You need to have no fear. Some people end it with we need to have no fear.
Right. But
there's a single creative force, Olodumare. There is no devil in hell. It's your birthright to be joyful, successful, and love. Heaven is home and earth is the marketplace. We are in constant passage between the two, heaven and earth.
That's where definition come in at. And
you are a part of the universe in a literal and not a figurative way. So that means that we are all a part of the universe. Character determines outcome.
What? Character. Say that again. What?
Character determines outcome. And Odu Ifa Orosun Gunda says a dog is beautiful with its teeth. Ram is beautiful with its mane. Dog does not have a mane. Let one go home to fetch a ram for sacrifice to one's Gungun. Ifa's declaration to Ori Inu character, also Ori Ode destiny. Ori Inu, my character, please have mercy. Do not destroy Ori Ode, my destiny. So let your character not destroy your destiny.
And a lot of folks allow their character to dictate, be moral dictate their character, and that's why they run the problem. From the University of Ifa Knowledge, and it talks about the historical structure of the various religions, original African history. The first one that came out of it was Yuan Theorem. Ridge Vega from 8,000 to 9,000 years ago. Achin Age of 5,300 years ago. Geomancy Europe 900 years ago. Haitian Badoon 800 years ago. Ifa is older than all of that. Yet we want to demonize it and all that because they do not understand what it is. It's a binary communication system. It starts with the olden things. Those 256 Odus, those 16 majors is what the computer system is made from that we use on an everyday life. If Ifa is even shut your damn computer down, quit playing with your phone and throw it away. and a lot of Babalaos that was writing and putting their interpretation out there, and you pick up one of these books like no more, and you throw an Odu and you use another man's idea of what that Odu means instead of asking that Odu what it means. He'll talk to you.
It says, okay, all right, so supremacy is evil. Why? On this Odu Ifa Oba Fa Ofun says, Obara Ofun says, the farmhouse with a thatched roof, a big snake prostrates and crawls about on his chest. Ifa's declaration to the three Babalao, also to the six advisors, when they are fighting for superiority in Ife land, they were advised to offer a bow. Only the Babalaos complied. Now, who is superior? Ifa is superior.
Nah,
So,
yeah, you know. So, and these are things like a
and that might be hard to understand what's being said here. So the bottom line is
that thing that they call the Apothecades, brother Agun Bayman. And
Yes,
you're good at that because you write books on it. Explain to them what the Apothecades is. What to say is not apothecades. We got proverbs thing, but let them know these are just metaphors and allegories to give you a way to look into the deeper things. They are not literal, you know.
Yes, they are not literal. So basically, you know, when you were a child, I'm pretty much sure that you've had your parents or your grandparents most likely may have told you, look here, don't go outside after dark. They got a little man that's going to be around the corner. He might jump out and get you. So as a child, you begin to think that that is true, and you pass that on to your children. Now, as you get older, you realize that it wasn't true. But some folks, they don't break out of that. They stay in what some people call the limbic brain, and they attach that to emotion. And depending on if they were frightened, it's really embedded in their subconscious. So they really think that that is real, and there's nothing you can do to pry that particular thinking away from them. They have to do that themselves. But they will pass that on to their kids, and their kids would think that that is a literal story to where it keeps going on, that it becomes fact with people, with no one never doing an investigation to see if it's real or not. Apart from that, stories and allegories are meant for you to have a spiritual awakening or to set a foundation in you to stand on a spiritual principle to develop your character. And that's what really the stories in the Patekis are about, to show you the do's and to show you the don'ts and to show you what the benefits are if you walk the balanced path.
And see, but that's why we need teaching bad. Because we got a lot of folks out here that are profiting off of our ignorance. It's not bad. I mean, ignorance, the lack of knowledge. And you know what it said? Education before initiation.
It's an abomination.
Yeah, you know, if you get initiated before get educated, because you have to, like, I don't know what I got, what I'm doing. Well, what if I go through this? What am I supposed to achieve? When I go to school and graduate, I'm looking for a damn diploma. You understand? But I go to school and graduate, I don't get nothing. What happened to all my money? You know,
right.
You know,
that's the reason for the secrecy.
Yeah, and I read that you go and actually you supposed to each time you get it's supposed to give you another level of knowledge, esoteric knowledge, how to divine, how to interpret these keys of these proverbs. But they don't. They leave you coming back. You know, keep you coming back. Keep you coming back. And every time you come back, 400, 500,000, 1,600, 25,000, 10,000. But you got to make. But there was nothing in there about how to make a Orisha.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this though. One thing that you do if you actually pay attention, like what Babalaos do, is they give you certain thing comes out. The thing is that people, when they get a reading, they're not paying attention, right?
Right.
And over time, when I was getting my readings and doing my thing, I began to pay attention and say, "Well, dang, I'm being taught. You're getting taught while you're doing the actual when you're doing the actual the reading." Because what's happening is you're seeing everything that the Babalaos is doing. He might be speaking a different language. Something comes up, and then he says, "Okay, this is what's wrong. Go and do this, that, the other." Then he give you instructions. Okay, go and take this and take it to the water. Now, if you actually put that into your memory bank, then you would know that if this is what's wrong with me today, then I could take this offering and go to the water with it. But a lot of people, they're not paying attention to the reading, because they're just being led by the Babalao or the Risha. They're not paying attention to the Abo. And so what happens is, they'll say that if I know that I could take like some fruit and give it to Oshun, right? When I'm going through a certain calamity in my life. Then do I need a reading after that? When I know I'm experiencing a certain thing, I just take some stuff to the water. I don't need a reading at that point, you know?
I go.
Let me ask this question.
I go.
Okay, go ahead.
I go. Wait a minute, Bob. Don't do it, Bob. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. So this is where me and you talked about There are people that operate in faith, and there are people that operate in intellect, and there are people that operate in faith and intellect together. The sister is one that operate in faith. So let that be what that is. She gets her benefits from that. If you come along and you show her a higher level and she's not ready for that, you may do more damage than good.
Well, I would say go ahead and let's talk about a higher level. Go ahead.
Tam. Go ahead, Tam. She bought it on herself. Go ahead on, get her, man.
Well, see, the thing about it, remember, those riches already live in you. We know this. Everywhere you go, you carry them with you. You can call upon this, even your ancestors. We are mobile. We do a lot of things as a memorial, but the real thing is that we are the living epitaph, epistle of our ancestors and the Orishas, because what? If say, for the Orishas live in us. So when you came in the world, you came in the world with an Orisha. That's why the month and date you come in determines who's operating in your energy field, who's governing and guiding you. No attack, just facts. That's why I tell people, if you're operating on the wrong astronomical sign or zodiac, you are missing a step. You're not operating because you're operating on another man's concepts of astrology and days of the week and time. That is not us. That's why it was so important. Like I told him about that when the God of so-called Israel was bringing them out of Egypt, he gave them their own calendar and timeline. Now, when the Negro came out of slavery, what timeline and calendar did he get? But they got to start over. He said, then this is the beginning of your month. You do this as a memorial. You do this. But when our people came out of that psychological bondage thing called slavery, we were not put on a psychological cop and psychoanalyzed. We came out running like excuse me, cats.
I go.
You go.
But no, Baba. I was thinking that you were going to elaborate.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Because there are people out there that are still babies. We're not here to harm or wound. We're here to try to help in their life. I'm trying to make sense.
I would say this. Okay, so there's two ways to understand this. So now I do understand that their riches live within me. And I know how to take baths and do certain stuff and meditate and work with myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily do the same things that I did before. You know, when I was a so-called a Leo and I was just going to get readings, you know, they would give you a task. Okay, well, this is what came up. This is the ebow that you need to do. This is the task you need to do to clear the energy up, right? Now, this is for a person that's not in tune with themselves and understanding that their Orisha live within them and know that. You know what I'm saying? And then the more that you get to start practicing certain things, you realize, oh, okay, all this stuff is really just something to do to get you to focus your energy on a particular thing to change that energy up. It's basically normally if you take a bird's eye view of a person, right, you will find out, and you actually track where they're going. They have this thing called Google, where it like tell you from your cell phone what your pattern is, right? And you'll find that people, what they do is they get up, they wash their behind, they go out the door, they go around the corner, they come back, and it's probably a perfect square every single day that they do every day, right? And so what I did was say, okay, yeah, you're in that same energy every day. You do the same thing every single day. So what that ebow is like, oh, okay, go and do something that you probably wouldn't normally do. Go to the river and throw a watermelon into the ocean or something. Okay, that's gonna take you off your path. Now instead of getting up, washing your behind, going around the corner, go to the corner store and come back. Well, now let me get up and go to the river, and that's gonna throw your pattern off because you normally wouldn't even do that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these things are really to throw off your ritual that you do every single day and to take you outside of that. And then it's almost like a placebo effect that happens when you do these things and you start to feel like, oh, you know, so so a lot of these things are placebo.
And a lot of them,
a doctor giving you a sugar pill and saying, listen, if you take this, you're gonna feel better. You're gonna feel better. Sometimes they might give you some real herbs, but for the most part, you know, they're gonna give you something that's going to psychologically make you think, okay, things feel better now that I've done this.
That's why a lot of time when you go and do these things, it's an act of obedience. The key thing is that if you believe it hard enough and do it, you'll get results. But the fact of it is in you because you believe it. And because you believe it, your act, there's a thing called a permissive will and a divine will. And because you were willing to do it, the universe honor your obedience. You know, like we often talk about the imagination. You know, that imagination, how it comes to play. You understand?
All right, well, there's some people that are joining. I'm not sure how they got the link. Oh, you sent the StreamYard link. You supposed to send the YouTube link.
Yeah, so
well, these are people I know that have questions.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. I was like, okay, good.
You know, so but let me get back to the task at hand. So when we rely on certain Bible laws, that's like one thing. Like everybody got one King James Bible, but you got 17 different religions. It depends on who wrote it, interpreted, and translated. That's what you get. So I brought you a while ago, William Bascom. I brought you Philip Newmark. Here's another book written by Ron Nepper called The Metal Netter. Y'all familiar with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know that Ephah is in the metal netter? It says on the metal tube, it says Ola Damare, which means the divine creator. In Kemet is Amanut, and Canaan is Ein Sophie El, Kabbalah Ein Sophie. You was Ola Damare, and that's so all you know. We got why can I get this thing alive? What they doing there? What they doing there? This is from the thing called Metal Netter. Okay, you got a lot of them believe in that. I'm gonna get to some more. Hold on, I got a couple of more. And it depends.
I want to play something too while you're going to get your book. I'm gonna play this by brother Oba. I know you said you like this brother, so I want to play while.
Yeah, man. Okay.
Because I did the interview with him, and he is an actual Oba Oriate in the Lukumi religion. So, and that's the Lukumi. That's the Orisha tradition that came with the actual Cubans. And what he's saying is that the Cubans were the ones that Lukumi came from. It had its own group of people that were not the Yoruba, and he talked about the same thing that you're talking about. But he said that Isheshe didn't exist until the 1950s. So let's.
And this was all consolidated by one man by the name of Obadiah Meiji. And Obadiah Meiji is known as the first Oriente of Cuba. And what that means is he consolidated a bunch of functions within the ritual and became proficient in them. And then he made just one job. And so the Oba is the king, or Riate, the head of the mat, because the Estera is very sacred to us in our tradition.
What is the difference between a Babalawo and an Oriate? And is there a hierarchy? Is one above the other? Are they equal? What is the standing in that?
Well, Ifa is a fraternity. Olumila is one of many 401 Irumales that has a function. Its function is specifically for divination. So, because the Dilaboon is an antiquated system, meaning it's counted. It's you throw the shells and you count the amount of shells that are face up. The Ikin, the palm nuts, are they don't have sides, they're round. And so you can't drop them and count them. So they created a binary system, right? And for that reason, the Dilagoon system has what we call a shadow. There is a moment when the Orishas can turn their backs on. And when that happens, we are forced to use E5 because it doesn't have any blank spaces in its perspective. So everything that you throw, there is a conversation. Whereas in Dilagoon, when they throw and all the shells are face down, it is an indication that none of the Orisha are in the sacred grove and they're not answering questions. And this is when E5 becomes effective to the all Orishas. Is the hierarchy that the Babalawo is somehow higher than the Oriate? Not necessarily, because he is a part of a fraternity that everybody else doesn't enter. So he has his authority or his hierarchy within that cult, within that fraternity. But to call themselves higher priests above the Orishas, no, that's absurd.
So even the Orisha, so he's not above the Oriate or the Orisha or the Oba. He it's a separate fraternity. So a Babalawo is its own fraternity, and it's where the people go when that divination method, has turned its back on that reader that's reading.
Well, no, it's not the fact that the system turned its back on that. Each set of cowrie shells has been consecrated to a specific Orisha. When you're throwing those specific cowrie shells and you get what we call a shadow, that means that Orisha is not answering questions. They've turned their back on you because the Orishas could be capricious. They are not God. Now Orumila, because of his circumstances, becomes he has no dog in that race, so he's impartial to it. So what happens is he becomes the diviner that has no blank, he can see 360, and you have to understand historically that cult was introduced into Yoruba land by way of the Alafin of Oyo, and it took many generations for them to even grasp to it because the Yorubas were not into worshiping palm nuts. And then what happened is that the palm oil production became very viable. And then palm nuts became a commodity or a means of currency. And so that currency usurped the currency of a cowrie shell, which was the original currency of not just West Africa, the old entire ancient world at one time.
So, you know what? I might have to back us up because there's people. All right. So I wanted to like show that part. So any statements on that?
I go.
Yep. Go ahead.
Young lady, you told me that you had Oya over your head. Can you tell me? Can you tell me what day you were born?
June 20th.
No. What day was it?
1977.
What day was it? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
I think it was on a Monday.
You believe you're not really sure? I would really like to know what day you were born, because you don't exhibit the hunger for knowledge of Oya. That's one thing that Oya people do. They're hungry for knowledge. They will seek it out by any means also. And
it was a Monday. It was a Monday, June 20th, 1970.
Monday, Elegba Day, SU Day. You're a person that really believe in reciprocity. You believe that you're supposed to get something for whatever you do. And that's a good attitude. You also are a person that have spiritual insight, but you want to make sure that you can stand on it. So that's why you do so much research. That's one of the reasons why you have your show. You want to know, but you want to know of a surety so you can stand and have a foundation. That's pretty good. I wanted to tell you that you are balanced when it comes down to the fact of understanding what certain ebos are. When you say that you realize it's to take you out of your pattern, it has nothing to do with offering it to a quote deity or some entity or something flying around. You realize that it's something to break your pattern of thinking. And that is where I seek to take the people that I know to understand that, hey man, this is all about you. This don't have anything to do. The things that are flying around, they're flying around in here. This is what they're flying around at in your head. But other than that, there's nothing outside of you that's flying around. The people that I deal with, that's what my goal is to teach them to deal with themselves. And I like the way you explain how to get out of patterns, because the Bible will give you something that seems utterly ridiculous to do. But some people actually, like the story I said once before, they're in their limbic brain area. They believe these things to be literally true. And for anybody to take that away from them, that shatters their foundation, that shatters their way of thinking, that knocks them really off balance. And that peels them away, like a pimp say, peel them away from the knowledge, or peel them away from the individual that actually was helping them balance out their life. And that's not something that I'm about. And that is not something that Baba about either. Baba is about making sure you know your facts and making sure you understand what you're in. So if it sounds like he's chewing you up and spitting you out when it comes down to what you think is true, it's just because he's using facts, not truth, because truth is something that constantly evolves and constantly changes, just like facts evolve and change. So we don't defecate on anybody that thinks that certain things are flying around. This is where we are. This is the diaspora that we're in. This is what we're teaching. So if what we're saying offends you, feel free to dial off. To go, find what you're looking for.
And it makes you search out what you got to believe in, because if it's being challenged and you can't really defend it, then it bears questioning. The thing about saying, if what you got is not exalting and moving you forward, it becomes a liability, then it's not good. But everything has to be an asset to your growth, to achieve your purpose and destiny that you're lined up with. That's why it says that Ifa is constantly evolving as time goes along. It's the sad thing about it. We got folks believing in the Bible 2,000 years ago, trying to operate it in this time, and it won't fit. A lot of things done changed, And like Bible, like he was saying, Ifa is a living system that operates on a daily basis. And what we might have done years ago, those are training wheels. It comes a time that you pull the training wheels off, you're balanced, and you move forward at a higher speed, a higher rate. This is what we try to get you to do. Look into the celestial realm of your celestial realm, and then move forward to the terrestrial, because we're all living in a world of illusions, it says. In order to get a firm foundation, you got to have something that you can look into that is consistent. Well, I tell you a while ago, I got all these different Bible laws, and their so-called books they divine from. That's why I started out with Bascom, Philip Newmar. I got this other brother I brought up a while ago. Have any of y'all ever seen this book?
Yeah, I had that book. And I gave it to Baba Oreste. I paid a lot of money for that.
Yeah, because he got it both in the and in the Spanish. This is the same one Pedrino used. But check this out. The old dude in here don't say the same thing that the old dude say in other books. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And so listen, I want to show this real quick because I did a debate with the Hebrew Israelites, and I played a little bit of it before, but I wanted to get into when I breaking all that down to you. Whereas in E5, it's pretty simple because you have a priest in place to actually break all that down. I got confused. Hold on, let me see. I was gonna say, hold on, because he got into
starting when I remove myself. Want me to screen share this?
Yes.
When I remove myself, that's when your time starts. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll be back in 14 minutes.
All right, so we're talking about the mind and all that stuff and what he's saying, but I don't see where you can practice any of that in normal society without someone breaking all that down to you. Whereas in E5, it's pretty simple because you have a priest in place to actually break all that down. I got confused. This is my first time hearing all that, and I have no idea what the hell he was talking about. So imagine a person that's just new. Imagine a person with mental illness. Yeah. And you're trying to explain all that to them. And the inner side of the mind. No, you know what? In Ifa, you know what I'm saying? Bottom line is that, look, the Odu, you go to a Babalawo, he gives you a reading. Based on that, you get diagnosed with whatever the problem is. The Odu is broken down into various aspects of the body. It breaks down your digestion, your respiratory rate, your reproductive functions, your all these different sexual functions, whatever. And when you get your reading, you understand what's going on with a person mentally as well as physically. Now he keeps talking about the Orisha and the ancestors. First of all, your ancestors are a part of your DNA. They make up who you are. People are talking about you're worshiping the ancestors. Well, you're worshiping yourself because your ancestors make up everything that you are is everything that came before you through your bloodline. So what do you mean that we're worshiping? It's not ancestor worship. It's that. Well, you know what? If you don't know where you came from, you don't even know that if you got something hereditary or not. I can have a heart problem that my grandmother had. My grandfather. I know right now that my grandparents and my people that passed down that my grandma had diabetes and had high blood thing, and so I know that when I see it within the family that it's okay. This is a hereditary. So you're talking about the worship of the ancestors. We venerate our ancestors because we understand that they are the source of to who we are today. So when he's trying to downplay the role of the people that came before us, and to me, it's just insane to think about that like that. When we wouldn't even be here if people didn't come before us. So just to give that reverence is evil and witchcraft, and the Torah is against that. Okay, well then, why do you talk about Moses then? Why are you giving him reverence and pumping him up and let my people go and all the other stuff? You should not talk about Moses. You should not talk about any. You shouldn't even talk about what is the purpose of the Torah if you're not talking about people from the past. And then you're talking about how do you diagnose illness using that? We're talking about what is more practical in society. How do you diagnose illness? When a person reads the Torah, how do they know if they're sick or not? And who tells them? Is it a priest? Who? You just read that and you know what to do? You read the book and that's it? And then you just know off rip, okay, the mind and this square and all this. When you read that, such an enlightenment should just come upon you that you understand that. No, in Ifa you have priests, you have Babalawo, you have Olorisha priests that understand these things. They make up an aspect of the community. The Orisha are not just things that are worshipped as some kind of thing outside of God. These are aspects of the body, physical health, your brain, your eyes, your ears, Ibeji, Orumila, the brain, Obatala, the eyes, Shango, the heart, Olokun, the blood. You understand? And when you get your reading in Ifa from a Babalawo or Orisha, they are able to diagnose. Ifa is a scientific system of diagnosis of illness. From a mental standpoint, from a physical standpoint, from a society. So they'll tell you, okay, watch out for this in society. Watch out for this in your health. You're going through some mental issues. You're feeling kind of sad. You ain't had no sleep lately. You wonder about, okay, well, guess what? And then you might find out, okay, well, go do this. Go get these herbs and go take a bath. Okay, I'm gonna do an Omiero bath, and then that's made up of certain herbs based on the Odu that comes out. There might be, if it's really bad, or you might be on death's door, they might say, okay, we might need to do a sacrifice or do something a little bit more stronger because you about to check out. You are so imbalanced that and it's all about creating what Iwapele and balance in the person, in the body, the mind, the spirit, and the community as a whole. Because what did I say earlier before? The microcosm affects the macrocosm. and the microcosm affects the macro versus the micro. So all these things are effective all across the board. Everything that you do affects the universe. Everything that the universe does affects happen. It's all connected, basically. And then we get into E-way herbs, okay? In the environmental structure of E5, all right, all the Orisha are connected for specific herbs. Those specific herbs connect to a certain organ or physical part of the body. So people get so wrapped up in the pictures and the images of the Orisha, but if you don't really go deeper into it, you would never know that this is really bodily functions. That these, and then when you get deeper into it, you'll find out, oh, okay, well, you guys are getting you guys are getting using sacrifices and this, that, the other. Okay, sacrifice could take many forms.
Right.
Maybe giving up something, like not eating a certain thing. Maybe eating a certain thing like that you normally probably wouldn't do. Maybe fasting, changing in behavior. It both translates as an offering or a sacrifice. It has a broader meaning, modifying the energy field. You stop what you've been doing this with, try something different. That's the sacrifice. That's the ebo. I'm talking about that.
And you see, and
girl, I don't know what
I wouldn't say that because I don't know. I mean, because you got a good grasp on all that. But
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're on a roll. And see, that's what we're trying to get people to see. With that much knowledge and understanding of what's all about, it's, can't nobody come and feed you a bunch of wolf cookies. I put it like that.
You sure can't. She got it.
You spot on the folks. You spot on. And that's why I tell people all the time. You hear these Negroes run around talking about witchcraft, and you walk around with it in your pocket. That's some dead white folks. And on the back of the money says, "In God we trust." So which one of them is your God? You run around with these folks' ancestors in your pocket with your pictures on it, and it says, "In God."
With the picture and everything.
And you do everything with that, but you don't think about that's witchcraft. See,
right. The dollar got all kind of pyramids, all kind of crazy.
And in the corner it says, "In God we trust." You're playing with yourself, man. Where's the God in on there? You mean George Washington, Abraham, Benjamin Franklin? That's what you say it is. Out of your pocket. You walk around in your pocket, and you're glad to have them in there. Have no problem. If you don't have them, you go crazy. Now they got them on plastic cars, so you don't have to worry about it. See, we do a lot of foolish stuff and thinking that's not how this thing works. That's why I love Ifa. I've been through every religion you could think of, and I was in the inner circle. I was among the top bunch till I found out the origin of all of this is a thing called Ifa, and that it's the science and the binary. The universe do not understand words. It understands geometry. It understands mathematics. And if it ain't mathematical, it don't work. Now, I like the time when my young man was on, I think it was Kevin, whoever young man there, I enjoyed him with his astro theology. But I had one question I was trying to get to, I had to leave out. But now, if you telling me that the sun has to go through all 12 houses when it actually goes through 13 houses, how accurate is your astrology? I mean, it's missing something. Because if you look at Sagittarius, how long is the sun in Sagittarius? How long is the sun in Ophiuchus? How long is the sun in Scorpio? You can't jump over Ophiuchus to Scorpio and say that's it. So now you got a missing part. Most people are operating on a wrong astronomical side because the sign changes every 2,600 years. It shifts. That's what I love about our ancestors. They knew this. Why the brother asked, what day of the week, what month? What month is this according to the sacred calendar? What day is this? This is Obatala's day. What month is this? Oshun.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And here's another question. So
if I want to move someone, I can contact that energy and bring it into manifestation to achieve what's necessary.
So are we separating the actual understanding of E5 from the Orisha? Or is E5? Okay.
No, we're not. Because what we're doing, we're showing the energy as well as what it represents. Like you said, what it represents. It also represents a threefold dimension. It recognizes.
Tell me this. All right. So as an E5 priest, okay, so I know that in the Orisha, right, there's a time during initiation or during even certain ceremonies where people get possessed. Now, this was one of the points of contention that that Dayon had, where he talked about the fact that, okay, you guys get possessed. Those are demons that are possessing you guys, and you're getting possessed by demons. You're doing child sacrifices. You're doing this, and this is just this evil thing, and blah blah blah. And all right, so I wanted to get into the possession aspect of E5 and what exactly is that, because I know what it is. I know it's the vibration of the drums, and I can break down that whole thing. But I'm gonna let you go.
Well, the thing about that is, first and foremost, the reason these guys talk that because that's something they heard. But let me go back to when this thing first came across the ocean. There was a guy by the name of William J. Seymour. When he came across from Africa, being over there in Africa, and they called it the Holy Ghost in the church in 1906 on Azusa Street in California. That's where they so-called the spirit of possession came in, that they called the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, out there on Azusa Street. That's where you go and you get off into tongues, and your body takes on another energy, and you begin to speak. That's where, and then they say that was evil. That's not. The guy that started the Church of God in Christ, where the whites got their stay from, called the Full Gospel Assembly, was one guy by the name of William J. Seymour. Pull him up. He brought the concept back and showed them what it was. And they began to emanate it, and they said it was evil. There is nothing evil about possession. All that, when they go out and eat certain herbs, when they go out and smoke certain things, they get these visions, get these so-called hallucinations. You know, everybody want to name things evil when everything ain't evil. Everything has its place. It's when you use it improperly. So I go to this as being a pastor in the Church of God in Christ. I watch people guys speaking in tongues. I've seen people actually morph it out of themselves into other images, and they would see things beyond the norm. They have what they call discern. They could tell you your whole life and didn't know nothing about you. We called it back then what discerning spirits. Where did it come from? Speaking, and the word speaking in tongues, that means speaking another language. You say you must have an interpreter. Well, on the day, so-called day of Pentecost, when they all heard him in the upper room, they heard a man speaking in his own language. They all was Galilean. How did that happen? Remember, there are some phenomena in this world that we all can't explain. It's just there. When you experience it, you will know that you're in another realm. And we live in what you call a parallel universe. A parallel universe. Sometimes you pass yourself in the movement, you know, and that's what I'm saying. E5 tells us this. And
you're saying sometimes you pass yourself in the actual universe?
Yes, it's called a parallel universe, you know, and sometimes that frequency, you actually pass yourself. Man, what was that? And then when you look back,
that deja
a lot of
vu?
times you have to call deja vu. I've been here before. I've seen this. You know, you're able to forecast. Realize the most powerful thing about you is your spiritual self. It's not your terrestrial. It is your spiritual side. And most times it stays out of balance because we do not pay enough attention to those things that really help us to perfect a balance. And that's what E5 does. It works on giving you that balance of your Ori, the celestial and terrestrial. I tell folks, it ain't, I don't care about what you go out there and want to do, you know, just don't label it E5 because it's not. That is culture, ethnicity, something that y'all learn to practice to do. Because some folks in India, they ain't eat no cow. They ain't eat no cow.
And they get possessed as well. I saw a whole video of a lady get possessed, and it damn near leapt across the whole room in some kind of.
Look, I've been there. I've been there. I've seen folks actually speak unpossession in a whole nother voice. You're talking about what it was exorcist, seen it in person. It's been, I've been a part of it. We used to call casting out devils. They wasn't cast, it was just another energy that came up that took over the body. Shango do it, Ogun do it, all of them do it, but it got to be at a certain rhythm or certain vibration.
So let's get into well, you know what? Before we get into that deep vibration, because I really want to get into, because I want to really break this whole thing down, this vibration aspect, how the music is really influential in E5, and how those things do cause possession. And bottom line is that when people go to the club and they're hearing tear the club up, and everybody start tearing the club up, okay, that's because whatever that vibration is coming through the speakers, you know, that bass, whatever that they're using certain frequencies. There is a war frequency. There's a love frequency. All these things are happening within the universe. The universe, when it happened, what they say, the Big Bang, right? So a bang has a sound. Okay. So even let there be. Okay, yeah, you had the Big Bang. Then you had let there be light. Either way, when we talk about any kind of creation story, there's always sound, and I think that if I'm not sure, sound travels faster than light.
Well, they tell us that, but do you not know that there's a writing called The Occult of Geometry and Hermetic Science? It tells you that everybody has a frequency and a keynote. That keynote triggers certain things in your being that cause different response. That's why you can play a certain thing and a snake will move a certain way. Certain animal responds to it. Everything has something it can relate to it. And I know when I'm a drummer, and I also used to play in the club. And when the guitar, especially like B.B. King, when he hit that little E and squeeze it, or patterns come off, titties jump out, people go crazy. You know, and they changed the frequency in 1970 from middle C to A440. You ask any musician, how does he tune it? He said A440. That's another whole vibration. We as people of color, we're on the bass clef. The European is on the treble clef. And when the drum is important because our heart is like a drum beat. So it moves us. But now all the synthesized stuff and artificial sound, we're living in an artificial vibration, and that we call the technosphere.
So you know what? And my bad, I made the wrong thing. Sound does not travel faster than light. I meant to say the other way around, because if you see you'll see the lightning strike, then you'll hear the thunder. The closer the closer the thunder and lightning strike, the closer it is to you. But let's go into
there's one boat which is faster. Light, sound, light or sound. Which one? Light.
Light is faster, and then light came before sound.
It did,
according to the.
What about smell?
Well, we have to be there before people have to be there. Smell.
You can smell something come from cross types in the air. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. So we do have two people here that I think were wanting to ask questions, so I don't want to ignore them.
Okay, by all means.
Jasmine came here first. So Jasmine, you had a question?
No, I'm just taking it all in. My neighbor's dog is barking, I'm sorry. But I even pulled up my ancestry. I did a saliva swab years ago and got like a breakdown. I was listening to you guys talking about the countries and everything. I'm even looking at mine. So it says, and I guess I could ask about some clarification of what's going on. It says Yoruba land, Nigerian woodlands, and then it has Nigeria. What's the difference there? And then central Nigeria. There's like 4 different things that I think are all the same, right? Or no?
Well, it comes from the colonization of that particular land. One time it was all called Niger until the British and the French went in there and colonized. When they divided the land up, each body put their own spin on it. You notice in the lower part, if you look at the map, it says Nigeria. Just above that, you'll see it says Niger. And the whole thing was lost. So when they went in and colonized, that was doing the colonization. Then you got Cameroon, you got different parts of that particular land. But the overall thing was when you got to go beyond colonization. Before colonization, it was called Niger. That land was, and then it got chopped up because of colonization, and everybody put their name on the product. My name is this, but it all goes to the original land of our Cuban. So you got, when you said your ancestors, then you have to find out what tribe, and also when you look at that, how much of that bloodline do you possess yourself?
Okay. Nigeria is 33%.
Oh, good. You saying Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was under British. That was under British rule. Now, if you look with the Niger, that was under French rule.
The next one after Nigeria, 12% Ivory Coast and Ghana.
See.
That's the next biggest one, but the others, like it says 4% Yoruba land, 4% Nigerian woodlands, 1% central Nigeria, and then you mentioned Benin earlier. That's 5%. But what's Western Bantu peoples?
Yeah, but now I'm gonna say something and don't take it offensively. Okay. Whoever did your so-called DNA breakdown, they basically calling us a mutt. What you had to do is get a roots reader to find out what tribe did your family come through, who was the Orisha over that house, etc. When we went and got our roots reading, I found out that my family was out of Oyo, and that at that time the house deity was Ogun. Okay, and then our name was Ifa Baluje, which means this people will not deceive the community. You know, so these are things that these people gotta make money off our DNA, and most times they come back with if you was a breeder of animals and things, we come back as much 5% this, 3% that, 2% that, 3-4% that. Then you look at what I'm more confused now. What was the verse? But what you want to know about is what tribe and what part of the country. Because everybody didn't come from Africa. You got some people that come out of other parts of the world that you have to look at, and they don't look at them. And that's the sad part. We look in one spot. When at one time,
yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, one part of the world was one solid mass, and we was everywhere. That's why,
including over here, including America. So you might have like that Nigerian in here, but it might have been Nigerian that already came over here and was over here.
Yeah, 100,000 years ago, and they was talking about all of that. That's why one of my teachers, good friend, Ivan Service, said they came before Columbus. Well, if you look at the record, there's a place called the Rio Negro River in South America. Sister Monica, pull it up. It talks about the people down there and the language. And we was all over this place. And we were before the Indian, we was here long before the Indian showed up. We was in 100,000 years, and the so-called Indian came across the Byron Strait. They only been here 30,000 years. It's documented. They found also the Paleo language in New Mexico and other places over there that our ancestors wrote. They even found hieroglyphs down in what's it called, the Grand Canyon. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
There's
I've been out there, you know. And matter of fact, the Rio Negro River runs also into what they call into the Amazon.
So they must have been over. So you know what I'm saying. So
we're everywhere.
Right. So I wouldn't even get caught up on because they told me I was what 29% Nordic and 33%. I'm like Norse, like from Nordic. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Yeah. Now it might be true, and I don't know where down the line, the slave master or whatever. I don't know, but come on now.
Wherever there's a hunger for knowledge, people seem to play on it. And back then, we were black folk. We was trying to find our identity. One time the big thing was genealogy. We're going to the graveyard. We're going there trying to find that connection. Ogun Baby, guy that was named Donald Payton. That was Donald Payton. And Donald would teach us how to go to the grave and find out these different ancestors. I'm all in the graveyard knocking over stuff, scrubbing and rubbing. Because we were from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and we were trying to find an identity. You ain't got this. You got to go do this. So we're so busy chasing our tail like a dog. Back come back. Oh, wait a minute. I am a universal spiritual person, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Marcus Garvey, because he keeps going in and out, and I'm not sure if he's losing his connection. Marcus Garvey, did you have a question? You there?
Yeah, his mic's muted.
Unmute your mic, Marcus Garvey. Can you?
Somebody in the back. Well, it ain't him. Jasmine.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe he's just here to watch, but I want to play this real quick. Oh, wait, there's someone else here. I'm sorry. All right, Ivory, do you have a question?
No.
No? Okay. So I want to get a little bit further into this whole demonic possession aspect of what I was talking about, because I get into the music part, and I really want to talk about that because, when we talk about what people have a misconception of, a lot of times we have like these misconceptions. All right, so let's go. But there's a difference between, we understand that there's a difference between demonic possession and spiritual possession. When a person is possessed, okay, a possession can not only just be like they're acting, a person can just be acting strangely. It's like in schizophrenia, a person was normally acting one way and now they're acting a certain different way. They are possessed at that point, and it might be a demonic possession. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference. We have accounts for demonic possession versus spiritual possession. You know what I'm saying? Now, when we talk about these different types of possessions that happen, those things are also spoke about in the Torah. We talk about King Saul, one of the clearest examples of a demonic possession, when Saul was overtaken by the Spirit of God and begins to prophesy, appearing to lose control of his normal functions. Right, so that's some possession. But it said that the evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. So I don't understand how the Lord is going to send the evil spirit, to torment him. But bottom line is that both of these things talk about the same exact things in some kind of a way. But I think that a lot of times it's very misunderstood from an Ifa perspective that, oh, okay, what you're doing is witchcraft, but then you have the same exact thing in the Torah. You'll say, oh, no, this is not, the Torah is against that, but then you can read it right out of the Torah, exactly the same thing happening. The similar practices. All right. So when you actually get into possession in Ifa, music is a huge part of Ifa. When we actually really break down music forms a semi-solid mass. If you understand string theory, that about when we talk about vibration and all those things, when you combine herbs, you combine the readings, you combine the singing, you understand that all this stuff is really a whole aspect of how the community works. You know what I'm saying? You'll find that even today, that music, it causes spiritual possession. And why? Because the actual hertz of music, 432 hertz, we call it Eji Ogbe, promotes healing, clarity, and a sense of oneness. Oyeko Meiji, it causes grounding, pain relief, and calming of fear. Transformation of DNA, that's Agunda Meiji, cutting through obstacles. Orosu Meiji, health and restoration. Now, when people talk about the rituals that we do, and you say that this person is getting possessed by the ancestors and that we're worshiping the ancestors, understand that all this is really scientific stuff. It's not like this spooky thing. That we have everything could be explained in a scientific manner. And we are very aware, us practitioners understand and know how to break that thing down. When you're talking about the Torah and how when in practice in society, there's so much. How can you really, if you don't understand from a very deep level what all those things mean in the Torah, how can you heal yourself? But the difference between the person in the Torah and Ifa is that Ifa, the priests are there to give you the direction in the community to actually explain those things to you and to actually heal you along the way. If you just read the Torah, you're going to be confused. Like, what are you talking? How am I going to connect that to my brain? And how do I heal myself? What you just said. Okay, well, that's the brain and this, that, the other. And I don't understand how that is going to heal society. We need an overall system that understands things, that breaks things down from a community aspect, from a health, vibration, spirituality, that understands how to heal us and understands like through herbs. Okay, that these things get broken down very detailed. The people that practice Ifa understood herbology very well and understood how to heal themselves. Understood not only how to eat the certain things, but to heal themselves through what they ate. And all those things are in the Odu, in the actual Odu Ifa. The Odu Ifa is over, I would say almost, I mean, I couldn't even tell how many, like 400,000 pages of if you actually were to actually write it down. So that's how immense that the body of knowledge is. So it accounts for everything from every situation that can possibly, any combination, 256 combinations, 16 major, 400,000 or more variations of situations that could affect your life in any given way. And the bottom line is that when you have a system that's that deep, of course that would be more relevant to society. Why? Because society is always changing. Individuals need individualistic, not a group a solution. We've had the group solution and it has not done us any good. But when we actually applied the individual solution to the problem, then okay, now we getting somewhere. When people practice voodoo, which is an offshoot of Ifa, because Ifa is the thing of divination, right? So most voodoo people that practice voodoo practice Ifa. Ifa is usually, you have Ifa, you have Candomblé, you have voodoo. All those things fall under the Ifa umbrella, right? They were able to conquer. They were able to get out of slavery from that. They were able to defeat the French. Why? Because they had the actual understanding of the herbs. They understood the land. They understood how to the fauna and the flora of the earth. They had the priests. They had the understanding. And then all those people, because of the connection between Ifa and the community in Africa, all those people, even though they came from different parts of Africa, were still able to work together and commune with each other, even though they were separate tribes, because spiritually they had an understanding. And that's why they were able to overcome. And I believe that the system that exists today, it wants to keep us in a box. Me as an Ifa practitioner, I have nothing against a person that's a Torah, and I can learn the Torah. But you would say to me as an Ifa practitioner, what you are doing is evil, witchcraft, this, that, the other. Meanwhile, people are getting, because you go to a herbalist, half the stuff they're doing is in the Ifa. All the herbs and fauna, sorry, let me go back to the herbs. All the herbs and all the understanding of herbology and of the body is all Ifa. Sorry, let me get back to this. When you talk about the Orisha, you think that you're talking about some kind of a deity, but you're really talking about yourself. When you think you're talking about the ancestors, you think that the ancestors are outside of yourself, but no, they are part of you. All right, so I wanted to get that part out. Thoughts?
Girl, that you are awesome. I am proud of you. I am proud of you. Just awesome. Yes.
Wow, thank you.
Yes, indeed. You are off the chain. I am so proud of you. Because I have I have been around a lot of quote practitioners and Orisha priests, and they luncheon. But you are dead on course. Thank you. I appreciate you. We need more sisters like you. Yes.
Can you elaborate though? Is there something I'm missing? Something I left out? Something I
Girl, you but the only thing that I probably would have added to that, what you were saying, is I'm a stickler for people understanding where they're from and understanding that it is important for you to pay homage to yourself through your people. And that's about the only thing that I would have added to that. I have a little I guess some people will call it a ceremony, but it's not a ceremony. It's just where I discuss the importance of what ancestor veneration is and what Egungun really means. And I pass around this particular item that people can't see until they get the item. And within this item is a particular thing that shows them what an actual Egun looks like. And once they see what an Egun actually looks like, it really puts them on the path of understanding that there's no excuse for anything, because the thing that they see, the Egun, is themselves. So that's the only thing.
Right. They open up and look at a mirror, see a mirror inside.
There you go. You already got it. Exactly. So that's the only thing that I would have added to what you were saying, because man, that's what Fa is. Ifa is. It's all about you, and it's critiqued to the individual themselves. And if a Babalao is wise enough and not concerned about, I'm not saying that he should not make money from counseling and from helping people, but if he would not have that as his forefront and really help the people, man, this will spread like wildfire.
I'm sorry. Were you?
I go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like for, and that you spot on, and also with Ifa, and like I said, one thing I found about Ifa, I got into Ifa many years ago. Ifa is the only spiritual I can tell you where everything come from and what Odu it came into the world under, so you can better understand that particular action or spirit. And I noticed Baba Ogun baby didn't bring his book, but there's a part that says how the white man came to the world. And that sounds crazy, but there in there it talks about, and so we think white as a pigmentation. It is a spirit or energy that he fought. It says it came into the world under a particular old dude, and everything comes in under a particular old dude. I want to give you that old dude. What you mean? I ain't never seen nothing like this that ever go and tells you exactly what old dude that things come in under, how money came to the world, how this came to the world, and it tells you in the breakdown of what those old dudes is, that these things come in. That way you better understand. Do you not know the thing that we're dealing with and what they call AI? It's been around a while. It came in under Osa Major, and it talks about when he came into the world and what his plan was. And in the Pataki, it says that he was there observing Odumare make a man, and he wanted to make a man, but Odumare had to leave out, and the man that he made issue came in as the policeman in the room, and his man couldn't speak. That's robots. We got them there, and they're speaking now. He is so consistent, it says, that he will create a lot of inventions that will come forward. And that's that is under particular old dude, how man came into the world, or how money came into the world. Because money says, he that work for me, I'll make my slave. He who I work for, I'll make rich. When anybody know you can't work, and when you're working, you don't get rich, but when you invest in certain things, investments, that's where the money come from. And that's the only thing they get, that they only tax your income, but they can't tax stocks and bonds and things you invest. That's how they get rich. And it's also in the book called E-File. It talks about how he made divination for the white man when he was anxious to know how to manifest a live human being. But that live human being is called AI. And it came under Irete Meiji. The name
wow.
of the thing is, huh?
So that shows the E5 does have almost everything in it. Like I said, 400,000 stories, keys, or more, and continuously growing.
And everything is a.
And I might be wrong with that number. Please don't quote me on that number. I might be giving
wrong. They can everybody, but I'm still, and it's steady evolving. I tell people all the time, it's gonna be hard to get past these because they already told you what's going on. And I challenge you, but I think everybody, because there is a system of divination for non-initiative. They need to learn how to do that. That will save a whole lot of headaches. You'd be surprised how much money I've saved by able to use the 4 collar shell. They say, well, you can't get an old dude with the 4 collar shell. That is not true. You can actually get old dude with the 4 collars. They call one leg, and you can throw one leg at a time and get a complete old dude, and it will tell you exactly what you need to do. It ain't just.
So what do you think about? So what do you think about people that use the tarot? Because I think the tarot come from the Kabbalah. The tarot is
look. I'm sorry. I apologize. I gotta stop that. There's no such thing in there about a tarot. It don't give you no solutions. You get a tarot card, this, that, then you got to make up something for that. Okay. You all know everybody got crazy behind what's his name? Kendrick Lamar when he did the halftime show at the Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Did you not know that he had some young men on a light pole hanging upside down, which represented the hangman and tarot card, the 12 card? Nobody, a lot of folks didn't see it.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that. Yeah.
It was young men hanging on the light pole upside down. The head was near the light, which represented the hangman on the tarot card. He was sending a message to the society through that sign and symbol. A lot of folks missed it. They so by it, they ain't like us. They ain't like us. They sure ain't. But you didn't look at that pole when he stood on that pole. We got all that white on, and at the top of it was a man up there on the light pole, hanging upside down.
Right. And that was not on the song They Not Like Us. That was a whole other song.
Yeah, but the thought was that was just a placate, but there were signs and symbols in there that represented certain things. Mm-hmm. And a lot of folks missed it.
Well, that's what Hollywood does, is throws it's a Jewish mystic sign, the Kabbalic signs. Right. But you're saying that tarot is not Kabbalah?
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not E5.
Oh, okay.
There is no answer to you get these 7 cards and all this, and there is nothing in there that solidifies what you need to do to get this thing, this, that, and the other. You
just told, hey, listen, you might there's something coming up and whatever, blah, blah, and that's it.
But it don't tell you how to deal with it, how to avoid it, this, that, and the other. I mean, it's gonna be hard to beat E5 when it comes to getting a complete message, understanding whether it's an Ire or in an Oxogbo or is EB, and then it tells you the formula how to deal with it. You got to learn how to appreciate the message and not go. If you go against it, you're gonna get it. If you do what it said do, you'll make it. I got old saying,
Let me just say this, because I have people in my chat has been just like this whole time blasting me with Hebrew Israelite talking points. And here's the thing: is that Baba was a Hebrew Israelite, and I have been. I have been trying to be respectful because I don't want to create a whole thing. But let me listen. If you guys want to watch the rest of that video, Principles of Ifa, I'll put the link right here. Okay, it wouldn't be a text; it would be the Ifa. That's the reading. But but I'm gonna say this is because I'm getting irritated because it's like this person has been in the chat this whole time discussing. But I'm going. You know what? Just because you want to talk about the Torah so bad, let's go into the Torah because let's go into it. All right. Baba Yashabai. One thing about Baba Lawos in the Ifa tradition is they're not only able to talk about Ifa. That's one thing about the elders in our tradition. They are not. I'm gonna just play it. Let's go.
Alafia, my sister. I'm elated, and what I want to do is I want to have the audience first and foremost. This is my what you call disclaimer. Don't believe nothing I say. Do the research. I mean, don't come at me with your emotions. If documentation beats the conversation across the nation. If you don't have the documents or the experience of doing the research, don't get mad at me for my research. But I'm going to bring some things out. First and foremost, 85% of people do not know how to study the Bible. And though the Bible is a central figure among a lot of people, and a lot of hang with the King James, but the King James Bible is not the first English literature. There were 7 more books older than the King James written by other writers, and King James translators, they went and copied a couple of that and reprinted. There is no original text or no original book of the King James, and the one that came out earlier, it had 80 books in it, not 66. Where they canonized, it had 80 books in it.
Now he's about to break down the whole Bible. Because here's the thing. This whole time that I've been like talking about E5, I have had the Hebrew Israelite lady or guy or whoever it is up here saying this and saying that. As if like that my channel does not cover all religions. So I've been trying to be respectful, but because you want to sit up here and just keep saying crazy stuff, if you want to talk about the Bible and the Hebrew Israelites, here you go. Because we were talking about Ifa, the misunderstanding of African spirituality. Well, you know what? Hebrew Israelite is another African spirituality. So if you want to go into it, we can go into it. And I'm fixing to play this because I don't like the fact that this entire time you have been sending messages and all this other stuff. I don't think that you've been on this channel before because I have had Hebrew Israelites from Demona. All right, from Demona on this channel, and for you to keep talking about this and you this and you that, let me tell you something. This is a very well-rounded channel. We talk about everything here. All right, we talk about everything, every religion. I've had Moors on this channel. I've had Hebrew Israelites on this channel. Today I was trying to break down the understanding of Ifa, but because a person just wants to keep focusing on Hebrew Israelite, let's go. We gonna deal with that. Let's deal with it. Okay, let's go. And a lot of Hebrew Israelites, they don't break out the Torah, they break out the King James Bible. Every time I see them on the corner talking, they got that King James Bible open and speaking and reading out of that. So first of all, let's go. So he gonna deal with the Bible, the King James, and he gonna run up and through that. Because all this stuff about the devil and Satan and all this stuff, whatever you've been saying, just spitting venom in my chat. Okay, so you want attention so bad. So we're gonna deal with it because guess what? I got a lie for that. I got a lie for everything that you can think of. You want to talk about the Moors? I got the lie for that. You want to talk about the nation of Islam? I got a lie for that. Anything? Listen, I got over 2,000 videos on my channel. I have discussed everything from Taoism to Islamic Taoism. You need to do some research on my channel. If you've only seen the few videos I've done recently, you ain't looked further enough because I have discussed everything. So since you want attention so bad, you want it to be about the Hebrew Israelite, let's go into that now. Let's go.
I want to make a note of that. 80 books. There are books that goes back as far as 1336. Most of you have never even seen it, and they don't say the same thing. They're not written in the same manner. People say, well, I want to get the Septuagint. Well, that's only 70. I want to get the Bible for Gita. I want to get the Vulgate. That's in Latin. But remember, majority of the people today hangs on the King James Version. And what I want to say to people, do you not realize that King James that we holler about, first book he wrote was in 1592. It was called the Book on Demonology. It was a book written on a thing called demonology. Sister Monica, if you can pull that up, first of all, and King James never saw the 1611 or the 1613, neither did he put his seal on it. You can see my little old camera. This is, let me get this thing to work. You see the royal seal? This book was on demonology, on witchcraft, the mystery, the mythology of religion, the whole thing. So his first book was written by King James, and the only book was written in 1592. And some people, well, they want to make him black. I don't care what you want to make it, but if you're trying to find this book for authority, you're looking at a man that was into demonology. The only reason that they wrote the King James, you can look it up, was that King James was trying to unite Scotland and England, and he wanted to marry the Queen of Scotland, but the Catholic Church wouldn't allow for it. So he created his own book. You can look it up. Is that an original, not the word original manuscript, other than what we have? I wish we had a couple other people because we're gonna need some help because we got some stuff for you. So buckle up now. I said some things at the last time. I came to solidify with documentation. So Samaki, you tell me when you're ready to share if you want to. If you happen to have that information. Then there's a book written called The 30,000 Gods Before Jehovah. So when you say God, that's a generic term. My question to you, what God are you talking about? And the ironic thing, sisters and brothers, unless you have the proper tools or the proper reference, you'll think that God is just one. That is not true. That is not true. And I'm going to try to take my time and give it to you. And then if you have anything that you want rebut, you can rebut. But let me start out by like this. And I heard Sister Monica's beautiful, beautiful debate with the brother who was in his emotion. He's throwing all these things out here and he don't have a clue. First and foremost, if I must say, Moses could not have written the book of the Torah based on chronology. If you look at am I moving too fast? I feel like I'm moving too fast. But
no, you're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The problem is we study these things literally out of emotion. But the young man kept saying allegory. The other week we let you know that the first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis is myth and legend. We also told you that the oldest book in the Bible is the book of Job. And I want to solidify that. My first thing is, it says books of the Bible timeline chart. Books of the Bible timeline chart. Remember, you want to study the Bible from a etymology, chronology, and language. In this, it's called Bible Wisdom timeline. It plainly says, the question is asked, what is the oldest book in the Bible chronology? In it, it said that the book of Job is the oldest book. Look it up online. It says, ask the question, what is the oldest book in the Bible chronologically? It says the oldest book in the Bible chronologically is generally considered to be the book of Job. So Job was neither Israelite nor Hebrew, because the book is older than the book of Genesis. When was Genesis written? According to Archbishop James Ursher, he said that the world started on December the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning at 4004 BC. Please write that down, because we have to use that to prove that Moses could not have had anything to do, because when I studied with the rabbinical order of which I want to call them white or whatever, they said that the priesthood attributed to Moses. Moses did not have anything, because he wasn't even born. Where is it in scripture where Moses sat down with the angels with paper and pen and wrote down all of these things that we claim is in the Bible? It's called the Torah. Moses could not have written the Torah. So we run around on a fabrication, giving credit to a man that wasn't even born till he went into allegedly till he went into Egypt. So how old is? Forgive me for laughing. I mean, think about it. If Genesis is the first book, but you find out there's a book older than it, so now we got a problem. Remember, look for a historical timeline, or look for then look for the etymology of certain words. Certain words did not exist at that time. That's why I sent. So let me go through this thing. It says period and timeline. But are we okay?
Yeah, everything's good. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. Timeline. It says book of the Bible time chart. It says Genesis was written by Moses between 1446 and 1406 BC. Come on, people. Exodus, written by this is what it is, written by Moses, 1446 to 1406. Leviticus, written by Moses, 1446 to 1406. Man, what even? Wait a minute. Numbers, another book written by Moses, 1446 to 1406. And you can look this up online. How in the Sam hell could Moses be doing all this writing and there's no record where he sat down with nobody from the priesthood or nobody from God's heaven to sit down and write all this info down? He got it when he was born, went up, set up the river, had to grow up, live in the house of Pharaoh, go through all this stuff. Where did the information come from that he had about all these various books? We got to learn, we got to use some common sense and logic. Yet we base our life off a book called the Torah, saying that this is the word of God. This is not the word of God. It is the writing and information of a people trying to establish a history, because there are books that the Bible even quotes. If it's the oldest, what the Bible doing quoting other books? Well, Baba Yasubaya, what the hell do you mean quoting other books? What I'm plainly saying, for instance, is everybody all right? I got to use that word, guys. That's one of my Bible lives. Is everybody
Yeah,
all right?
yeah. Everybody's
Yeah.
all right. Keep going. Yeah.
Sister Monica, in First Chronicles 29 and 30. I want to use the book. If you ask to think, when was these books really written? The timeline will not match up. Remember, people, the world started in 4004 BC. So you got to count down from 4004 BC to then when you get to all it. So 4004 is a basic number. So if these other books were written in 1446 to 1406, Exodus written in 1440. Here we go. What you got? Okay. It says, as the event of kings range from the beginning of the end, they're all written in the record of Samuel the seer. Where in your book is the book of Samuel the seer? Where in your Bible do you find Nathan the prophet, or the record of Gad the seer? Where are these books in your Bible? Remember, the Bible's quoting other books. Yet they're not in your book. You call your King James. Where is the book of Gad? Where's the book of Nathan the prophet? Where is the record of Gad the seer? Here's a good one. Go to Numbers, the book of Numbers, and get me Numbers 21st or 21:14. Now I'm out there coming out the Bible. Numbers, I believe it is 21:14. Documentation beats conversation all day long. That's why the book of war of the Lord say. Now, where's that book in your Bible about the book of the war of the Lord? I'm asking a question. All these Bible scholars of all these different religions, you got a Bible you claim to call it King James Word, when it is not based on the historical facts, based on the timeline, based on the etymology, based on the linguistics. So how can you claim these things when the book you say itself is from God? No attack, just fact. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at the people that taught you that was not well informed. Or prove me wrong. I stand to be debated and prove wrong, because this is in your Bible. This is your book. And the best way to debate anybody is take the book that they believe in and show them the error in it. There's a book called Biblical Allegories. It talks about the 101 myths that's in the Bible. There's another book called Myth and Deception of the Bible by Lord Graham. He gives you all the laydown. Am I still moving too fast?
No, keep going.
The next thing I want to let you know is that you talk about etymology, Jesus the Christ. If there's a book called The Gospel of Barnabas, have you ever heard of it? Called the
I've heard
Gospel
about the Gospel of Barnabas. Yes.
Have you heard about the confession of the gospel in the Gospel of Barnabas, where Jesus said that I am not the Messiah? Because the word Christ comes from the word Mashiach, or Messiah. And if you look at the etymology of the word, it went from remember, becoming, for sake of conversation, we're going from the so-called Hebrew to the Greek. The God in the Old Testament, the gods in the Old Testament, ain't the same God that's in the New. Why? According to the language, the God in the New Testament name is Theo. Its name is Theo. And at John 3:16, with the proper Bible. And I mean proper, there's a Bible that I had in my congregation when I pastored 48 years that I taught from. It's called the King James Hebrew and Greek Keyword Study Bible by Spiro. It has a concordance. In the concordance and dictionary, it breaks down all the words that's in the particular keywords in the verse and breaks them down. You can understand the language of that day and what it meant and how it was translated. Remember, we dealing with translation and mistranslations of words, because there are some words cannot be translated out of some languages because there's nothing that is equal to it or compared to what the definition is in the original language. Therefore, they create a definition. And that's the problem we have. We say the word God. Most Jewish people, white, do not use the word God. They omit the O. They use the word Elohim or El Shaddai, Adonai, so forth and so on. The young man said that they say that the Hebrews said that God of the Bible is only God for the Israelites. That's not what it said in Deuteronomy 33:26. He said, I'm the God of Yashurun. You're going to tell me that Yashurun is the metaphysical name for Israel? That's bullshit. That's wrong. I don't use it. Because if I go to Habakkuk 3:3, let me slow my roll. I'm excited. Let me slow my roll. Because some of y'all ain't getting this. So let's go to what I've asked you to look for that you have that you can show the brains up to speed. And I'm not going to get in a hurry because I go, you did 6 hours of the day. Maybe I can get 2 hours out of doing it.
Habakkuk?
Huh?
Did you say to go to Habakkuk?
No, Habakkuk 3:3.
How do you spell it? Habakkuk 3.
Habakkuk, H-A-B. Hold on a minute. Habakkuk 3:3. You don't have a regular Bible and at your disposal, these sweetheart.
No.
You probably got one in your house, but and
No, I don't. I have one.
Would you run by Kmart and get you? No, don't do that.
Habakkuk. How do you spell Habakkuk?
Is it H-A-B, Habakkuk, H-A-B-A-K-K-U-K. H-A-B.
Okay, so let's see. Is this the one you're talking about?
Habakkuk 3:3. Yeah. God came from Tema, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. And his glory covered the heavens and the prey and filled the earth. So where did God come from?
God came from Taman, the Holy One from Mount Paran.
Mount Paran, and Mount Paran is Mount Paran over there is out of South America. These are the holy ones. Well, then if you go to Deuteronomy 33, it talk about Deuteronomy 33, where they talked about God shining from Seir, and he brought with him 10,000 saints. These are the saints that came from Paran. Go to Deuteronomy 33, and let's start with verse 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you got it. You got it right there. The Lord came from south and drawn. Okay, you see at Mount Paran, it's the same one. It came with 10,000 saints. They was called the Holy One. That is not Israel. That's the people that came from another area to the wilderness. It didn't say they came from Egypt. Look at it. The word myriad of holy ones. And the funny thing about it, beloved, is that if you look up the etymology of the word, and there's a book called Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. It's called the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. And if you look up the etymology of the word Israel, which was given to Jacob, that word means to struggle with or against your maker. Yasharon does not, it means the upright one. So how you gonna struggle with and be upright? And as I told you other week, what was the name of the angel, what it took place at, and why was he able to wrestle this angel all night to almost daybreak? It was not God. So what was the angel's name that did all this? And it says in his pioneer, that meant that Jacob was asleep because they later named that as a particular place. The question you have to ask, we done brought out a few questions already. First and foremost, Moses according to itself, could not have written the Torah. Next thing is, if the Bible is the oldest book, as some say, why is he quoting other books? There's another book that the Bible quotes. It quotes about a book called, I think it's in Samuel, it talks about a book called Yasher or Jasper. It said, it's written in the book of Yasher what really happened in the Red Sea. So you ain't got the whole Red Sea story. We have a lot of things running, and the material you're working is incomplete. Not only count, but missing 14. There's about 50 more that the book don't even mention. If you don't have all the information, how can you get a correct understanding of the book if some of the major pieces is missing out of the story? Please help my ignorant self out with that. And I passed it 48 years, and a lot of questions could not be answered. You want to take the book without proper instructions, because it was called the Book of Confusion for 200 years. You were not even allowed to have it in your possession, or you will be killed or beheaded for having it, because it was
Wait, so you're saying that people that had the Bible were not allowed to have the Bible at all?
They were not allowed to even touch it, let's not have it. You were beheaded. That's why a lot of the guys that when they did write the so English translation from the Latin, they were killed. For instance, that was a guy by the name of William Tyndale. William Tyndale. He wrote the Bible. He wrote a Bible for the English people. William Tyndale. Look him up. William Tyndale. I'm trying to get this data together. Yeah. William Tyndale. Remember, there are 7 books, Bibles that written long before the 1611. His name was William Tyndale. Let me see if I don't want to travel there without documentation. That's him right there. William, and you had another one written by that's William Tyndale. You've got to let's do a little timeline here. You got one called John Wycliffe. Look up John Wycliffe. Let's have roll call. Roll call, y'all. Roll call on these Bibles. John Wycliffe. Let's start with John Wycliffe and walk it down. John Wycliffe. The first English translator of the Bible was written in Oxford. John Wycliffe. We got Wycliffe. All right. Then you got we just did William Tyndale. And coming up next, we have a guy by the name Miles Coverdale. M-Y-L-E-S. Coverdale. C-O-V-E-R-D-A-L-E. And let me give you the timeline for these guys wrote these books. John Wycliffe wrote his Bible from 1331 to 1384. I'm gonna give you the timeline, and that is that was C8, before the Common Era. William Tyndale wrote his book from 1494 to 1536. C8.
All right, so Silky, he just joined. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Silky? Welcome to the chat.
Yo, how you doing? What's up? Peace to the panel. Hey, how you doing, brother? You referring to the William Tyndale, the Geneva Bible, right? The 1599 Geneva or 1500.
Yeah, I'm going through the whole list because there are 7 books that is older than the King James Bible that was written, and then you have to get down to one where they took and copied things from, I think it was from the Geneva Bible and the Bishop Bible, and the 52 scribe that was writing it went in and borrowed pieces from it. But remember, some of these guys was killed and beheaded because the book was not allowed to be in the hands of the layman of people. They was trying to
Okay, hold on. I hear you. Slow down now. Okay, well, first, King James banned the Geneva Bible, and he banned everybody that had the Geneva Bible that was writing about the Bible because he wanted his Bible apparently to be number 1. But before King James did that Bible, he wrote demonology, which is about the same.
Yeah,
your audio is messing up. Your audio is messing up. So
Definitely is before that stuff.
your audio is messing up, Silky. You gotta come back up. It's messing up. Your audio is breaking up. All right, go ahead, Baba.
Yeah, but he going on some same thing. Whether king did or not, but remember they passed laws. Not only that the priesthood, because it was only the priest was allowed to have it. There's a book that I recommend people get. It was called From the KJV to the NIV by Jack P. Lewis. It gives you a whole history and breakdown. And they called these people that they was denied the right to even have it. Matter of fact, one of the writers, translator, said he'd rather be teared between two horses and pulled apart than for the vaguer people to have the Bible, because it was called the Book of Confusion. I can get that off my shelf and we can read it, because like I said, that's the problem.
So they called the book of the Bible the Book of Confusion?
Yes.
They called the Bible the Book of Confusion.
And for 200 years, you were not allowed to even have it. If you look up what happened to Wycliffe, when they got his books, they burned him with it, and they crucified him.
What?
Because look up what happened to him. They killed him, and every time
Silky, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Go ahead. I think I'm muted. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Yeah. I was saying, if you went against King James, he was a crazy killer. He was killing everybody.
Yeah,
like
man.
whatever he was killing with was killing, killing. And whoever went against King James, he was dying. So when he made his book, when he was writing the King James book, he had the sole, final say so everything. And he literally wrote demonology, which is about justifying killing witches, which is basically like if a female was bipolar or something, they would call her a witch. And he was going run around doing all that to killing the women and killing people for being witchcraft, warlocks, and things like that. So, and then he goes and gives you demonology.
Yeah,
to justify his witch killing, and not to mention he killing people for a Bible.
In here, it talks about him being able to.
And then Shakespeare pops up about a little bit after that.
Yeah, he says witchcraft and necromancy, possession, demon, all these things. He wrote about these were written in 1592. 1592. Now, so that means he wasn't around, but the priesthood wasn't around killing, because they wanted to establish, almost like our old boy 45 or 47. I'm going to take away the power of communication. So whatever I say, they can't go back and check against it. We're going through the same thing now. When I'm giving you, what I'm telling you, I have the documents, I have the books in my shelf. The original 1611 has in it 80 books, not 66, and it's written to the Occidental Star, Queen Elizabeth, in her honor. Let me get that particular book, if I may. So I don't talk without documentation.
All right, Silk, I just unmuted you. I'm trying to talk to you. Unmute your mic. You still there, Silk? Oh, okay. So we're waiting on Baba Yashiba to bring his book, because he has over 1,500 books in his library. So he got like some books that's worth almost like thousands of dollars, like $5,000-$10,000.
This is the 1611, written in Britannian English. Let me get this bad boy over. Let me get it to line up. I'm getting it to line up. It's written what they call Britannica in English. It's a double stamp. And the funny thing about in this book, there is no J's in it. There's no J's in this book, because the letter J didn't exist. Yeah, well, yeah. And it talks about it says to the most high and mighty Prince James, grace be unto you. It says, rather than manifold blessings, most master, and to the Occidental star Queen Elizabeth. It was written to, that's the book right here. Go online. Well, I find where my camera is. Yeah, that's how it looks. You notice the word James got an I instead of a J. That is the 1611 or authorized translated, but there's no original text. There's no original manuscript for the King James. Everything is borrowed and reprinted.
Yeah, they took hold on, I believe it's 20% of it is translated from the Geneva Bible, and the rest of the 80% is taken off of.
Yeah, the Geneva Bible and the Bishop Bible. You on point, bro. You know the story. You know the story.
Yeah, I know a little bit, man. I know a little bit here and there.
No, you know something, man. Don't play with me, man. Don't play with you. Cause you on point. Don't play with me, okay? But a lot of people not aware of this, man. And they run around here perpetrating like they know, and it's quoted out, they cherry pick, paint a picture. When it won't work without etymology, chronology, timeline, and language, you miss it. There, and I studied with the rabbinical order, there is no word in the ancient text for God. There is no word, because that word was not around, because the Gothic people or Goth created the word. Now, what word was that they used? And the thing about Moses, now I ask you, how in the Sam thunder could Moses write the Torah when he wasn't even born? And where is it written in your text that he sat down and scribed all this? The only thing you scribed, Pope, in the Ten Commandments, he broke them coming out of the mountain and redid them. So where did all this shit take place at? I just want to know, help my ignorant butt out. I'm just a crazy old 79-year-old man, got a case of dementia. Shit.
Yeah, me and you both, brother. Me and you both.
Yeah, so help me out. But you run around here with all this.
You saying where the origins of the Bible coming from?
Huh?
Are you asking me where the origins of the Bible come from? Like the origin?
I know where it comes from. It came from the origin of the book itself came from the Samaritan text by way of Gilgamesh and other tribes, because these are not the only ones. Every nation has a creation story. Every nation that has a reason has a book they follow. But the Jewish people borrowed a lot of stuff because they were trying to create a history for themselves. So they borrowed a lot. It says Jewish myths and legends. So it's built on mythology, allegory, and what they call legends.
So it's metaphorical.
Yeah, and it's not historical because none of the timeline fits up. And then the thing is, Professor, if the Bible is the oldest, what are they doing quoting other books? What are they doing quoting other books if it's the oldest book? Come on, man.
It borrowed from another book, huh? I know,
yeah,
right?
Man. I mean, come on, man.
Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good right there.
No, it did that bust that dog on hunt.
And then that's one verse. That's one verse out of the whole book. We only getting several verses out of a whole book.
Yeah, and see what they don't
Quote
realize.
unquote.
Check this out, Professor. These niggas run around talking about the 10 Commandments. It's 613 laws in the Torah. 613. And there are some that deal with animal sacrifice, divorce, and all of them. 613. Then there's a book called what is 42 Negative Confessions. Then you go into the other one, we talk about Hammurabi codes. So remember, Moses allegedly had a chance to study all this stuff and create from these tablets this thing he climbed the mountain with. Now, God gonna give you some shit and you're gonna break it. You a bad motor scooter. You bet. You gonna take a
here's a question though, because when I in my debate with the Israelite, he was talking about the fact that that Ifa practitioners are practicing witchcraft because we believe in our ancestors. We practice sacrifice of animals, even though the sacrifice is not to a particular god, but maybe to feed us or feed the Orisha. And he made it seem like it was an evil thing to practice sacrifice.
He don't know his book, sister, because in that 1613 it tells you the same thing. It tells them the same how to do the sacrifice, when to do the sacrifice, what is it for. Why would Mary have to go and give up 2 turtle doves and a pigeon when Jesus was born at the temple to be sacrificed?
Yeah, they brought like 20 sheep or like feeding
Come on
lambs or
now.
goats or something.
Right, wasn't it? Wait, on the first day of Christmas, but you look to me for my
you can play all you want to. Certain things, they had to go. They had to do
partridge in a pear tree. God dang it.
Yeah, but not only this, so if they had to bring in certain sacrifices, why you think in the book of what is it? Or when they say they pay tithing, you bring anything to the thing for what?
They sacrifice humans too, though. They was sacrificing humans, all kind of stuff. They was sacrificing.
Look, Professor, the book says that God got so upset with them when he came out of the mountain, he killed 22,000 Israelites there in the desert. If that ain't human sacrifice, I kiss your butt downtown around noon. 22,000 for buying down to the golden calf. It's in their book. He opened the ground and swallowed up 22,000 people for buying down to a golden calf. If that ain't human sacrifice, I kiss your butt downtown around noon. Come on, man.
Not the golden calf, and they worshiping the cow.
Yeah, come on now. And then he told you when you sacrifice and save me the fat and the kidneys. So why God won't fat and kidneys? If I give him a box of oxtails to go with it. Come on.
Well, it's kind of funny too, because when they talk about that stuff, they be throwing out the word like dragon. I heard a little bit like when they talking about sheep and lamb, and like they're sacrificing a large amount of meat and an animal, livestock. What they said, the offering wasn't never about money; it was about food, right? And they supposed to bring an offer like,
yeah,
right. So could you imagine a whole bunch of people bringing one person all this food? He can't even store it nowhere. Like where?
They had a storehouse. But now when you bring your sheep, it ain't good. You got to buy my sheep. The priest will sell you one, take yours and sell you one, because it had to be perfect. It had no blemishes. Come on, man. Don't get me started.
You said it had no blemishes.
These folks run around here perpetrating because they want to be, but you got to do the research. And if the boss said, I'm like, what's his name? Say if the glove don't fit, you got to quit. If the shit don't fit, you got to leave it alone. And it don't fit. Anybody, and I'm not asking to be attacked. I'm saying bring me facts and not fantasy. I have the documentation. All with the right.
What they gonna scream out? They gonna scream out. It's got history that matches the Bible, the House of David, or the 10 Day of the Naka, some crap. I'd have heard it.
No,
yeah, it don't even line up like that. It really don't. It don't. The timeline don't match up. Then not to mention the covenants are all off. Not to mention you grabbing it from 40 different authors over a span of 1,500 years of writing. Yeah, good luck making that match up.
Yeah, and the thing about it, I'm so gonna make them mad now. The New Testament, the Barada Shah, they call it, right? The New Covenant. Who is Marcion? Marcion wrote the first New Testament. Okay, Sister Monica, where'd she go?
I'm here.
Sister Monica, do me a favor. Look up the Piso family. Type in Piso family and read it. You got me, brother. Professor, you got me started, bro. Look at the Piso family. I mean, I got a stack of stuff. Y'all see what I got a whole arsenal around me here.
Hey, we gotta wake them up, brother. It's up to me and you to wake them up.
So the Piso
Yeah,
family
we're gonna work on.
specifically.
I'm gonna work on.
So the Piso
Yeah.
family, specifically the Calpurni Piso branch, was a prominent and wealthy Roman family with connections to many distinguished families known for their wealth, oratorical skills, and involvement in Roman politics.
Keep going. The Piso family, they the one.
They possess great wealth. Okay, let's go.
They the
Known
one
for his
that created the
wealth.
New Testament.
So they wrote the New Testament, or they did what the New Testament?
They
wrote Matthew and Mark. Oh, hold on. So wait.
Isn't it funny that Jesus came from Judea, but he had English-speaking disciples? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But this man came from the tribe of Judah.
So they're trying to say that this is a conspiracy.
They call it the one to call
Roman
it.
Piso theory is a pseudo-historical theory of origins of Christianity. States that a conspiracy, well-education Romans, the Piso family, wrote the New Testament, particularly got the Gospels as social control mechanisms. Its advocates call it the New Classical Scholarship, but no one takes it serious. Not even Acharya bought into it.
Okay, but then let's use their book then. First and foremost, if you did Jesus, was Jesus a Christian?
No.
Okay, but in order to prove that, you gotta go. You know who that name came from? It was the niggers there at Antioch that created the name for the white boys on the Isle called Patmos. We called them Cretans, and they took the word and made it Christian. Christian, you didn't say I'm a Christian. You said I'm a Christian. So the word Christian from the word Cretan, Cretin. When you look that up and post it up from the Random House Dictionary, unabridged, Cretin.
But a Cretan was considered a Cretan.
That's a French word. That's a derogatory statement. Means you're an idiot and have dwarfism. I.e., Christian. That's what it says in Random House. A sickness.
Cretin, yeah. So they considered the Cretans to be a stupid person used in general terms of abuse. Yeah.
Now wait a minute. Well, that's that. Let's go to Titus 1 and 12 in the Bible.
Okay.
We can do the same thing they do. I'm good at it. I passed it along and I know the book. Titus 1 and 12 say what? For one of themselves, even the prophets of their own, say that the Cretans are what? What are they?
Always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. One of the Cretans, a prophet of their own, said Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, lazy gluttons.
Okay.
Not the gluttons. I love the gluttons.
But I see that they tried to change Cretans, because it said the Cretians, and then they have the Cretans.
I don't care what they said, but it says but the word on the unabridged Random House said IE.
What year did that? What year was it created? You got to see what year Cretans came out. What year was Cretan come out in the origins?
Okay. Well, see, the word Cretan comes the Isle of Crete. Better yet, it was, and I use the word I answered. It was the niggers at Antioch that named them that, and also that named them Christians. Acts 13 and 1. Acts 13 and 1. You'll find the word nigger, Niger, without the other G. Acts 13, and there was a prophet of the church Antioch.
You talking about Niger in the Bible?
Well, they get called, but they call it Niger, but there's no critical mark to change the word into when you break it down. But anyway, when you look at it, it says for the that they were the pastors and teachers at Antioch. This thing started at Antioch. So if you go there and you see what they did, then you go to Acts 11 and 26, and they were first called Christians at Antioch. Hell, Jesus was gone. And you look at the timeline when that took place. If Jesus died in 33 AD, what's going on here at Antioch? Couldn't have been him. You see my point?
So what year was this supposed to be? The Antioch.
That's what I'm talking about. You got to look at the timeline of the year. You have to go in the timeline when that was been written. We're talking about AD and not BC.
That part.
Yeah. And then wait a minute. That ain't it. Now, as I spoke earlier, this may make them mad, but I didn't write the book. But in Matthew, the 16th chapter, verse 20, when they was called out, this guy that we call Jesus, no attack, said, I am not the Messiah. I'm not who you look for. And in the book of Barnabas, the 94th deal, he told him, you have greatly erred. You've been deceived. Jesus strictly ordered the disciples, telling them that he is that what?
That he is the Messiah?
No. Jesus strictly ordered them disciples not to tell any man. So something's missing.
So they don't tell anyone that he was the Messiah.
So why not?
He ordered his disciple not to tell anyone that he was the Messiah. That's Matthew 16:20.
So why would he do that? What he scared of? He's the Son of God.
He sternly warned the disciples not to tell anyone he was the Messiah.
Why? I mean,
He's like, what he hiding for? What he acting? What he? He's supposed to be spreading the word, huh?
Yeah. Now go to Luke 9 and 21. He got pissed off. I'm talking about these things people grab and run with and don't understand what it is. And you run out with this and you have not done your research because you run with emotion, not on knowledge, with understanding and knowledge. And then when you deal with that, and we'll get in that in just a minute. Remember, I'm coming off the dome with this stuff, y'all. I ain't got my notes in front of me. I got to get back to my other notes, but I thank Professor coming on now. You know.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty. Yeah, you good. You doing nice.
You know. Yeah. What you got, Mom? Now, check this out. Did you find it? Well, he straightly told them, "Don't tell no man this." What if you come to do all these things? Why are you so afraid? I think it's let me see. Let me go get my book because I got about 15 Bibles, different ones. I'm gonna pick up one of these bad boys and let's see what we got here.
So what do you think about the Septuagint, the Dead Sea Scrolls,
the Septuagint,
all that stuff?
You know, everything has its place. Most of the cats won't even touch it, but you want to jump on something that is older. Matter of fact, Professor, I would call you Professor. Ephah is so old, and let me say this: the young brother said that sister brought up about divination. Do you not know that the so-called Jews got a divination system called Urim theorem, where they cast out of the breastplate? It's hid in the breastplate, you know, and they cast these things. They got a thing called preem, which means the casting of lots. They cast lots for Jesus, a robe. That is divining, people. It's used to decide who gets what, when, or right or wrong, to communicate with their God. And their God told them, it ain't about the praying. You go to the priest, He gonna divine and give you the answer. That same thing that Babylon do. Same thing they do. You go to the people that know, that have the training to get you the answers.
Yeah, I kind of feel you on that one because I was like, even in the book, even in the Bible, the high priests were always around.
Yeah,
the high priest been there.
Because they wasn't allowed. They was not allowed to work of their own possession. Their job was to be at the temple, be on point. When people need something, come here. We're gonna handle it. And it's always requires something. Bring me this, bring me that, so we can do this to get that done. So don't. And then they got a thing called the Kabbalah. They got a thing that the mythical side of Judaism, all that is called the Kabbalah. Better known as alchemy. I studied with these folks.
Yeah.
And they practice this stuff. And when Moses supposed to went out there and melted the cow down and made them drink of the golden cow, you know your body needs gold for it to live longer. That's why they didn't age so fast in the wilderness. That's why they was not sick, because they was drinking the gold, water off the gold that was being melted, and they do that up in China today. They take gold, pure gold, run it over water heater, and they drink it. Did y'all not know that?
What? No, we didn't know they was eating the gold. I know they could use it for a lot of stuff.
No, but gold is a part of your minerals in your body. You need gold, and we don't get it.
What
Look
they
it
put
up.
gold on? Chocolate? Gold is on salt.
They take gold, pure gold, and they run it over water. And they were drinking the water. In the book, it says God took the golden calf, crushed it, put it in the water, and said, drink, you heathens. Hell, they live longer.
What's 120?
But the man, according to the story, I'm going like that wasn't no problem. Hell, I need some gold now. Because I'm 79, I'm struggling, glutton to my get up. Shit, I need some gold right about now. Let me find some gold so I can drink it. There's a lot of things that we look at that people get. Oh man, don't get me started.
You gotta go 24 karat gold. Just throw it in some water and just drink off of that every day.
Yeah. You look it up.
Right.
Yeah, gold. So Moses did him a favor. Oh man. Well, I've got what did you find the last thing I gave you to look up?
Which one? I went to Luke.
Yeah. It should be one in Matthew, Mark. It should be something in Mark as well that refers to, with reference to the same thing. But that's the thing. And another thing people don't realize, better get in trouble. They claim that that Jesus is the only begotten Son of God. God, the Bible, the God of the Old Testament, I'll put it like that. The one that came from Timor with the Holy One from Mount Paran, the one that declaimed their father, Yahweh Shah. That word, oh gosh.
Uh-oh.
Go back. That particular event.
Uh-oh. Okay, your sound is off. Say something again.
Yeah, my son called me and I think it interfered.
Okay, it's back. You good. Go ahead. Yahweh Shah.
So
go ahead.
They got Yahweh, Yahweh Shah, and all these things. These are words that came up later on. These words did not exist around the time when we were trying to find our identity. Remember, all these groups that are coming up are groups that was it when we as people of color, from indigenous from this land, was trying to find an identity because we had so many different names. We went everything from Negro, Chicaboo, Afro-American.
It's supposed to be off Hebrew and the Greek, right?
Huh?
It's supposed to be off the
but we're
in
trying
the
to get
Celtic
an identity.
language.
You know, but like I told her, there was no such thing as a Hebrew in the word, because the word came from the word Hebrew, which means he that crossed over. That's all. That's not a people. That's like they shipping these folks out here now. Get the immigrants out of here. Close the border. That's the same thing. But the odd thing is, check this out. The odd thing is this. Abraham is mythology. according to the text. It's an allegory. They don't want to hear that.
Yeah, because it's based off of morals, based off morality, right?
Yeah, well, and the thing, it's in their book, Galatians 4, 20, 21. Sister read it, and the brother kept saying allegorical, allegorical. Like, you know how many, there's a book called Biblical Allegories. It's about 2,500 different allegories in the Bible. 50,000 errors.
You say 25 different allegories in the Bible. How many? 2,500?
It's called Biblical Allegories. Look it up. And it tell you every allegory is in the book. It'll tell you about it. Then here's the kicker. Sister Monica.
I was trying to find Galatians 4.
Galatians 4, chapter verse 20 and 21. Let me slow down. I'm excited. I'm running like a racehorse at the Kentucky Derby. Let me slow it down. Because this stuff is too important.
20 through 21. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one where Paul expresses a desire to be with the Galatians and changes tone as he's perplexed by their situation, or just something different?
He says, I desire to be with you, Galatians 4th chapter, verse 20 and 21.
Okay, here we go. I would like to be with you now and to change my tone, for I am perplexed because of you.
Now, hold on a minute. See, y'all reading them revised versions. I want the old KJV, the one the Negro used to before they would come out with the NIVs and the New Modern and the Parallel. You got to go get that old stuff. So it reads the same way it read back in the old.
Use the Geneva. Go to the Geneva 1599.
The King James 1611. You want that one, and then you want to bring up that Now let's go to work. That's when most folks got.
All right, so hold on. Here is the one right here. I desire to be present with you now, and to change my voice, for I stand in doubt of you. Tell me ye that ye desire to be under the law. Do ye not hear the law?
22.
All right, let's go to 22. Read the full chapter. For it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
But he who was a bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise. Which
things
are an allegory for those. For these are the two covenants. The one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar.
Oh yeah, because the poor son got the kingdom, and the spoiled of the real son didn't get anything. Right? Ain't that how the story goes?
Right, but it's saying it's allegory.
But and it said it, and Hagar, whose mouth is in Arabia. Now, holy moly. These things are an allegory, right? So it said this is the story. These are two different covenants. And the young man said, we know a lot of things allegorical. You're right. The whole thing you're talking about is allegorical. That's the sad part about it.
Yeah, they ain't made it in the Bible as allegory. And people try to make it literal.
Everything. And another sad thing about it, we are the chosen people of God. That ain't what the book say. 2 Chronicles 7:14 say, if my people that are called by my name, name me one group that tell you the name of God. Tell me one. 2 Chronicles 7:14, he gave you a whole layout. You don't need nobody to die for your sins, because can't nobody die for your sins. Ezekiel the 18th chapter said, can't nobody die for your sins. Yet, and that wasn't why Jesus died. He died, allegedly died, according to this, remember the storyline, he died because of insurrection. The same shit happened on January the 6th in Washington, D.C.
And then not to mention, and then if he died, and then he died, and didn't nobody ask him to die for us either. Like, didn't nobody ask him to do that.
Well, he came back
now You're doing something and forcing the favor on us now, type stuff.
Check that. For if my people, which are called by my name, first of all, what's the name? Would humble themselves and pray. They didn't pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Then will I hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and what? And heal the land and remember them no more. So why about somebody? Why they about to die if this is gonna take place? But remember that are called by my name. It ain't Israel, because they was named Israel by the angel to Jacob. So Abraham's name was never Israel. None of his sons was named Israel. Yeah, that, huh? And the closest thing to it is Ishmael, which means him who God heareth.
Was it ever Israel and El?
Yeah. But now it was Isaac. It was Isaac and Ishmael. Then the
And
next
Ishmael is Muhammad, right? Is the Quran.
Well, the Muslims claim that because of Hagar,
right?
But the word Ishmael is mostly used among the Muslims. But that means the word Ishmael means one whom God heareth. The other
Well, see, that's another thing. In the Bible, they got Muslim stuff in there. Like they're talking about temples, they're talking about turbans.
Whoa. The same folks that gave them the Bible gave them the Quran, because I can prove you find the same characters. Now the Quran came in around 620, 625 AD, which is after the Bible. But if you got many of the same
you're right.
characters.
You're right about that one. The Quran is definitely a runoff or spinoff, but it's pimped out too, though. They pimped it too.
And the thing about it, in the Quran, in Surah Al-Baqarah 43, it says, "Remember thee, O children of Israel, I chose you above all nations." It didn't say, "Oh, Muslims." So if you got a Quran, look it up. Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 5, verse 43. Come on. And was not Muhammad married to a Jewish woman? Heck, that she taught him how to read, claimed that he could not read.
Now I don't know how to look up the surahs now. I don't know how to look up. You said Surah Al-Baqarah. I don't even know how to look that up, y'all.
I know, because you have to have a Quran, and it goes under the cow, and you have to have that. That's why I tell people all the time, and I don't want to come trying to cut my head off, but they got the Quran, and I like because they're well disciplined and they are dedicated. Christians they're not gonna do anything, you know. And especially with the guy, it's no way.
You saying the Quran got better followers and they're a little more peaceful.
Well, they're more dedicated, because now you got a different group that follows a different particular set of rules. You got one that deal chariot, some deal with the Quran itself and the Hadith and all that. But then you got the so-called Jews. They deal with the Torah. Some deal with the Tanakh. You know, they got different things that they follow.
And then you got the Ethiopian Bible.
Oh yeah, and it's supposed to be the oldest, you know. But remember, they're supposed to be the oldest Christians and all that. But I'm going back to the main.
Yeah, and they supposedly converted. They didn't. Yeah, plus, they didn't get converted.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the main line so we don't lose our trend. Not that
go ahead, bro.
It's just the fact that many of our people, we grab these labels looking for identity, and we don't do the research behind what we're putting on us, and then we begin to wear it and try to make ourselves fit into these molds. That dog won't hunt. First and foremost, ask this question, Sister Monica. How many creation stories is in the book of Genesis? How many creation stories is in the book of Genesis?
Oh, I can answer that.
You can?
Yeah, it's 4 of them, isn't it? It's written in 4 different first-hand accounts or second-hand accounts or whatever, first witness statements or something like that. But it's written by 4 different people.
Yes, sir. But it says
2 though. It says 2 on here.
It says, but actually he's right, because if you go look, based on what creation starts, when things starts over, you got first 2. Then you got the story of Noah and his group when they came out and started all over. You know, and all these are different accounts. And then the next thing is, who is these Nephilim that come down and having babies by the daughters of men? Why wasn't they drowned?
The Nephilim? You talking about the Nephilim? The Nephilims.
Which was later became known as the Anunnakis. And they'll find
That
over in
part.
Deuteronomy 4th chapter, and these are the giants that were before the flood. Well, I thought everything drowned in the flood.
And they had all the wisdom. And they
And they
had
had the
all
wisdom that
the
went,
education.
come on now. I mean,
Yeah, and
in
they gave them
Deuteronomy
to
4,
show them how to make swords.
he
Yeah.
said, are we going to serve the gods who in the lands of giants? Because remember, when the children went in there, they found giants, and they would say, we look like clusters of grapes. We were afraid. So we was giants in the land. How did they get there? You gotta watch the storyline. Now,
And then they try
maybe
to
they
say
came
the
through
falling stars.
maybe they came through the ice wall in Antarctica.
No, the Nephilim are supposedly the fallen
I'm being
stars.
silly. I'm
or
being
whatever
silly.
like that.
I'm being silly. I'm sorry.
Or
They came through the ice wall from the world of Atlas.
Yeah. You got to realize, watch who translated it. Transliteration, timeline, chronology, and language. I tell people all the time, when you look up certain words, look at the timeline when it came into play. Look at the word when it was put into the.
You gotta. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and because certain words didn't exist. Jesus never said, "Upon this rock I will build my church," because the word church didn't exist.
Right.
They had temples and synagogues. Nowhere you find
Well,
the word church.
it was mausoleums actually.
Yeah, so there was nowhere until you look at the word, the etymology of the word church, England church, they put their stamp on it. Here's another thing is when you look at the story itself, well, I don't want to get too deep, and I'm feeling it coming on. I swear I feel it coming on. Because I don't want them people trying to find me to hang me on no tree because they mad because they shit ain't stuff ain't holding up.
No, man, you giving them the straight information, bro. They can look at all they got. You good? Don't even worry about that. Just give it to the people.
They'll come after me before they come after you, and I don't care.
That part, yeah, I got you back, man. You good, man? Go ahead and fire them up.
So we run around and we got all these different labels we want to wear. Have not done the research yet. We want to negate those people who came before there was an Egypt. You're stuck in Egyptology. I understand, but remember, as I told myself the other day, it was the African woman, the African sister. Now let me drop the Alkebulan sisters, because there was nothing called Africa till the white boy went there. So claim he
talking about Akabulan.
It's Alkebulan. And these sisters, in 43,000 BC, not 4,004, they created the first calendar out of the Lubumbo Mountains. They used the moon cycle, the menstrual period, and they notched this baboon fibula to keep track of the days for agriculture, for harvesting going on. Because they got tired of losing their husband to the lions, and the shit was eating them up when they went hunting. The easy go hunt for meat today and get ate. So they come up with a system so they quit losing their husband called agriculture. Then you turn around, you got people who believe in the book so much, they create whole societies and groups and organizations off of this book and don't understand really nothing about it. That's what's sad. And there is no record, historical record, wherever was an Israelite ever in Egypt. There is none. Not even on the temple wall, none. So who are these guys that left, that walked in 12 and walked out 600,000? And then you read the story, you say they left out with 630,000, not counting men and women. So you gonna tell me y'all went in with less than 12 and walked out of there with 600,000? But you gonna tell me you're going to the new place in ships. Where did the ships they talk about they came in and left out in? Called a Deuteronomy 28.
With millions, that fitted thousands of black people on the boat. They said they getting thousands in the bow.
And if you look at it, they stole from, because the book. Now, why would God tell you to steal? You know you're leaving town. Go borrow this from your neighbor, and you know you ain't gonna give it back. That's stealing. Read the story. It says go and borrow from all the Egyptians. Borrow it. You ain't gonna bring it back because you leave and you ain't coming back.
Didn't the Egyptians slave them though, right? The Egyptians was slaving them, right? Or wasn't, but that was their brother though, right?
But they was intermarrying with them too, bro. because a lot of them left.
Yeah, that was their
They were
family.
left
Or
out
they
with
left,
them.
and when they went over there, the
They
brother
left
was
out
running
with them.
it, right?
But remember, this is their story. This is their story. But now, who they fought was the Hyksos. You had 10 different nations to go in there that conquered Egypt. 10 different. Even though it might have been that, but let me go back a little further. And Sister Monica, I have a scroll. For the wall. It is 24 inches wide, 12 feet long. It goes back 200,000 years of Negro history or Black history. I can go back and I can go further than that. But 200,000 years. There's a tribe called the Sand People or the Bush People that goes back
The song, South Africa. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Sound people.
Yeah. So and
But
they
you
get
be
divination.
amazed. Yeah, they're good. That's South Africa.
Yeah. So my thing
The
is,
Bantu.
you crying about
Or
Egypt, but
Bantu.
you're gonna throw away 196,000 years. Come on, man. That ain't fair.
Well, they've been out what they said it was traditional. They was an orally passing their things down orally.
Irregardless, they exist. Irregardless, they exist to this day. Where they spoke click,
And they're still around. They're still around.
They still here.
Oh yeah, the click
But you gonna write
languages.
them all?
And they're extinct though too, because I guess people have been killing them off. Here's another thing: is do you know that the whole
No, the Sound
tradition?
people still around.
Go
But
ahead.
they're like damn near. They're like there's only a few people that's still left. Like they're facing extinction. But I will say this: is that there's a whole thing where do you know that a San man, right, when he wants to take on a wife, right, he shoots her in the behind with an arrow. That's the whole tradition of the Cupid, right? What does Cupid do? Shoot you in the behind with an arrow. So when a San person, he only gets five arrows in his life. If a San man wants to take on a wife, he shoots her in the behind with an arrow.
Whoa. I got one for you. My brother's out there talking about no attack, just facts. He says he's the agnostic. So I guess he'd be familiar with this book called The Nads Hammer Library. Okay.
The Nag Hammadi scripts. You talking about the Nag Hammadi?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nag Hammadi scripts. Yeah, I know all about the Nag Hammadi.
Okay.
This guy. Yeah, man, I see you, dog.
Okay, you know where I'm going then. You know where
I know about the Nag Hammadi scripts. Yeah, they pretty old. Yeah, that predate a lot of stuff.
I'm just mad because how nice his books look. I know these books are probably like about 30 years old and they look just so crisp because my books look
You
terrible.
can research all that stuff, but I feel you.
But no, I'm saying my books look like horrible after like 10 years, and his book probably like are way older than mine, look like crisp and brand new. And I know those books are older than mine.
Yeah.
He keeps his books crisp, honey. Those books are
You got the
glossy.
cosign. And you know it's funny when you talk about the Bushmen, they call them the Bushmen, and then they also with the people of the sun, and they say they got the glow and whatnot. And when they talk about Adam and Eve, they say they was in the forest and had a glow.
In the book of Thomas the Contender, in this book, it said the book of Thomas the Contender. Y'all know who Thomas is, Doubting Thomas. The Contender, the seventh and of the last thesis in the Kodak 2 of the Coptic Gnostic Library from Nottingham. It is a revelation dialogue between the resurrected Jesus and his twin brother Judas Thomas. So the brother had a twin. So Mary had one baby, she had two. That's why he saw him in one place, he saw him in two places.
You said Jesus had a twin?
Yeah, a twin.
Jesus had a twin.
In the book of John, it said that he had a twin. The word didymus don't mean that he doubted. The word didymus is the Arabic word for twin. Thomas means twin. He had an identical twin I saw him in Galilee. Well, no, I saw him in Jerusalem because he got a damn twin brother.
What? I mean,
hold on, wait a minute. Where did John say that? Wait,
Yeah,
Jesus
you gotta
had
pull
a
that
twin
script up.
brother. Hold on, we gotta bring that
Yeah,
up.
we need that verse. We need that verse. We
Jesus
need
had
that
a
verse.
twin brother. Okay, John. What? John.
Don't play with me. Please don't play with me.
Wait, John. What was the verse of John of Jesus having a twin brother? Okay, we gotta get.
What verse is that, brother?
Oh, in the book in the Bible, I think it's in the book of John, where they all came together, and it called him Doubting Thomas. Let me. They call the word is Didymus. It's not doubt. The word is Didymus, which means twin. So let us go to the book.
It means twin in Hebrew.
It means twin in the Greek, because New Testament is Greek. But it all
Okay,
but in the
all right.
Arabic.
Wait, so Thomas was the twin? Thomas was the twin of Jesus.
Judas Thomas is the name. He is the twin brother of Jesus, according to the text.
Wow.
I told y'all I wasn't ready for this. I done told y'all.
The Judas. Yeah, the Judas.
Let me go and find it.
I mean, I know it's because even with the other story, what is it? Cain and Abel. How Cain and Abel gonna populate the world when it's two men?
Well, what the deal about that, and I get in that later. Thank you. They had
I'm gonna get in
twin
that later.
They had each one of them was born with a twin sister, Lily-Watt and another.
What?
And so the deal was, it was not about the fruit.
Who, Lillian?
They had twin sisters. Each one had a sister that was born. They born in Cain got mad because he wanted to marry his sister because she came with him, and Adam and Eve didn't want them to do that. They wanted to mix them up. So the fight came down. She was born with me. She's mine. No, we're gonna swap them out. So that's what the stuff came. It wasn't about the offering of the fruit. That's all the other stuff. We can get in that in the book of Adams. Okay.
Yeah, we got some stuff to discuss.
Let me get it so I can find this.
Yeah, hit us with this verse. We need this Thomas verse, this twin verse you said.
I'm going after it now. Just bear with me. Yeah, gotta cut my light on now because oh man, boy, these people. Hold on a minute, y'all. Be patient. We can do 6 hours. We can do it.
Oh, it's in the Apocrypha too, and it's in the Apocrypha text.
No, this is I'm dealing with one they run around with it. They don't understand. Doubting Thomas, and he died.
The Apocrypha is hidden, right? They didn't get it.
Yeah,
nobody really had the Apocrypha books.
Yeah, but see, like I said, I'm looking at our standard, what they use, because a lot of them don't use the Apocrypha. They go, let me see if I can find it. I think it's the 20, John 21 something.
While Thomas, the apostle, is known as Doubting Thomas, the idea that he was the twin brother. Okay.
Of the book of John. Okay. 24 verse. Thomas, one of the 12, called Didymus. And here's the word Didymus. Write this down. Didymus. Monica, look it up in the dictionary. The word Didymus. Did you hear me?
D-I-D, all right. D-I-D-M-U-S.
It is in the 20 chapter, verse 24.
Didymus meaning. Okay, so Thomas was called Didymus. Hold on, let me go. All right. So Thomas was called Didymus, meaning twin in Greek, because the name Thomas itself is a translation of the Aramaic word meaning Tiome, which also means twin.
Twin. Whoa.
And then you have the whole
yeah, right. But
you have this right here that early
Didymus. The key word is Didymus, twin.
The act of Thomas suggests that you had a twin brother often identified as Thomas. So Thomas was supposedly Jesus'
It's
twin
the
brother.
twin brother. And he established a church in Syria. Come on. I didn't write this.
Gnostics were superimposing Greek mythos on the Gospels. That's
Yeah,
what,
right. That's apologist, but it's there, right? It's there.
So does a Gnostic concept mean that it does not mean anything? Does a Christian or a Hebrew say that if you're Gnostic that does not mean anything? It doesn't. There's no. Why does Gnosticism exist if this? Why would these other books exist if they don't mean anything?
Well, I'm not reading the Gnostic. I'm reading from the King James Bible.
Why would Thomas need to stick his hand in his side to know his twin?
Well, I mean, you know, it was that wasn't Thomas. That was the other guy. That's in Luke when Jesus walked upon him out there on the bankside, and they thought they had saw a ghost. That's the 24th chapter of the book of St. Luke. And he said, you go there, 24th chapter, like 43rd verse, they thought they saw a ghost. He said, wait a minute, I am not a ghost that you suppose. You know, he said, I'm going to eat with you, so give me some honeycomb and fish. Ghosts don't need to eat. Otherwise, I ain't dead. Luke 24. So the cat never died because they had a potion already ready of vinegar and vinegar and wine vinegar and what's that other thing here? Aloe vera, not aloe vera, but hyssop that will wake him up. So when he took the hyssop and vinegar on the reed, it was designed to wake him up, cause a deep sleep, and then wake him up.
Oh, so Romeo and Juliet type shit.
Yeah. Matter of fact, in the books by Hugh J. Schoenfield, the Passover plot, they tell you that it was a trick. See, the resurrection. Now I know all this sounds crazy. All I'm saying to the listeners, don't believe a thing I'm saying. Do the research, get the material, and form your own analogy. I really don't care what you believe or don't believe. A man believe, want to believe. He can believe a jackass is God. That's your business. Just don't bring that BS to me, because it won't harm. If you don't want to know, don't ask me. I think it's in Luke 24, 30. Let me see here. 23. Let's see some here. Book here together. I gotta take care of this.
So Jesus had a twin, and there was a bunch of twins going down there, and that damn Thomas mean twin. God damn! Everybody keeping up? Is everybody keeping up?
Right. Jesus was a twin. He didn't
We
really
know we laying
die.
a lot on y'all right now, but we trying to wake y'all up, and we need y'all to stay with us. Keep your thinking caps on.
So that's the Gnostic. So because we talked about Gnosticism.
Yeah,
and
but
I had a young man on here talking about Christian Gnosticism, but he didn't get into this. I don't understand why he didn't. That would be a very good point to bring up about being a Christian Gnosticist, to say, hey,
He's
look.
deep in the book right now.
Well, see, the thing about it, I'm coming out of the King James Bible. What I read a while ago out of Nazareth, that came out of the Gnostic book. But this is where I read about him being the word dynamis being the twin, and then in one portion they talk of it's in the gotta find that. You know, when he was eating, he ate with them and drank with them, and said, "I am not dead, as ye suppose." Gotta find that. Gotta find. See. I'm way where I wanted to be at when I started out with. Okay.
Brother, you want to get back on track, man?
That's the book of Acts 2 and 24.
Huh?
That's the book of Acts 2 and 24.
Now I'm in Luke. It's in the book of Luke where Jesus went and was eating with them. It says when he walked upon them, and when they were after the resurrection, he went out, and then when he met with them, they thought he was a ghost. He said, "I'm not a ghost."
This guy says twin refers to astrology. Gemini is the twins.
No, that ain't what it says in the definition. Don't try to add no stuff in there. We know what it didn't say Gemini. It says the word says Didymus. They call him Old Doubting Thomas based on the word, because our preacher back then was 85% illiterate, so they couldn't call some of the word. You know, Old Doubting Thomas, he didn't believe. Well, the word is Didymus. And the word Didymus means twin according to the dictionary. Not according to your Quictionary, but according to the dictionary. Stay within the lane, bro.
Of that year, right?
Don't try to be an apologist. We know astrology when we hear it. That has nothing to do with astrology.
Hey, I like this guy. Real talk. Don't make it. Don't hold their hand. Don't fucking don't baby them niggas.
Don't get out there being a Christian apologist, because none of this stuff gonna fit. You throw it ain't gonna stick on the wall, because you got
defending for that man. Yeah, real talk.
Too much
so he's trying to say that literally the whole Bible is astrological.
It is not. Now you got to have astrology in it, but the Bible is myth, mythology, allegory, dogma, and legend. That's what it is. The people who build it.
It's allegorical or it's mythological.
The way it's built. Matter of fact, you got two stories in the Bible that where we're talking about heaven coming to earth. You got Revelation and you got the latter chapter of Isaiah. The same story told over, but it don't fit the narrative. And I'll go there in a minute. I'm trying to find this where Jesus they were fishing, and he went and ate with them. And he told them, "I'm not dead." Shit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get up out and go somewhere, and I'm gonna stay gone. And say then he died of old age because he had a son named Barabbas, Jesus Barabbas, and he had a wife, and he moved and got married, went on down in the that man crazy. Nope. John chapter 2 talks about the wedding that he had. Oh, come on. Woo.
So he's saying that Revelation 12 and chapter 11, chapter 12. While you're looking up that, all right.
I gotta find. Gotta take a shortcut. My wife just left to save time, because we can go. But we're looking at.
I don't know what 11 and chapter 12.
No, that's.
Honey, that's not it. I don't know what you're.
Well, I think I'm there up here.
All right, so it's 11. But Revelation 11 says, "And there was given me a reed unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar of them that worship therein."
Let me ask this question: why was Revelation the last book canonized, and why was it canonized in 90 A.D. Same time that the book John before it was written in 90 A.D. And Jesus supposed to died in 33 A.D. So why it took him damn near 60 to 70 years to write the Revelation? Remember timeline.
Welcome to the welcome Zion. So he said read 12:1. "And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars."
That's astrology.
So if you're looking at from 11 and then you read through 12, 12 is actually going from Virgo into all the way to Sagittarius, and I can prove it. And then now when you go back and look at Revelation, excuse me, brother, I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying, detour your rant. I'm just saying. Hold on. Shalom.
Yeah, he just saying slow down, brother. You just got in. You coming in hot. That's all we saying. Just slow down a little bit.
Peace, my brother. We're not talking about astrology.
Yeah, we're not.
No.
We're trying to have a
When you
nice
bring up
deal.
the twins, you're talking
We're
about
talking
something
about
that was
general
written in Greek.
conversation.
What book are you reading from, and who wrote?
Brother, let's stay
I'm reading
civilized.
King James.
Hold on. When you're talking about
No.
the
You're not going to
Gnostics,
come in and
the
hijack this
Gnostics'
conversation.
interpretation.
Brother, you just got here. Relax.
Interpretation is not
Yeah,
canon.
you just got
Hold on.
The Gnostic interpretation is not
Hold
canon.
on. Zion. Okay, everybody gotta calm down.
Catch
Okay,
the
I know you're trying to say
Zion,
something.
you can't come in hot like that,
We're not
brother.
talking
When people are
about.
filibustering.
No, hold
We're
on.
not talking
We're gonna
about.
give you the floor, Zion.
You
I'm
your
just saying, chill out.
emotions.
Be quiet.
You are in your emotions. We're not talking what you're talking about. We're talking about general basic layman knowledge. We're not into the astrology. I can take you to the astrology.
You can't even get to Hebrew. You over here reading in English.
My brother, can
Go to the
you
Hebrew.
speak
Go to
Hebrew?
the Hebrew.
Hey,
Why-
Zion.
wait a
Listen.
Why are we even
Hold
on
on,
this?
Zion. This is an elder first and foremost, Zion.
No, don't
Okay,
worry
we're
about him
not-
for saying as elder, because these are the kind of guys I have to deal with. But he's got the cow by the tail. He don't know what a conversation is. He comes talking about astrology. I can take it to Job chapter 5, verse 9. It talks about Orion and all that. That's in the book of Job. I'm not talking about astrology. We can get into the astrology. We're talking about everyday people believing in something they do not have a basic understanding of. You might speak Hebrew, or is it Paleo, or is it Babylonian, or is it Yiddish? Because that's another problem. And the translation alone will change the meaning and definitions of the language. I ask you, my brother, where is the Alabayat found in your Bible? What book? I'm dealing with everybody to deal with. And 6.9 billion people don't know nothing about about no Hebrew, because there's no such thing as Hebrew, because the Hebrew is not a language. It is a thing that means one that crossed over. You created a language, you put two things together. The word Hebrew Israelite, the word Israelite came from Jacob, that was given by the angel. That is not what, and God is not, he's not a Hebrew Israelite. What is God's name? What is the name? What is your God's name?
Hebrew means one that crossed over.
Yeah, it means one that crossed over. The word from the word Hebrew from Mesopotamia, it is from the Mesopotamian language, and he says it means he who crossed over. Sister can put it up. We got a lot of fabrication and stuff.
That boy on fire right now.
But it will not fit the narrative. Next thing is, why would God take Abrams and put an H in the name of Abraham and then his name was Abram? Because the book declares that the first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis is Jewish myth and legend. They borrowed this stuff from Easterners to create a language and a history. We're tasting another man's wolf cookies, want to be ours when we're much older. We go back 200,000 years. The Jewish people, the latecomers, they are Gentiles. Don't get me started. I understand your emotions, and this is what I run into. But you cannot take your emotions and override common sense, logic, understanding, and research. Read, research, and review. Our problem is we won't get excited because we're still trying to find an identity. And half of the stuff out there is somebody's opinion and idea, what they think it ought to be. I'm not talking about astrology. I'm talking about everyday layman's belief system that's got us jacked up, and you know what the hell you're talking about. You know, and I put it like it. I don't get offended because I'm an elder.
I will say that there has been some new understandings that do think that the Bible is a book of astrology, and that
Well,
really
I mean, that's fine and good. Well, I mean, we can go there. Go to Job, chapter 5, verse 9. Go there. Let's go there. You want to go astrology? Then you got to tell me who Leviathan is, the great sea monster that rides the sky. Job chapter 5, which is older than Genesis. Ain't that something? Job chapter 5, verse start with verse just start with 9. We're not talking about astrology. I don't want to get into the astrology. Come on. We know what the word halos and all that stuff. We're talking about in the book of Job. It might the book of Job, King James Version. It might be, it talks about Orion, the Pleiades, and all that. let me go in my book here. Job. I understand we get upset. Yeah. But it's nothing to get upset about. You didn't write the book. Job chapter 9, I'm sorry, starting with verse 8. Job chapter 9, starting with verse 8, or let's go to verse 5. Job chapter 9, starting with verse 5. Would you please read? Would you please read?
I'm sorry. I was reading on mute. Which removeth the mountains and they okay. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength, who has hardened himself against him and hath prospered, which removeth the mountains and they know not, which overturneth them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble, which commandeth the sun and it riseth not, and sealeth up the stars, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon the waves of the sea, which maketh Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades, and the chambers of the south.
That's astrology right there. That's plain. That's plain. Okay. Then go further. It talks about Leviathan in the same chapter. Who is Leviathan? Leviathan is the great sea monster. It talks about Behemoth, the other dragons and stuff. So come on. And why is this book?
Not the sea monsters and dragons.
Okay, yeah. Why is this book in the book of poetry, Robert written and with others? It's called the book of poetry. Psalm, Proverbs, and Job is in the section called a poetry. When Job is older than Genesis.
Good God, man, you're dropping fire right now. Would you like?
He's saying that Leviathan is a Scorpio.
I don't care what he want to call it. I'm saying what the book said it is. He said it is a sea monster, and then you got Behemoth.
Well, a Scorpio is a Scorpio from the sea, or does it come from a land animal?
All this, it did just tell you that, and then it goes in further and more in detail, But
well, didn't one of them live in a well? Didn't one of them live in a well for 3 days?
Come on, whoa.
Come back up and just talk, bro. Just don't be yelling. You didn't have to
you know what? Hey, hold on, Monica. Monica, we're gonna get that man the floor. We're gonna let him come on here and ask whatever questions he wanted to ask, and let him get out his point of view. We literally gonna give him 3 whole solid minutes in pure silence to state his case and ask any questions for the elder or one of us or whatever he like. We're gonna be respectful. Tell him he need to be respectful. We're all being respectful. We would like for him to come on the panel and give us.
Listen, we do have to be respectful. Listen. This is an elder. When a person's like, he's 79 years old, he got like a whole 1,500.
You good, brother? You can hop on the panel and click the link, man. We just asking you to be respectful, brother. That's all we asking, man. That's all we can easily have a bill.
Yeah.
We can be emotional.
We love you. We love you, Zion. You know you loved over here. We just I know it gets.
You know what? He got something to say, y'all. Let's go ahead and give him 5 minutes to say whatever he don't want to say. Go ahead, brother. You got the mic. You got the flow.
Yeah, I'm not upset with nobody's information. I just don't like to be cut over when I'm trying to complete a thought. At least finish my sentence and put a period on it. When you start cutting me off, that's disrespect to me, and then I don't care about how old you are, nothing. So anyway, So when we get down to Genesis, yes, Job is the oldest book in the Bible. Actually, it's said that Job actually has its origins in Mesopotamia, and like the epics of Gilgamesh and stuff like that. It really was not a original book from the Hebrew perspective. It actually predates Judaism in itself. So I agree with you on that, Elder. But when I'm talking about Revelation, some of the signs and things that we see, the sea monster is related to Scorpio. The Greeks looked at it as a scorpion, and we can see that duality between the dragon that came out from the pit and the scorpion. The scorpion in the Hebrew, the way they translated and looked at the stars, they looked at it as a sea monster. You know what I'm saying? With a tail, with a tail, right? Also, when the Satan was Lucifer was supposed to be cast out of heaven, his tail drew a third of the angels. So these things are symbolic. They're not literal. So they're not talking about literal sea monsters. Now, even with the twin situation, you have the two prophets or the two witnesses that also corresponds to the two candlesticks, two olive trees. The twins, that is about the age of Gemini. Even the sacrifices from the bullock, that is Aries. That's the Aries age. The not Aries, Taurus. The ram is the Aries age. So from each age or 2,000 some odd years, they predicted, or they were predicting, or maybe even divining using the stars what would happen. That's all biblical. And then Revelations, if you look at Revelations 12, that whole entire thing literally describes the movement of the sun from Leo into Virgo into Libra, and then into Scorpio, and then into Sagittarius. That whole entire from 1 all the way down, I believe, to maybe verse 12. So I'm not arguing with that. I'm just arguing with you on the points. I'm just saying that there's a lot of astrological symbolism, especially when you start getting into Gnostic interpretations, because the Gnostics were looking at the Bible from a very esoteric standpoint, not a literal standpoint like some of the church folks use today. I don't look at everything in the scriptures as literal like church folks and a lot of the Israelite brothers want to look at it today. There's a lot of symbolism in there, and there's a lot of things that are astrological and time related. So I rest.
It sounds to me like y'all do agree to a certain point that it is mythological.
Are you sure you got anything you want to add to that, brother?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Because first and foremost, everything you said, I can agree with. Studying on the astronomy and astrology, we were not talking about astronomy and astrology. We were talking about literary language of the layman that runs around claiming these things. We did not bring them, and I would love to talk with you when it goes to start. I can do that too, but that's not what the topic is about. We're talking about another knowledge that people are following and don't have a clue, and they're missing the mark. You know, I agree with you on a lot of that. You know, something. And we can go into it. That is not the subject. The subject was talking about the danger and misconception of the thing about God and the Bible.
Yeah, the fallacies, the pseudo statements. Yeah, it wasn't about astrology.
We can go into the cosmic creation. We can go into things and deal with that, and we're on point. Now I ask you, now in your astrology, have you ever heard of the constellation of thing called Ophiuchus? Have you ever heard of Ophiuchus?
Not in that terminology. Maybe I've heard it in another language or another.
Well, Ophiuchus was took out of the astrology because it dealt with the feminine energy, and it's between Sagittarius and Scorpio, and the sun rises and Ophiuchus for 18 days more than it is in the other, and they skip over it. Look up Ophiuchus in the in Ifa. It's called Osamara, the great rainbow serpent. Okay, that's in Ifa.
Oh, it's a serpent also in E5, that right between Scorpio and
it's called Osamara.
Wow. That's what's up.
I created 13 constellations of Ifa from the Orishas, because when you call on these other deities, you're calling on another man's deity and power. Those are not from Artivion. The days of the week, they are from another man's mind, and you enforcing them We have Orishas that represent the days of the week, and we have months that are recognized by Orishas. This is the month now of Oshun. It's 13 months because it's built after the women's cycle of the menstrual cycle and the cycle of the moon. Your book said, and that's what the problem is. We're on the wrong table, and therefore we are not following the rules of cosmology of the universe. We're following something that Julius Caesar and Pope Gregory and all of them,
Constantine and all of them,
Christopher Clavius, all these people that built this, we're still following another man's out, and we're not following that which is innate to our nature.
Right.
Okay. But I appreciate you, man. And I love to say that love to talk to our young brother, because y'all are the new warriors. You all are guys that got to help bring our ignorant people out of darkness to the light. And I will not, at no point when I sat down, just always without documentation. I've been there. I've been studying this stuff for years. But I'm dealing now with a layman, because that's what the problem is.
I agree with you on that. I think that people are oversimplifying what's in the text, and then they're reading it as literal when there are things in there that are not literal.
Right. Not literal. And that's the danger.
When you look at it literal, you're gonna go crazy. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what
dragons and stuff are coming out the water and stuff.
Yeah, right. And that's the danger, because we don't understand the esoteric and the metaphysical of these things. We're so hooked up on Eurocentric teaching and not Afrocentric teaching. You understand? And I'm Afrocentric to the bone. Or I was going to say Alkebulan-centric from the bone. I don't play with them white, because them white boys, I've debated them, and they don't know shit from shine over.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I wouldn't say astrology. You could say astronomy, because they did use the stars symbolically, though. They had signs and wonders in the heavens, signs and wonders all throughout the Bible. In fact, in Genesis, it says that God placed the sun and the moon and the stars in the sky to be as signs for thee. So when we read in this language, we have to understand that there's some of these symbolisms are all throughout the scriptures.
Science and symbolism. There's a book called Science by Primordial Man by Albert Churchward. Also in your Bible, in Psalms 104, verse 19, it says that the moon governs the season and the sun know where it sets. Am I correct? Psalms 104,
yes, sir.
Verse
yes,
19.
Sir. Absolutely.
Okay, so when you understand these things like I do, I can go on both. I can go on that astrology level, but I'm dealing with the layman, the poor man out there that's crying out for this, ain't got a clue. Post, they ain't got a clue.
But you know what? I'm gonna say this though, Bobby Yashabaya. My audience is not necessarily all laymen. My audience are like some people are very, very versed in a lot of this stuff. So just understand that
there's a bunch of mystics in here.
That might be why you're getting pushback, is because my audience is not your average people. That would not know all this. So that's probably why. So that's what it is.
No, Bobby's giving them deep knowledge. He's giving them real deep knowledge, like for real, straight up.
Attack on the ordinance, but there are people out there that they run into that they cannot defend, because people has a certain level. You got to go there. And this is, I'm not, like I said, don't believe nothing I'm saying. Do the research. I'm not here for the attack. I'm trying to share, and I preach, and I preach, and I love the platform. You need to.
And hold on, can I also say this? I have a 74% male platform. 74% of the people that are watching this are men.
Beautiful.
20, I think 20, whatever that number, 25% are female. So a lot of men are watching this, and a lot of the men that are watching this, they already, a lot of them know a lot of stuff. So therefore, some of them are like, okay, so you're gonna get, people that's in the audience, and they're able to they with you, they following along with you, and they're able to okay, well, so that's what's happening right now.
I got a lot of good gems that you dropped. I'm not like banging on against what you're saying, but maybe I was understanding that you are speaking to those who are reading the scriptures from a layman's perspective, then yes, I absolutely concur with you 100%. Even with those twins, you know what I'm saying? The Esau and Jacob, that's Gemini again. You got Cain and Abel, that the dichotomy between the two brothers, Isaac and Ishmael. Even though they're not twins, they're still representing, you know what I'm saying, two male sons, and that still is in line with the Gemini, you know what I'm saying, energy. But yes, absolutely, I agree with you, Elder, 100% on that.
Motivate. So go trying to get the webs back. We were in the, like I said, the danger, and I go back to it. When we use generic terms, it throws things off. And a lot of the things that people are using, like with the word God, there's 330,000 gods that registered. Also, there's a book called 16 Crucified Saviors. We're talking about somebody dying for your sin and being saved. The fellow we call Jesus is not the only one. You got a book by Christian Great. It called the 16 Crucified Saviors, where even Krishna and all of them went through the same thing, and there's similarities. So you got to be careful. And not only that, in the Bible itself, you got 4 different Jesuses in the Bible. So which one are you going to chase? And then again, you can't chase me if you can't write the man's name, because there is no J in the language to the late 1600s. And in the original King James that I showed you, there is no J's in the original 1611 with the 80 books. There is no J's.
Right. That's true.
And so that's a problem. And not only that, and back in the day, 85% of the preachers was socially illiterate. They didn't understand none of this. Even when it comes down to so-called Hebrew, like even the Greek. We got brothers and sisters in these Greek sororities. They can't speak no Greek. They don't know what that stuff even really means. But because we want to be accepted,
colleges, they following the Greek.
We want to be accepted. We want to be recognized. So we take on another man's jacket. Just cause the cat have babies and others making me biscuits. You can join all you want to.
But they'll teach them that outer stuff, you know what I'm saying? But they won't teach them the actual
and you run around
meanings.
here, I'm a Mason, I'm a that. Do you know what that really means? You know, then you go through these various variables, and I'm getting off track. I don't want to get out too far.
It's okay to get into it. You know what? I'm gonna say this. Let the conversation flow.
Okay.
The way it needs to flow. Don't worry about being on track. If it's flowing towards you getting into it, let's get into it.
Yeah, we can get into the rabbit hole. We can go down.
You don't have to just stick to a certain thing, because like I said, people are following you. I'm following you.
We can go down the rabbit and like I said, and then the danger. I tell people all the time, we have to be very careful when you're dealing with these so-called religious texts or sacred texts. You have to understand the origin, the etymology, timeline, and everything the brother said. So I asked a guy, how could Moses, I'm going to ask, write the Torah when he didn't exist according to the timeline that the book said it did, they come in? And most chronology in the Bible are out of sequence. They are not in order. You know, that's a book called the Children of the Dragon. That's in the esoteric knowledge, and that's in a book called the Other Bible. Most folks ain't never seen the thing called the Other Bible. You know,
right? The Lord of the Heavens, or what was that? It was also
that. You know, here's one called the Other Bible, and it has some of the books. Oh man,
I think Enoch gets a lot really deep into Ethiopian the books of Enoch.
Then there's a book called the Pseudepigrapha, Volume 1, Volume 2. That book costs about $300 in the 2 sets.
Right.
Book of Beginnings by Gerald Massey, Organism of Religion by Albert Churchward, and the list goes on. I studied both black and white authors to see where they're coming from. You understand? Right. And then you go back and do your research and you review. And then you sit down and then you look at nature. You have to look at nature. So, wait a minute, that don't line up with that. Something wrong with that. And that's how we have to do the thing. We have to use these. And that's, for instance, everybody call about God, he, when the word in the ancient tongue is she. The word God is feminine in the ancient. It's not masculine. Even breath, spirit, is feminine. Even the book of Proverbs 8 It said that wisdom
Ain't
and
God
understanding,
supposed to be plural?
they are feminine principles. They are feminine energy. And in the book, I think it's Proverbs 8:22, wisdom say that I was there before the earth was. I was there by his side as one brought up with him. Go to Proverbs 8:22 through 32. So we negate that feminine, and that's what's wrong. We too long want to make
That's
it
what they did
masculine.
with the Holy Spirit. The Ruach HaKodesh is a feminine.
The Ruach,
right?
okay,
In the
that's in the
second,
Hebrew. You're right.
right.
You're right. But also in there, we call it Shekinah. But you know,
Right.
so
Yep.
yeah.
Wasn't
So
God
beyond
made
that,
by Sarah, right?
yeah, you know, we can go all in that. But in Proverbs, she said, I was there. And when you go into the Greek text in John 1, it says, in the beginning was the word. Question, what was the word? Because it's a comma there. Sometimes we read and go past punctuation marks. These punctuation marks is there for a reason. In the beginning, St. John 1:1 was the word. What was the word is the question. That was the word. And you just spoke it. It's talking about wisdom. Shekinah or Shekinah, how you
And
want
that's
to
in
phrase it.
Kabbalah as well. The Kabbalistic tree of life, the symbol, you know what I'm saying? You have that
Exactly.
top Ketcher, and then Ketcher goes into Bina and then Hokmah. So that Bina, that breath is a feminine, right? So it was even in the Bible, when you look at it, before, when the earth was void and without form, it was the Ruach that hovered over the face of the deep.
So you and I on the same page. But check this out. Isn't it ironic that they want to give the sting to the apple when it was the fig? What did Eve eat? What did she eat? She ate of the fig. It was no apple. Apple shouted to masculine when the fig was feminine. Why did they cover themselves in fig leaves? Why did they put some apple leaves around it? Why did they cover themselves at all? Look at the fig, the sacred fig. It looked like the ovaries of a female. Look it up. They changed the gender from feminine to masculine.
That's the bomb. That's the bomb right there.
with the switch. With the switch.
You know, and that's that makes sense, because even certain plants are attributed to women or male. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. So they give it
cultures.
it ain't but a few seeds in the apple, but look, boy, look at that fig. Look at that fig.
Yep.
Yeah, and
It
why
looks
did they cover themselves with the fig leaves? Huh? What know about no darn apple?
Yeah, it was about sex.
About sex. And then the other thing was, you look at it, Lydia, the first wife of Adam, she got mad because she would not give him being on top of her. Say, you were going to do this side by side according to the text, or you ain't laying on time, because that means dominance. We were born at the same time, made at the same time, and so you don't dominate me. And you got women like that in that, because the Lydia spirit, you're not going to dominate me, nigga. So get it together. Look her up. So they call her a demon. You know, so she went away.
Also, where it say that women should be silent and all that stuff. Where it say they don't need to talk.
Yeah, that is all Christian, or shall I say?
Western Christian. Yeah,
Western Christians BS. Because that same guy, they said that Paul said, "I send you Phoebe and Aquila, our sister, help them whatever we go to do." She's always been there. Without that feminine energy, it don't exist. And the odd thing about it, and my brother said he speaks it. So then you understand that the first word in the beginning God created. How would you say that in the I'm gonna use the word Hebrew for conversation?
I don't speak it. I study it. My rabbi is the one who does all of the breakdowns on.
I tell you what, Sister Monica, go to the ancient Hebrew and pull up and post up that from the ancient Hebrew, Paleo, the original language of our ancestors, that they changed to so-called Hebrew and Yiddish and all that. Pull it up. I sent it to you the other day. Can you post it up for a minute? Now, I'm pretty sure my brother understands the Alibayat, right? What is that? Yeah, that's it. Can you bring it a little larger, or you cannot?
Yeah, that's the paleo.
Paleo. At the very top is that is what they call Genesis. From that, okay, there it is. Now let's go, and at the top it says
the Torah.
Huh? Yeah, but no, but
the
that
Torah.
first line, the first line, I got it highlighted. It says Abarashit, Bara, Al-Hayim, Hasaman, Wa'adet. In the beginning, the creative breath made the heavens and the earth. Al-Hayam means power. Bara, so it talks about Bara in the Hebrew is breath. Barashit,
Well, that's what
Abarashit, Bara.
Yahweh is, right? Inhale, exhale.
Feminine.
Okay.
Yep.
So show the book. Show them the book again. That's the book that we created back in 2000 of the language. I've got all that. I'm a part of that little fat guy on the side there.
Okay.
So that's me. We were doing. we did it. So we went through the whole layout, even that through the Cherokee language. All that is tied in, and we did a workbook on it, so we know what's going on. And there is no word.
So was this on Ben when you were working with Ben on me, or were you working with?
Yes, ma'am. At that time I was trying between Ben Ami and a group called the House of Israel out of Jackson, Mississippi, and Cincinnati. We're the one that originated the word Yasharon and Yasharal. We created that at the conference and made it become a part of the language. We say, praise the mighty Yah. The word Yah is the name that the God of that Moses supposed to met in the wilderness, which is I am that I am. The name is Yah, and it's in Psalm 68:4. It's the same God that spoke in Deuteronomy 33:26 that I am the God of Yasharon. Then what you gonna do with that? And it verified the characteristics and what. So we created the language from that, and that's what we know is paleo. Yeah, we got the Torah and the Tanakh in the language.
What do you think about some of these brothers who call it Yasharallah, which is making it a feminine?
It is feminine. If you look it up, it is feminine. But all these add-ons is trying to create something. But the guy is called it's called the Holy Name Bible. Wait a minute, let me see if I got that over here. Hold on a minute. Excuse me.
School got them books. He got them books for your ass. School, we're gonna have to digitize you, man. We're gonna get you in 2025, brother.
But I'm just jealous because all his books looks brand new, and I'm like, my books be looking jacked up. I'm like,
I done been loaned out so many books. I'm so upset with myself.
Listen,
you never get them back.
He got 1,500 books, and he read all of them. I
lent out this book that my father gave me before he passed away, which was Orin Orisha, and that book he had got from the botanical gardens in the city, and I loaned it to somebody, and I'm never gonna get it back. I'm so mad at myself. So mad at myself.
But listen, he got some books for your house.
I mean, I can get another copy, but it's not the copy that my dad.
You ain't even seen how. That ain't nothing. His library is immense. He got all right, he's back.
He got something. You guys, he got a thick book right there, boy.
Thick ass book. This is called the Sacred Name.
Okay, what year did that book come out?
Let me go on and take a look. Let you know.
I want to see the year, and I want to know the authors.
Yeah, 1976.
76.
Lord, how
God dang.
he picked that book that nice? I'm so mad. Like my books do not. I don't know.
I was 2 years old when that book came out.
Okay, now 76. Is that book out of date? Yes or no? But it's still good, right? Everything's still valid. The information's still up to date on that book.
It's still pretty valid. You might be able to find it. A lot of my books are out of print, and you can't find them. But
can't even get no bitches no more.
And I quit loaning them out because folk won't bring them back.
Would they be called peer-reviewed books? If they're not on the web, if we're not really able to get them, or would those be considered a peer-reviewed book?
No, they were peer-reviewed back in the 70s.
Yeah, they were peer-reviewed.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like that part.
Right, that's back in the 70s that they went through their own peer review in the 70s.
Yep. And they had less technology to verify.
Exactly.
He got the real,
they had to use the
I'm a
Dewey
little
Decimal.
hazy when it comes to that type of thing.
They had to use the Dewey Decimal to verify.
The restoration of the original Sacred Name Bible? And that was made in the 70s? That is a thick ass Bible just for one name. What the hell? Hold on, wait.
But
I'm not understanding.
there's tons of names for even Allah. There's the 99 names of Allah. When you go to with Yahweh, you can El Shaddai, El Elyon. You know what I'm saying?
L,
on
like
and on
the
and
L,
on. Titles,
Bay,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Those fucking little titles type shit.
Yeah, they're
But
all titles. I don't think there's a name for the creator.
Yeah, but see the thing about it, there is a name. It's called Tetragrammatron. You familiar with it?
Tetragrammatron?
It's called the Tetragrammatron. They got the
What's that?
YHWH,
Yeah.
but it's called the Tetragrammatron.
You mean the Y? You mean the Y? His initial.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They use it a lot of time, but it's called the
And they represent that for science, right? Or it represents the element. What is it?
Even in that, the YH Vav,
WH.
Yohei Vav Hey is masculine, feminine.
Right.
In the letters.
Inhale, exhale.
Yeah, so in Exodus the 13th, I think the 3rd chapter, verse 14, I am that I am. That is not the name. It's Iye Yike Iye. That's in the text.
Right.
Then you break it down, it says Yahaya.
Ahaya, right.
68,
yeah,
68 and 4. And the Indians say Haya, Haya, Haya. Because they also practice the same thing. See.
Well, that was a good one right there. Okay, you still got one in there on us.
Come on, Elder.
Hiya, 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 hiya. Okay. So so it's a lot that we cut into, but once again,
did you just say that the Indians are Christians now?
They got converted because they were basically they were tied into the tribe. But you find out many of these ain't the people. Our ancestors,
they come way after the fact.
that you call the Americas, because the Americas is the original Egypt. You're aware of that, right?
Oh, so you about to pull the Egypt, Africa is Egypt,
right? No, it's documented. It is documented.
Okay, hold on, wait. I'm not sure. I'm willing to go down this road with you. So I know we got Egypt, Texas. You got Egypt, Memphis, right? Or Cairo, Memphis.
Cairo,
you got Egypt. You got a few. You got Texas. Even got Egypt. We got Israel out here too. And okay, so I mean, I will give you a little bit of the Texas, but what about the architectural work compared to what they got in Africa?
It is all there in the Barra and up in Ohio. There, it's called the Barra Caves. They found the ancient writing. They found the language. And matter of fact, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the one practiced the same language. It was written by a guy by the name
Antediluvian.
Huh?
Is it antediluvian?
Yeah, and also the guy's name is Chikawa. He wrote the language for the Cherokee. But we have documents on
what
that.
About the Zulu?
Well,
what about the Bantu?
I can't get into all of that, but I know this: that where I am, it was called the Washita Nation, which was a dark race of people.
Oh, you on the Moors now?
Well, I mean, the Moors got it from these people here. I'm in the town.
Well, the Washita Moors.
I'm ready where the mounds is. I'm down the street from the Queen Mothers, who was
Khalifa.
She died a couple of years ago. That the Washita Nation is not that I'm with the Moors or anything.
I heard about her.
Okay, but she lived in a town called Redwood. Bertie C. Gasson's. She got a descendant live right down the road from me where I'm at. I live where the mounds are, where the great sacred
we got
mounds
them Salem too. We got them Salem out here also, but y'all don't have the big pyramids like Africa, right?
Well, the pyramids, no, but we got the mount. It's called.
Y'all ain't got the megalithic structure. Y'all didn't slow down there. Slow down. Y'all trying to give America too much now. And then not to mention the size of Africa.
Let me say this. Hold on now. Let me just say this. Okay. People had to start from somewhere, right? I believe that they would start from a mound before they would make a pyramid. So I don't know what the thing of saying that, oh, well, they don't have the megalithic structure. I
Right.
believe a mound would come way before a pyramid would.
The pyramid is way high tech structure though. That's high tech engineering compared to like I mean the mounds are nice, but
look
the
at the
pyramid
earliest
architecture.
period.
Well, the thing about it is,
and in Nubia,
in the
they were small.
Hey y'all, and stop interrupting Baba Yashabai. You know, come on now. We gotta like when Baba start talking, we gotta have some respect. Let him talk, 'cause you know what I'm saying. He's an elder.
I
Respect
appreciate
the
it.
elder.
Thanks. But all I was saying is this, and they took it out of the book. It said that the credit says to build me earthen mounds. You can see, Papi, and that was in Exodus. And these are earthen mounds, and then you can look them up, and they are older than the pyramids of Egypt. We've got some right in Louisiana. Matter of fact, LSU out of Baton Rouge, it is older. Poverty Point is older than the pyramids, and it's documented in the archives and the record. Look up Poverty Point. It's older than the pyramids of Egypt. Monica, type it
Oh,
in.
the pyramids, 2000 BC, 3000 BC, 5000 BC.
These go look up the mounds, mounds. They call them Indian mounds. The mounds in Louisiana. Then you got mounds throughout. There's 120 different mounds throughout as we travel. And matter of fact, the mound at LSU, they built that college on our ancestors on a mound there in Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge means bloody stick in the French. So if you look it up, those earthen mounds were represented, and they did with cardinal points of astrology. It tells you that. And if you ever come down arcade to what you call the historical markers, they tell you these are in line with certain stars and things. 5,400 years ago.
You can walk the mounds?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm about to go check them out for sure.
Yeah. And they're older. Now let us proceed
But
back.
what about the stuff they found under the pyramids of Egypt though? What they
Well,
say
I
that
mean,
shit like
they do all that's fine and good, but I mean, all I can say is I'm here. I'm Professor, I'm here. I live down the street from mounds. I can go down the street and they're protected by the federal government. It says do not trespass. Federal government. Why you don't put a sign on some pile of dirt saying do not trespass? Federally protected. If ain't nothing to it. That's crazy.
That part. They want to keep you away from the
So you can't even sit on the mounds. You can't go to the mounds and give reverence.
Yes,
nothing.
yes, yes. You can't.
Is it covered by a gate? Is it like a gate around it, or can you go off?
No, not now. You know, when people start digging in them and going, but they are protected by the federal government, and you can go up. And matter of fact, you got steps. If you pull up Poverty Point, it's called Bird Mound. They got long steps going up to the very top. You can go up there and do your rituals or whatever, your prayers, or up at the very top. Yeah, you got some over here in the city of Tulum when you came down.
How tall are they?
Huh?
How tall are they? Are they tall? Big ones?
You got some that because the white folks, when they cut them down to grow crops, they done did everything they could to it. The boy couldn't handle it. So they were telling, because it represented us, and it was called Day de Money de Washita. That's why when you look up, there it is. You see them long steps going up? Yeah. They found artifacts and everything. Our ancestors, man.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I hear you. I feel you.
Yeah.
It looked like they
and I'm right here. I'm right down the
Y'all are
street.
big on the woodcraft, on the voodoo and all that. Y'all are real big on all that stuff down there.
I love it.
It looked like they mountain down into a molehill. They looked like they did something to it.
Yeah, they did, man. And they also they copied a lot of the government set up in the was it the left, that half round circle. Yeah, it's over there. Yeah, it's over there, man.
I heard that before there were actual pyramids, they had more rounder structures, like round tops to represent the female, the cervix, the uterus.
Yeah.
So it makes
all this
sense
is,
that a mound would exist before a phallic like
yeah.
symbol like a pyramid. So
Well, the thing with the pyramid is the 90-degree angle. It's the 90-degree angle, the pi, all that stuff. That's the
all I can
geometry
say
that's
is,
in it.
all I
well,
can
a
say
mound
is,
is round and a see this whole round thing that looks like a cervix to me. See this over here?
okay, you know, but and we go on and on. There's more, you know, and Monroe, Louisiana, was supposed to be neutral ground for our people, but they come and they took it through eminent domain. There you go, through eminent domain. That's why I look up. You can go up there.
See how that looks? That look. What does that look like? Come on now.
It looked like the House of Congress.
Well, no, it looks like a cervix, a uterus,
Okay,
and then
yeah,
cervix.
you break from that point. But what I
So
was
if
saying
you
is,
that's a baseball mound. When you look at the baseball stadium,
right,
that's
yeah.
how a baseball stadiums look. You know what I'm saying?
That's a calendar reader, right?
Baseball is really, when you look at baseball, the whole thing is you're throwing a white ball into a.
All right, now
hit into the thing into the cervix. You know,
yeah.
so
Okay.
we can get into all that crazy stuff.
Yeah. So, and I'm right here in the town. Matter of fact, I'm in the town where that the first African Brigade defeated and conquered the Confederate. We beat the Confederate army in where I live at right today in Tallulah, Louisiana. When J.J. Greyhound attacked the so-called Confederate, we whooped them right here. It was called the African Brigade. It was called the Battle of Milliken Bend. This was the black man first showed that he had courage and he would fight. He fought hand to hand against bullets and bayonets and defeated the Confederate. That's why Grant was able to defeat Lee at Vicksburg, Mississippi. Because the black man here in Tallulah, the black African warriors, was able to defeat the Confederate. It happened where I live at right here in Tallulah. Matter of fact, one of the surviving plantation is owned by a black man that lived and Monica's been there. When we did the celebration, when you came down to that white building, we were
there. I was there. I was there.
and that is the oldest, and it's owned by our people.
Mm-hmm. And let me tell you something. How serious it is. I heard. Let me tell you something. I thought people were like in the neighborhood screaming and hollering, and kind of find out that there was nobody in the neighborhood doing all that. It was people like making all these crazy noises, and I thought that there were people doing that to mess with us. But come to find out, nobody else heard this but me.
It's 125.
I can hear people screaming, "Ha! Boo! Boo!" They were like saying it's like boo. It was crazy, and I all throughout the night I heard stuff like that, and I thought it was people in the neighborhood trying to fool with us, but literally, it was. I was tapped in somehow to hear that because nobody else could hear that.
It's 125 slaves buried where we was at, and there was inside the house the bones of a slave that was hung with a chain. They found under a tree out there, and some of the graves of the old slave masters is on the side of the house out there too. You talking about a goon?
Brother, I need to ask you, what do you know about World War One?
What I know about World War One. Only what's in the history book.
You said only what's in the history.
Yeah, but I can tell you this. I can tell you.
Yeah, what you know. Yeah, let me know what you got. Tell me whatever you know.
My great ancestor, Sarah Lucy Bagby, was the last slave to be tried in the anti-slave court, and she married a Union soldier by the name of Johnson. Her name, and she was the last one to try. And her, when they captured her, it started an uprising, and the whites even came out to fight because she was done unjustly and she escaped, and we're tied to that through the Civil War. Her name is Sarah Lucy Bagby. My name is Alvin Bagby, Bagby, and she buried up in Cleveland, up in Cleveland. But she was the last lady to be tried in the anti-slave court. That's documented. I also lived down the street from the sharpshooter who was the sharpshooter for the Confederate. His name was Holt. Was the name was Holt Collier. You had 50,000 of our ancestors forced to fight with the Confederate against the Union. Some of them still, the bodies are still around here. Also in this town is the home of the lady y'all call Madam C.J. Walker. Her name is Sarah Beatler. Her home right down the street from where I live at. She was out of Madison Parish.
Okay.
But, yeah. But anyway, back we was talking about, we done got off the misconception. But the thing about it is, we're gonna have to sit down and do reading, more research and review to get a better fix on things, because we got a lot of things out there that need to be clarified. And like the brother said, we got to get rid of the spookism and the superstition and sit down and deal with this thing, because we're letting this man mislabel a lot of things, and now they want to take it away from us. So I want to please. Anyway, I want to share. I wanted to share with you.
Well, real quick, can we also clarify? So, all right, the Hebrew Israelites feel that the Puerto Ricans, the Caribbean, and the whatever, all these people were the original Hebrew Israelites that migrated from Israel over to America into during the slave trade. But my question is how do they migrate over here without E5? How did the Hebrew Israelites come from Egypt? Well, from Israel to Egypt, then into West Africa, come across the land, knowing that West Africa practiced E5. Okay, where does this thing happen? Because one thing I will say is that I know that Puerto Rico has 21 divisions. Brazil has Candomblé. Jamaica has I think it's Dibia. You have Cuba has Lukumi, and then you have Voodoo in Haiti. At what point did the Hebrew Israelites? Because because I actually in my debate with Devion, I talked about that the Hebrew Israelites, they were not even considered to be the Hebrew Israelites, and everybody came over here until Samuel Lee or something like that. Samuel something.
Samuel I.J. Crowther.
Yeah.
Samuel I.J. Crowther created the name for the word Yoruba and all of that. And that was in the late 1800s. There was nobody, a matter of fact, and I showed you this before, they claim about all this Israel thing, but remember, the Israel was created was started in 1917 and was solidified in 1948 under the Balfour Declaration. They got a lot of names in there to create a history, but the establishment of a people called Israelite was under the Balfour, look it up, Balfour Declaration said the creation of Israel, and it's called a state of Israel, not the country. Now they may not disagree, but it says Balfour Declaration. You pull it up, it says the creation of Israel. Now I know Israel throughout the Bible, but remember, they were doing a whole lot of things, but show me the land, and it's right there, it says creation of Israel, 1948. From what? From me. So who got involved? America, France, and Britain, because they were being kicked out of Spain. In their Tanakh, in the Ivory Stone Tanakh, it said that Christopher Columbus went to find a land for the despised Jews of Spain. Let me get their book, their Bible, their Tanakh, and I will read it to you. So we wouldn't come looking for no.
Hold on, they put Christopher Columbus in the Bible? Is that what I just heard? Did I just hear that?
No, I don't think that's what he was saying.
No.
You know they stole that the flag that they used from 1948. I'm talking. You know that flag actually came from the Black Jews of Harlem and the Ethiopian lights.
Hello.
Well, it's actually a Moorish flag. The two black, the wings, two black, two eagles, two birds.
All right, so he's showing y'all something. Go ahead, look at this. What is that? it's hard to see
This,
because it's all black.
yeah, this is
You might need
called
to
the
shine
Tanakh.
some light on it.
Yeah, this is called the Tanakh. This is the Jewish book called the Tanakh. It only has 24 books in it. In it, it has a list of historical things that goes on in it. And I'll show you in just a minute. What they got in their book is called the Ivory Stone Tanakh. And I'm pretty sure my brother would recognize. I'm going to show you the writing. I'm pretty sure he can recognize this.
Right, that's Hebrew.
Okay,
that's modern Hebrew. Modern.
Yeah, what they call it. Okay, this is in their book. Okay.
That's a translation, though, right? Or that's somebody's interpretation.
It has both. It has the what we for the second conversation, the Hebrew language, and then it has also translated in English. In this particular, it says, God is never gone. This is the major principle in the understanding of the history. God may seem to slumber, but he never abandoned his master plan for creation. It has been noted that the day after the Jews was expelled from Spain in 1492, Christopher Columbus set forth from the south to discover the land that would become a major refuge and a source of support for the Jewish people in the future. That's in their book.
Now the Moors they're talking about the Moors. The Moors were exiled from Spain in 1492, but that was after an 800-year rule.
But those weren't just they weren't just Muslims. There was some Moors who were also practiced Judaism. So when the what they call the massacre of the innocents in Spain at that time, they were actually killing black folks. And then those were the actual first slaves, black slaves. They were Jews, and they spoke Arabic, and a lot of them spoke fluent Aramaic. In fact, there's a historical record of one of the slaves that was brought here who actually spoke fluently in Hebrew. And that's before, you know what I'm saying, we were introduced to Judaism through, you know what I'm saying, here in Americas. So you know, there were Jews in Spain, there were black Jews, and there were black Moorish Muslims that were
but they don't talk about the Hebrews ruling it for 800 years. They taught us the Moors that ruled it for 800 years.
Because Moor just means black. The Mauritania.
Yeah, that part. You got that's Mauritania. That's a big part of Africa, right?
Became a very broad
and that's Roman. But you got to remember that when you're talking about Spain and you're talking about Moor, that's Spain is that's the Roman Empire too. That's all European stuff too.
Right.
Not to mention they say
that's why they started slaying all those. That's why they started slaying anybody who was practicing anything other than Roman Catholicism. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's where the massacre of the innocents began. They were trying to wipe out anybody who was practicing either Judaism, or if Jesus wasn't your white Jesus wasn't your central figure, then you were a heretic.
Okay. I mean, but like I said, it's 800 years of history that they leave out. Is what we're missing. Like they're trying to claim it started there, but there's a big gap. That these people was in charge. These people was building stuff. These people was giving the architectural work. These people was running kings, queens, emperors. They was ruling the land type stuff. And then after 100-year fight, they finally claimed they exiled them all. And your boy Columbus sailed us over to America.
They pushed a lot of them out. Yep. And
have you heard a book called? Have anyone of you heard a book called The Protocol of the Learned Elders of Zion?
Yes, yep. That is a Zionist propaganda book. It's very racist, actually. Very racist.
But it laid out a perfect 300-year plan for world takeover. I've got the book and I've read it, and it's read to you. Think Project 2025 compared to Protocol, it's a joke. We look
silly. Compared to Protocol, it's a joke.
Matter of fact,
I mean, that's Illuminati stuff, though.
Well, call it what you want. It's in operation because we've dealt with it. Matter of fact, do you know what apothecary is?
I'm familiar with the word. Can refresh me again.
The word it says, let in protocol, and it tells you the plan to get rid of they call them goyings. If you understand, you don't know what a goying is, and that is the so-called white man. In that, and it said that the idea is to get rid of him and all of his words. You see, in this, it says that in 1489, the Sanhedrin described a plan for world takeover, to take over and in it is a laid out plan to the T, and it has not missed yet. And there's a thing called the World Zionist Organization, WOZ, World Zionist Organization. You can look them up.
Because they claim all that. They was claiming all the education. They was claiming the technology was in America. It was already out, but I heard they was trying to steal the technology, and all led all the way up to supposedly World War I.
You know, all I'm saying
But
is
hold on, Baba. I want to say, okay, you talked about the apothecary. Now that interests me because so that means that any person that's able to heal themselves or use herbs, they tried to get rid of those people, and then that's probably where the pharmaceutical industry came from. Is that where?
Yeah, it says in the 5th century, as for what you say about them making attempts on your life, make your sons and daughters, your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away the Christian's life. The word apothecary means pharmacist. That's in protocol. And most of your pharmacist schools are controlled by the Zionists.
What? What?
Yeah, you walk in a lot of places, you see the word apothecary in pharmacies. It says, and it's there to take, and it's doing just that. That's in protocol.
What's the name? Yeah, real
It says
talk. What's the name of that book? Show that book again.
Protocols design.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah.
And yeah. Let me go back. And I'll just scan through it. The 5th century protocol.
That's why you got so many Jewish doctors.
Yeah.
Tuskegee experiment, huh? Huh?
Yeah. This is the principles. It says the principles and moral of this letter date the protocol as did the tribe. Here's one from the 5th century, which the Jewish can hardly promote as being a forgery, seeing that it is taken from the Rothschild Journal. Taken from the Rothschild Journal. Okay. It says here, in French, it says, financed by James D. Rockefeller, published in 1889, was 2 documents which shows how true the protocols are, that saying that the learned elders of Zion have been carrying on this plan for centuries. On January the 13th, 1489, now 1489, okay, Jewish Rabbi Aries wrote to the Grand Sanhedrin, which had this seal at Constantine, to advise the people of Aries were threatening the synagogues that should be Jews should become Christians. It says, dearly beloveds, dearly my beloved brother in Moses, we have received your letter, and we are pierced greatly to advise you. Grand Caesar, Rabbi, says this: as for what you say that the King of France obliges you to become Christian, do it, since you cannot be otherwise. But remember the law of Moses in your heart. Number 2, as to what you say about commanding you to deprive you of your spoils, he says, the law becomes with this law become converted. They are converted Jews, in your possessions. 3, as what you say about them making attempts on your life, make your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away the Christian's life. As what you say about the destroying of your synagogues, it says, make the synagogues, okay, it says, make your sons canon and clerks in order that they may destroy their churches. So write these books and letters and things we talk about these Bibles. Y'all do that.
All out war.
And for what they, as the many other variables and vexations complaint are arrived, that you should become advocates of law, that they're always mixing your business up with theirs, that you put away the Christians and put a yoke upon them, that you can dominate the world and avenge them. Then
What
it
is the
says,
yoke? The yoke is the neck thing, right?
yeah, a bond is a yoke to control. When you put on the oxes to guide them. Wait a minute. There's one called the fulfillment of prophecy in this book. And this what makes the darn 2025 deal mixed into a joke. It says that the goal of the nation is the real God of Israel. The goal.
What is the real God of Israel? What? There's another God of Israel.
The gold, the mineral gold.
Yeah, gold.
GOLD.
Yeah, because they put that in all the computer stuff, like all the
No,
gold.
No. Gold.
GOLD.
So that means
gold.
Material.
Wait a minute. The gold.
Material.
Okay, it says the gold. England is closed on Jewish holidays and said that every standard October 21st, gold was unregistered today. Then it goes on, so as for the principal banks and exchanges, the names of Rothschild, Gwynn, and etc. These are the guys that controls the banks, the banking cartel.
Yeah, that's when the banking system made everybody. They duped everybody into owning them because they funded all the wars and they ended up taking control of everything.
Bro, let him read the damn book because you over talking the book. God damn it, he got the book. You trying to be over the book. The book, he reading the book straight from the book. Let him read the book. The book.
Go ahead.
He says, but without
you want to know more than what the book say. God damn it.
You say, but without control of the world's press, the power of gold. I'm gonna take this soak in. Without the control of the world press, power of gold cannot be maintained. The press of one country would not be sufficient. Hence, the necessity of secure control of the line. We have created paper money in exchange for gold and the silver and all the precious metals. So everybody got this paper money. We determine the interest or lower interest. We create that to control it.
Right.
So gold, oil, diamonds, guys.
They control all
that
of that.
means that they're able to control it. So that means it's
they
the
control
God.
all of that.
That is God.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they say they control it, and they set the rate of interest up or down. They say we take this money and we buy Parliament. Did not what's his name? Musk just buy the election?
Right. That's bad.
Yeah, and you know what? He did that based on his probably based on his actual stocks and bonds, not from real money. He didn't give
the
them
thing about it, he was able to do that, and you know that he's part of, but he's from the German side, the Nazi Germany. Thanks to the terrible power, thanks for the terrible power of these banks, Jews have forced Christians into wars without numbers. Calculated in great wars and wars that have they especially bags the Jews that the Christians may be overthrown. They call them goyim. They hate them.
What, goyims?
They call them goyims. The goyim.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, hence why Hitler had lost his mind on. He was part Jew.
Taking out his own folks.
Yep.
It says political freedom is an idea, but not a fact. The ideal one must know how to apply whenever it appears necessary. With this bit of idea to attract the masses of the people to one party for the purpose of crushing another. Did we not just do that?
Yes, we
That's
did.
what's the government, right?
This was the damn book. This the plan.
It makes sense.
This thing put together back in
1890.
Yeah.
1890. Yeah.
And look how long they've been doing this. And we run around and remember, these are the same folks that gave you your so-called Bible. Your Bible.
So let me just be clear. So they had this one plan that started in 18 such and such and such. This is how
And
I
it's still active.
Right.
Now,
but then now that they have achieved that plan, now they come up with 2025, the new plan for the new like from that point on.
They was told do not deviate. Let me go back and find that. the Jewish rabbi from the Sanhedrin told these people, do not deviate from the plan that you may take over. I will read that now. It says, where we go, da 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 da. And they follow rule to the letter. Trust me.
So is that why you think that they've taken over the industry, the music industry, the entertainment industry?
Everything, because anything that deal with control, with mind, vibration, it says do not swerve from these orders that we give you, because because you will find that by experience that humility that you will reach the actual power. Signed, BSSS, Prince of the Jews, 21st of November, 1489. And in 1844, on the eve of the Jewish Revolution, in 1848, Benjamin D'Israel, Disrael, that's when you got to watch, was really the name of Israel. The name is Disrael, is the real name, whose real name was Israel, and is one and who was dipped and baptized, published in the Noble Chronicles of the world's governing by a different prodigy.
Right. Harris said, Project 2025. Elder just said that this makes Project 2025 look like a comic book. A coloring book.
Yeah. You know, not only that, everybody talk about John F. Kennedy, right? Here we go. You
Right.
not know that John F. Kennedy passed 11 executive orders for control of everything? They call the 11 executive orders. These orders say to take over the healthcare industry, to take over. What do I do with that? I had it right here.
Okay.
All right. Y'all, I wasn't prepared to go this way, but I should have been. But it's called the 1962 11 executive order by John F. Kennedy. It goes into detail how the government's going to take over these different departments, even education, everything, health. It's all in the 11 executive orders.
Right.
They talking about ain't nothing new. We've been knowing about this way back then. We knew about the thing back in the 70s. Thing was called Iron Mountain. When they met at Iron Mountain. Have y'all heard of Iron Mountain?
No, I'm not.
Ever heard of the thing
familiar with
at Iron Mountain? How about the King Alfred plan? Have you ever heard of it?
No, go ahead and teach.
Okay. Sister Monica, baby, look up the King Alfred plan on your Google. Then we got another one called the Bohemian Grove. And now we can go on and on.
We know about the Bohemian Grove a little bit.
Let's go back to Iron Mountain and King Alfred plan.
Mm-hmm.
We were studying this stuff back in the 70s and 80s when we were finally finding an identity. The various departments that we're dealing with now, like the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg. Okay, there we go. What we got, babe?
So it says the King Albert plans a fictional CIA-led scheme supporting the international effort to eliminate people of African descent, admitted by author James A. Williams in his novel "The Man Who Cried I Am." So is that like a fake thing?
Baby, it's no joke.
1967 novel. But it also bears similarities to rumors in the early 1950s surrounding the McCarran Act, anti-communist law in which political subversives were being rounded up and placed in concentration camps during a national emergency when his novel was first published. Williams photocopied portions of the book detailing how King Alfred planned and left copies in subway car seats around Manhattan.
Are they not rounding up folks, putting in concentration camps, and they do it with the Japanese?
The word
they doing it now? Are they not doing it now?
Yes, they are.
So this was back in like the so they try to make it like it's fictional, but
yeah, right.
it's kind of like happening. So just like 1948, 1984, right?
Yeah.
They say the same thing about Willie Lynch, the Willie Lynch book, and yet and still we see these things happening and it's working. So regardless of whether Willie Lynch was an actual author or was a fiction, it was still revealing some truths.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we got to be careful when they start saying, "Oh, now that's just a fiction." Yeah, well,
yeah,
it's
right. He didn't mean it like that. Yeah, he meant it just like he said. So see, and then we got to look at the various things that organizations and secret organizations is out here, you know, allegedly, but they're controlled by the Zionists. They don't care what label you wear. The main thing is the ideology and the message that they're sending. And the Bible has been the best tool to promote this type of propaganda, they want to call it. Whoa, did you say that? Yeah. Because the Bible makes the Israelites be the apple of his eye. But the book says the God is no respected person. Unless I'm crazy as hell, if I choose somebody above somebody else, ain't that respected person? Why did it say in the book of Obadiah, Jacob I love, Esau I hate it? I hate. I ask you, why would God, who love everybody, tell one group, Jacob I love, but Esau I hate? You don't make sense. God is no respected person. Then unless I'm confused, if I choose one of my children above the other, that's showing favoritism. That's showing that I got more for the other than that particular one. I don't love them all the same. That's very deceptive.
And why would God do that? Why would a God
Why would a loving God do that? Because we don't have the same God, people. There are 330,000 gods, and every nation has its own God. You only have I known above all the nations of the earth. You are the apple of my eye. What? Amos 1. You of all the nations of the earth, you only have I known. Something wrong with that picture.
Now, Amos 9 is powerful too. Now,
what did it say?
Ethiopia, when it speaks about Ethiopia as being as Israel, are ye not as the Ethiopians unto me?
Yeah. Right. So there are choices there. There are choices. There are choices. Why would God have choices? Look at Isaiah 42 and 8. Isaiah, I mean, we can just go through the book. as my Hebrew Israelite brother would say, we can go through the book, the Christians, whoever group, because you can cherry pick to make it. But this book specifically talks about a specific people, and not everybody. Even though the world wants to make it be everybody, it ain't everybody. I am the Lord. That is what? Something left out.
You said 42 and 8? Okay, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I am the Lord, and that is what? And my glory I will not give to another, or my praise to graven images. Emphasize that God is, because he's jealous, okay? Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Isaiah 63 and 17. I think it's Isaiah 63 and 17. You're talking about, let's just see what comes up.
I got it.
Okay.
O Lord, why hast thou made us to error from thy ways and
wait a minute. Hold on a minute. I got to go back and check something here.
That's 63 and wait, you said 63 and 17?
Yeah, I believe it's 63 and 17. It is. It actually. I'm sorry. It's 65. It's 65 and start with verse 17.
Okay. 65 verse 17 says, "For behold, I create a new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind."
Well, ain't you heard that in the book of Revelation? But what was it doing over here? And it's also in Revelation.
Right.
I mean, we got a problem. This is Isaiah 65 and 17. Got the same duplicate statement over in the book of Revelation.
Right. Well, Revelations has a lot of interconnections with Daniel and Isaiah. Isaiah being one who is called, one of the highest prophets.
Right. Read the next verse. Read the next verse.
Okay. 17 and 18. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing and her people a joy.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. 19, and I will rejoice in Jerusalem and joy in my people, for the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying.
Next verse.
Then shall be no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that hath not filled his days, for the child shall die 100 years old, but the sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed.
And it goes on and on.
Mm-hmm.
Then they talk about you having children and growing vineyards in that particular chapter.
Right.
Yeah. Then you can go to, I think it's Isaiah 45 and 7, it says that I created evil. I created both good and evil. I think it's Isaiah. Right. So like you said, all these things lines up, but they don't touch on that. And then they don't go and deal with the other books that we talked about earlier.
No, they don't want to deal with that.
No, they don't want to deal with those apocryphal. They want to deal with the Maccabees first.
They want the feel good stuff. They won't want the feel good. Jesus loves me. I'm saved. That's yeah.
And another thing, and it's sad when you look at the so-called the Barada Shah. I'm gonna piss some folks off. according to the text and the language. Note the word I say. What did I say? The language. The father of Jesus' name is Gabriel.
Say it again.
In the book, according to the storyline and the scriptures and the language, Gabriel is the father of the guy they call Jesus, the twins.
I don't know about that.
Okay, let's do this. Go to the book of Isaiah, chapter 8, verse 1, 2, and 3. Look at the language. Now I understand, but I want you to look at the language. And a lot of times you say things,
Isaiah,
the answer, your Proverbs 8, Isaiah 8, chapter 8, 1 through 4. And the answer to the question, the statement generally follows the thing. And I'll ask you a question.
Okay. Isaiah 8, 1 through 4. I need my glasses. I'm getting old too.
You're gonna get spectacular.
Oh man.
Remember, I'm saying don't believe nothing. I'm saying do the research.
Okay. Okay, let me try. I can't find my glasses right at the moment.
Oh,
Moreover, the Lord said unto me, take thee a great roll and write in it
my hair shall have bars.
Concerning Masher Salah Hasbar. Right.
Okay. So,
and I took unto me faithful witness to record Uriah the priest and Zechariah the son of Jeberechiah, and went unto the prophetess, and she conceived
and bore me a son.
Then said the Lord.
You notice the language?
Yeah, I see what you're
saying.
saying.
And I went into the prophetess, and she bore. What the heck? So he's saying we had sex, and these are the witnesses. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And I went unto her, and there's no doubt, because after that she come up pregnant. Well, that's gonna happen.
Well, a lot of times when you see that went unto her or went into her in the scriptures, that is just a poetic way of saying he laid with her.
Okay, go to the book of I think it's Matthew or Luke.
Okay.
Where Gabriel came upon Mary and through her salutation, and he told her that you're gonna have a child, but lay it on David. Go to he went into go to, I think it's in Luke.
The angel appears to Mary. I believe that is chapter 1, verses 25, 26, 26. And in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from Yahweh unto the city of Galilee, named Nazareth, to the virgin espoused unto a man whose name was Joseph of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. And the angel came in unto her.
Did what?
He came in unto her.
Okay.
And said, Hail, thou that art highly favored. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women.
Keep going.
And when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and cast in her mind what manner of salutation this should be.
Keep going.
And the angel said unto her, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with Yahweh. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and bring forth a son that shalt call his name Jesus. Yeshua.
But the word, you know what? So and it most likely it's in capital letters.
Right.
Why would she be concerned about how he spoke to her? What was different the way he spoke and what happened to her? Why is she confused? Because she was betrothed to a man, and to touch another man's wife was the death sentence.
Right.
According to the law.
Right.
And if you read the rest of it, it says, and that holy thing. Then it says, talk about, so it's some stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Why would she not understand his greetings or salutations? Lest he said it was foreign there. She says, what is this? So what is going on?
Hey, I hate to interrupt real quick, but I want to give a shout out to Harris Duncan. He just gave $4.99 on the super chat. Thank you for that little super chat. I appreciate everybody bringing, like, even if it's like a dollar, something. Here we go.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money.
All right, shouts out. All right, wait, no, I'm sorry. You were talking during my mantra. Shouts out to Harris. Thank you for giving that $4.99 super chat. So I'd like give him some praise for that. And anyone else, you please donate to the channel, because I do this out of love in my heart. I don't make that much doing this, so if you guys want to like donate, shouts out.
Means, support the channel.
Please support the channel. It helps me keep it going.
Yeah, it's a beautiful platform, especially if you want to go and try to get some enlightenment. Whether you agree or disagree, it makes you want to go and do research and check and revalidate what you feel you know or think you know, or to reinforce it, or whatever. But it gives you a different perspective to look at it. And I'm trying to bring a different perspective to understanding what is written before us in the layman's form. And we can get deep and get into the astrology and astronomy and this, that, and the other. But right now, most people that deal with this Bible base their life on it as a literal divine word of God, when it is not. When it is not. And it's plainly right there. It's too many missing pieces that's missing to bring it together. There are books that is not even canonized because we're relying on some white man, some folks getting together, telling you what to read and what not to read. They're scrutinized and they canonizing it. So we don't want that in there. How many of you have heard of the 18th Ecumenical Council? The 18th Ecumenical Council. That's how they formulated the thing about Jesus. That's how they formulated the thing about the books. Aaron, one of the brothers had 8,000 manuscripts. They chose not to use them. 8,000 manuscripts, and they chose not to use none of that man's work.
Right.
The Council of Nicaea, and how many councils was it? Was 18 ecumenical councils. How many? 18. It took 18 ecumenical councils to get this book to where it is. A lot of folks don't know that. They think a book came from heaven, God wrapped tied chapters and verses and all laid out. But yet still, at the very front of that book is God a what? Huh? It tells you in the very front of it who owns it, copyright.
Don't they call that the crafty council?
Copyright dates, copyright. So how do you have a copyright on the word of God? Copyright dates, and by law you can't copy this without approval of the Church of Christ. That's who have the copyrights to the Bible. Did you not know that? The Church of Christ owns the copyrights to the Bible. Now, of course, Donald Trump went out and created his own Bible. He had the Constitution and all the other stuff. So look at it. It has copyright dates, things you can do, it cannot do. Because they own the copyrights to it. That bothered me. But this was the unadulterated word of God Most High. And I heard my brother, brother, is that Zion? Unmute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know you know the word, and that's because we train that way. We use the word Yahweh Shah, but the word God in the so-called New Testament, that is the God Theo. It's in Greek. Right. So what's the word for God in Greek? Theo. So then there again we miss, because if the God name is Theo in John 3:16, that's the word is used there.
Ken.
Okay. So when we say for God so loved the world, if you look up in the Strong Concordance lexicon, that word is Theo. And the word son is Hulios. There's two words in the Greek for son, teknon and Theo. Once you break it down, it says metaphorically speaking, the only Son of God is the S-U-N. And that is in Micah 4:1, I believe. Go to either Malachi or Micah. Go to Micah 4. Let's see, that's the last book. I don't want to mess this up, but let's go there and see. I just get my little book here. The book, that's Malachi. Let's see, it might be Micah. I think it might be Micah. Let's see here. 4. If you can find it, look at it. I think it's Micah, the book of Micah or Malachi.
I got Micah 4 up here, and it says, this says the mountain of the Lord. Starts up in the last days. In the last days, the mountain of the Lord temple will be established as the highest of the mountains. It will be exalted above the hills, and peoples will stream to it.
We need to go to, let's go to, I think it might be Micah. See if you got that called Micah and see what it says.
I'm in Micah. With Micah, which
no, you got Malachi, Micah.
No, I'm not in I'm not in Malachi.
Okay.
I'm in Micah.
Let me go and look and see what I'm looking for.
Might be Malachi.
Might be Malachi. I think it might be Malachi. Malachi.
Malachi 4 is what I believe one of the
yeah, Malachi 4. For behold, the day burneth as the oven. Yeah, go to Malachi 4:1. Good job.
Okay. Surely the day is coming.
For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven. Okay, you got it.
Okay. Let me go to the King James, I guess.
Yeah, by all means.
All in line, yeah. Because this is the New International.
That's the worst translation out there.
Yeah. For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. And the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness, the S-U-N of righteousness, arise with the healing in his wings, and ye shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. Yep.
S-U-N, not S-O-N. It's called the Son of Righteousness.
Right.
That's the only song that represents that eternal energy.
Right.
Everything else, David is my son. You know, it's a whole list.
Right. Now, can we also conclude that within that symbolism, like for instance, with the pharaohs of Egypt, they were also considered the manifestation of the sun or of Ra.
Yes, by all means.
On earth. So the kings, oftentimes their pharaoh was the physical manifestation of the S-U-N.
Right. Also, if you look in the Barada Shah, in the book of Matthew, he said that David is the son.
Right. So and that's also being the king, right?
Yeah.
Of Israel, right? So that comes from the African divine, what do you call it? The God kings. That is a God king practice, a practice of that goes all the way back, in Africa, to some of the first kings even prior to Egypt, the Kemet, the God kings of you know what I mean? So they were always personifications of the sun.
Excuse me for being out of the camera, but I was picking up some notes and I was trying to find those 11 executive orders. And maybe one day I can find out, because I've learned so much stuff out and sharing with these folks down here who stuck on stupid, trying to teach this thing and they don't. I'm leaving it alone. Anyway, I appreciate it because now people getting to see the thing. This rabbit hole is now a gopher hole. It's really getting deep. See, now, I'm glad to see young men like yourself and the other brother who have studied. Now we got to connect the dots. I asked them, now how far back in history can we go as the indigenous people who at one time ruled the world? I wrote a book called The Other Side of Slavery, The Untold Story. How that we as people of color used to own the first slaves. They were white. We owned the first slaves that came in here. We stood around and bought them. There's the thing. When they brought them over, we were buying white folk, and they passed a law in Virginia that no more to Negroes, Indians, Mohammedans, Moors, and Jews be buying white folks for slaves. They passed that law. We used to own them. It's called Virginia law, 1701, I believe 1702. They passed the law. Let me see if I can find one of my books and I'll read it. Matter of fact, J.A. Rogers, y'all familiar with J.A. Rogers? Monica?
I only know a little. I know the name. I'm not. You have to refresh me.
J.A. Rogers had a book, African Gift to America. Okay. And in his book, he talked about on page 62 that the first slaves were European but white, because slavery started in the north and went south. The first slaves in America was not black folks; they were white folks out of Ireland and Scotland. They were brought to the north because they became chimney sweepers and they worked in the textile mill. Later, it migrated from north to the south. That's how it came to be. There's a book written by Michael Huffman III. They were white and they were slaves. Are you familiar with that book? They were white and they were slaves. And it tells the whole story of the forgotten cargo. How that black folks, how North Africans was capturing people coming through the Black Sea, right? And we was capturing them and selling them. We were doing the same thing years up in what they call North Africa. That's why they. I know y'all don't want to hear that.
Well, that word slave comes from Slavs, though.
Slav,
you know what
right?
I'm saying? So that's a Eurasian, right?
That's right. And that was what we used. The book is called "They Were White and They Were Slaves" by Michael Huffman III, the second. The book is called "The Forgotten Cargo." Why am I going it? Because a lot of these white people run around thinking, and we're thinking that because they owned a lot of our people, but we was involved in the slave trade ourselves because that was economics back then. You had guys that left out of that and be wound up with them. There's a guy by the name of William Natchez Johnson that lived in Natchez, Mississippi. The richest Negro, the richest man, all in Mississippi, was a black man. You know what I'm saying? Also, there's a guy named Antoine Dubalac. He was so rich, he was loaning the governor money. We had and the whole deal with the Civil War was to break the black man in the South for his possession because he was richer than the average white man. The average white man was worth maybe 3,000 or 4,000. This black man was worth $283,000. He owned 150 slaves. I can take you to the house where the man lived.
Now,
And I
was
showed
he
the man
prior
that
to the Bacon Rebellion? Do you know what year that was? We do like 1700s or 1600s? Because I know the Bacon Rebellion is really when the racial identity shift thing happened.
Yeah, but you know, but we're talking about the blacks that ran right after Reconstruction and prior to Reconstruction.
Okay, right.
During the Civil War as well.
Right.
You know, so all these things took place, and they went and whitewashed the history because they didn't want us to know that we used to own and control all of this, the plantations and stuff. It's in the book. I'm gonna find the book. Anyway, so what is it? Black is a white slave black owners. If you Google that, it may pull up. Black, it says white slave, black slave owners. They don't want to tell us that. Guy by the name of William April Ellis out of South Carolina. I'm going because a lot of things we was taught, and the thing that I'm telling you now, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. We have just much, we are it. There you go. White slave and what? African masters. How many of y'all knew that? They don't teach that in school.
Never knew that. That's deep.
You know? Yeah. And the list goes on. We were, but in order to break it, because you can't have two currencies, they broke the Negroes in the South plantations. And so that it came down to one money. At one time, you had two currencies. You had the Confederate money and you had other money. So once you lost your money is no good. You broke. And that's how they got us. Oh, they give us a lot of other stuff, but historically, there was a group out of Virginia called out of Messiah, Virginia, where these Negroes whooped the North so bad. That's why Frederick Douglass had to go up and talk to Abraham. And look, man, if you don't get some black folks in this war, you're gonna lose it.
That was my family in Virginia. My family was out of Virginia. Yep.
Yeah. So man, if you don't get it together, you're gonna lose, man. That's
because
why
you got a whole bunch of Michael Jordans over there on the other side with musket guns.
So that's why it was. That's why it was in 1863. They started bringing in blacks into the Union Army because they were losing.
They said you need some black linebackers on your team because you
need black linebackers. Man, look.
Why would black people want to fight in a war unless they had something to lose?
They had property to lose, their own land, their own plantations.
Exactly. So yeah, so like to me makes a lot of sense that no, we need to fight.
That's why they was there. That's why they were there. And that's the book. It's in my book, The Other Side of Slavery, The Untold Story. I wrote about all of that. I have the documents in place.
Wow.
Yeah. If I can find a copy of my book here, it's around here somewhere. And I break all these guys down who own this, that, and the other. And what they took from us, they didn't just take that. They were taking land, breaking banks. And see, we had the first letter, it was called the 1868 Reconstruction. The ruling class for Louisiana were all black men in the legislative body. You can pull them up.
Right. Reconstruct. I did a thesis paper on Reconstruction. So yeah, there was a lot of the during Reconstruction. They were a lot of black politicians and stuff that were
and we were Republicans, and also O.C. Don and all these folks. These people had power.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm not just here running my mouth. I've got my sister would say, I got the books. I've got books that I've written. Right. I've got my backup material. I had to do the research. I couldn't run around here looking. I had to look on both sides, whether I liked it or not. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Because I went looking for reparation. I went looking for an identity. I got slapped upside the head when I went to Natchez, Mississippi. I went to this guy, his name was William Natchez Johnson. He became one of the richest men in Mississippi, so much that he was loaning money to the government. One day, one of his own kind, over a land dispute, ambushed him coming from court because he had won the case, ambushed the brother going home. William Natchez.
We was banging on each other way back then.
Yeah, man. William Natchez Johnson. I got the man's diary and all that. They turned his house into a museum right there in Natchez, Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was a sister by the name of Teresa Corn. She was one of the richest women who owned slaves in Louisiana. She owned a Melrose place. She had 300 slaves. And she built a Melrose place. Her name was Teresa. Beautiful, man. I mean, she was gorgeous. And the list goes on. But we don't want to look at it, like I said, but that's where it is. There's a group called what was this guy's name? Jefferson Davis was the president of the South. Well, the black brother called it the Montgomerys wind up because he went broke, and the Montgomerys, who was slave, bought his plantation and had to loan him some money. Isaiah Montgomery is the guy that built the only surviving black-owned town today. It's called Mound Bayou, baby, she sleep. Mound Bayou still exists today. Black-owned town. We had a bunch of black-owned towns around here. They burned a bunch of them down because they got jealous. But we would, oh, y'all. So it's just more, and a lot of religion played into it.
Right.
You know.
You know much about the Ethiopianism that was going on around the late 1800s all the way through 1920s? The people who were looking at Ethiopia, Marcus Garvey, and a lot of the Pan-Africans during that time.
Pan-African movement got started, and he was trying to get this back to Africa and everything. Right. But you know, but just realize that it's called the Susi period. That we was in this place called 100,000 years before the first white man showed up. We was already in this land doing business 100,000 years before the first white man showed up. And I asked most so-called Europeans, because matter of fact, there was no such thing of a white man until 1868. You're aware of that, right? There's nobody called white people until
right. After the Bacon Rebellion and stuff, they weren't even calling folks black and white.
No, but the thing was that there's a book called the Black's Law Dictionary, volume 4, page 1, that called the Naturalization Act, that a Caucasian cannot be a citizen of the United States. Black's Law Dictionary, Naturalization Act. What is a free white person? If it's a free white, it got to be a bondman somewhere. You got a free white, it's got to be one in bondage somewhere.
Right.
And they passed a law that certain so-called, but in the white thing, now check this out, Africans are considered white in Black's Law Dictionary. We're not considered black. Now, ain't that some wolf cookies for you? Let me see if I can find my documentation. Oh, it's Black Law Dictionary right here. Are y'all familiar with Black Law Dictionary? I knew it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with, but I thought that was about like mental health or whatever.
No,
I got to slide out, y'all. Got to handle my son for a little bit, but I'm listening.
All right, look.
All right. Give thanks, Elder.
You got it. We might do another one because I got some things that I want to get together. But I don't have
honestly, I'm gonna let you go into this, and then we're gonna because we on 3 hours and 30 minutes, man.
What?
It's been 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Let's go ahead and wrap it up. I done spilled my juice on the floor trying to get up, knock my bottle over. That's the sign. It's time to go.
And we didn't even get into E5 yet. We ain't even get into even halfway.
Well, we got to get because I want to focus because E5 is so precious and so meaningful. We just can't run through it, like Croton. We've got to take it step by step, and we're going to bring the old dudes and the various interpretations and the variables because there's a lot that goes with E5, more than people think, and it's not just all about rituals. It's more things that go with understanding the esoteric and the metaphysical understanding of each one of those old dudes and how they operate. But anyway, let's wrap this up right now. Let me go clean up this mess because my wife gonna beat me if I don't get this stuff off the floor.
She gonna beat you up? Oh Lord.
Yeah. She gonna, the goddess don't play, baby girl. The goddess don't play. So I done knocked my juice over and it's empty. But thanks to, I want to say Modupe, to all of you that's on the line. I thank you for your time. I may have said things that may not set well, but I make no apology. It is what it is. Do your research. I'm not asking you to believe nothing I've been saying. I ask you to do the research. Get out your emotions before you come to me. Do the research. And when you research and study much as I have in the books, then we can talk. I'm like Gunnery Clark. He says, I only debate my equal, everybody else I teach. He says, I only debate my equal and everybody else. So if you have not put the time in the study, let's sit down and have a talk and see if we can't come to some kind of conclusion. Sister Monica, I love you and I appreciate it. We must do this again.
Much love, Baba Yashabaya. This was another great live. For the record, shouts out, much love, Ashe.
Ashe. Trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life.